Mobile legend. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Sama saja dengan maaf. Kekosongan ini akan menghancurkanku.
Wah, lapu-lapu apa nih tungguan?
Tidak memberi damai. Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Andai saja kesenangan ini bertahan lama. Malam yang panjang. Aku akan tinggal di sini.
Mati cok, anjing. Darat.
Tidak ada yang bisa.
Patah nggak sih gamenya? Patah nggak game?
Kita hanyalah wadah untuk waktu yang
Aku nggak mati Goku. Ini. Jiwa apa melemah?
dan ingatan tidak memberi kedamaian.
Terpatah nggak sih Kila? Jawab dong.
Andai saja kesenangan ini bertahan lama.
Ngeliatnya sih di OBS patah-patah tuh. Kalau di live-nya patah-patah enggak.
Kita hanyalah wadah untuk waktu yang tidak pernah berhenti. Tidak ada yang bisa lari dari
Cuek.
takdir mereka. Tidak ada. Rasakan apa yang aku rasakan.
Launch attack.
Kekosongan kamu akan menghancurkan. Aku akan tinggal di sini.
Ally has been killed. Enemy has been slain.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Aduh, gue lupa. Golden one.
Enemy has been slain. The enemy
Bakar.
has slain the turtle.
Malam yang panjang.
Nantang ini bocah. Ayo. Kalau nekat-nekatan gue lebih nekat Bang Bitri. Nah,
Kesenangan ini bertahan lama.
aduh nggak mati pula. Masih cowok orang itu.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Lihatlah lapu-lapu ruang.
Kehilangan ingatan tidak memberimu.
Ayolah lapu-lapu, bukalah mata lu. Gue setun, gue tembak. Ya ampun, sempatnya tuh pada flicker tuh.
Kekosongan ini.
Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack. Double kill. Our turret is under attack.
Kita hanyalah wadah untuk waktu yang tidak pernah berhenti.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Apa yang
Itu doang,
kamu rasakan?
Your team
Dia nggak matiinnya tuh.
enemy has been slain.
Oh mati sama lapu.
Shut down. Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Kemana tuh sesi? Ayo.
Melupakan sama saja dengan memaafkan.
Astaga.
Tidak ada yang
Main
bisa
senjata
lari
itu
dari
mulu.
takdir. Tidak ada.
Alamak ah. Kuret kelamaan anjing. Apa hidup sosial terus cok ketika main Brolyyy.
Initiate retreat.
Padahal gue udah pakai baju Kakaroto.
Slain.
Wah beda lagi nih.
When the tides are high, you can't keep pushing. It's getting harder to breathe.
Santai. Yo stun lah lapu. Jebret. Setun dulu. Nah begitu caraku.
Slain.
Apa.
My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and sing the way for you. I have been pouring, and you got you. My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and sing the way for you.
Mau ada perserikatan bangsa-bangsa
yang
nih.
bisa lari dari takdir mereka. Tidak ada.
Shut down.
Aku akan tinggal di sini.
When the trees don't dance and the breeze don't move.
Sumpah dah, sial betul gua main Brolyyy. Kena sniper lah, apalah.
Team destroy the turret and you my heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and sing the way for you. Enemy has been slain.
Oke. Serius.
malam yang panjang.
Oke, serius.
When the sociabuzz start pouring, and you got a lot to lose, my heart will keep on falling for you. Our turret has been destroyed.
Melupakan
Our turret is under attack.
saja dengan
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Not ready.
Pengen.
Enemy double kill. Your team destroyed a turret.
Sesi.
All that you put me through, I give it up to you. I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. Not invited. You wanna hold me 'cause I know what you would do. Yeah.
kita hanyalah wadah
Enemy has slain Lord.
yang tidak pernah berhenti.
You're mine. It's right. It's right.
Kekosongan ini akan menghancurkan.
Why are you hiding? Tell me what must I do? Come to you. An ally has been slain.
Kehilangan ingatan tidak memberimu kedamaian.
Our turret is under attack.
Rasakan apa yang aku rasakan.
Turret is under attack.
Wah, anjing lah kena stun. Gak ngantuk, Mon. Pedih doang.
Ally has been slain. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Cok. Clear, Cok. Malah ngebantu anjay. Berantem mulu, random pusing gua.
Defeat.
Hari nggak berantem gimana ya? Random. Gatel-gatel kali tangannya kalau nggak berantem. Kok mual gua, langsung ngopi, pengen uwe. Kenapa cok susah masuk ini dari tadi? Dari kemarin anjir muter-muter mulu, kenapa ya? Muter terus, tahu dari kemarin cok. Nggak bisa masuk. Oke. Sinyalku 200 bang, bodo amat cok. Pas aja. Paling juga masuk ke dimensi lain.
Ayo, kita berangkat. Kamu sedang menghadapi keramaian.
Hayabusa, siap.
Aku sudah menunggu terlalu lama.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah
Hahaha. Guys, dibantu lagi dong. Ya. Cok, om. Bang, gua muter bang, nggak bisa ngeband ya, sorry lah. Yelah. Muter terus ya, bisa ngeband gimana?
Hanya cinta dan malam yang tidak akan pernah habis.
Cok, koneksi jaringan gagal.
dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Pasti IndiHome.
Yang terkuatlah yang bertahan.
Wanwan lepas.
Namaku Wanwan, dan inilah pertunjukanku. Aku tidak menyembuhkan rasa sakit, tapi memanfaatkannya.
Bajing. Kalau jadi S5 itu main solo jadi S5 pasti ngetek.
Kemenangan sudah di depan mata.
Tidak ada tempat bagi kejahatan untuk bersembunyi.
Negeri ini adalah tanah air kita, dan negeri ini akan menjadi kuburan kalian.
But you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Me, I'm holding back, trying to get me framed for me in cost. Said I attacked you. That's just a false truth. No need to argue. And yeah, I've had enough. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone. I find you there. you'll follow me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you're there. Oh, there's more to me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you're there. I find you there.
Terpanelah sekarang dalam entah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Apakah jamku rusak? Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Scared to leave my house, so I cannot run free from this. Always being watched by you, and that's so inconsiderate.
Selamat, pelankan saja waktu.
Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, 'cause lights and cameras are in it. Silver lining, all I wanna do is avoid the violence. I'm losing it, there's no more.
Ya, kecepatan lu pencet skill 2 men tuker tah manis. Ya mati kau.
First blood. Launch attack.
Mempelajari jam tanganmu sebentar. Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Ya.
Hati-hati, lawan siap dari leher. Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Biarin aja cok dia ini nahan. Itu ternak aja ternak. Wah anjing lah fire tuh nggak panik amat gua.
Launch attack. The enemy has slain the turret. An enemy has been slain.
Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Skill 2 dia mau.
Pelajari jam tanganmu sebentar.
Launch attack.
Ya
Killing spree.
waduh sing lagi tiba-tiba datang. Tolol.
Apakah jamku rusak? Hut hut, tut tut, hut hut, tut tut. Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda yang paling bahaya. Hai,
Launch attack. Enemy rampage.
Tek lah bro.
Launch attack.
aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Initiate retreat.
Hai. Hut hut, tut tut, hut hut, tut tut. Hai. Master Brolyyy adalah idolaku.
Initiate retreat.
Hai, polo.
Have been slain. Well played. The enemy has slain the turtle.
Bolehkah aku mempelajari jam tanganmu sebentar?
Sabar tuh, ulti gue
Ult
gimana?
is not ready. Initiate retreat. Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Asik banget cok lancenya.
Been slain.
Di baju.
Launch attack.
Astaga cok, mousku diam.
Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda
Malah
yang
ngetik
paling
dia
berharga.
Bobo.
Apakah jamku rusak?
Sabar, nggak ada ulti.
Terlambat, pelankan saja waktu.
Enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed the turret. You destroyed the turret. Double kill. Request backup.
Kayaknya gue harus restore handphone. Iya,
Launch attack.
orangnya hilang.
Apakah jamku rusak?
Our turret has been destroyed.
Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama
Enemy has been slain. Enemy run. An ally has slain the turtle. Double kill. Triple kill. Wipe out. Your team destroyed a turret.
Alamak,
Down.
lah cok.
Killing spree. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
Letsgoooo adalah idolaku. Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama
I live my life searching for the light, in a fight through the darkness. I'll get this right. We were born to shine, and we still got time. It's not hopeless. Don't look now. Here I set off a feeling. My walls are caving.
Beri jam tanganmu sebentar.
See my ghost on the ceiling.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Pakai apa biar sakit?
Request backup.
Backing down. I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right. I'm ready for it now. I know I'm gonna fight the good fight.
Ayo sini.
Pala, lari. Pecah. Pakai apa biar sama? Tembutin. Glowing kah?
Letsgoooo adalah idolaku.
Ult is not ready.
Aku pun
Bikin aja biar slow tuh.
Not ready. Battle spell and cooldown.
Malah.
Enemy double kill. Okay.
Yeah, I've lost my crown, but no, I will not bow. You know I'm here right now for the long run. Yeah, you see me down, but you know I'll never
Wifi nya udah.
on it somehow. Don't look,
nyawaku.
here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help.
Jam tanganmu sebentar. Waktu adalah ilmu pengetahuan.
Gue kepake seperti ini. Salah Martin di begal aku. Ayolah Martin. Untuk mau scope aja lah gua, Martinnya goblok. Tahu.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Aku punya asisten ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Our turret is under attack.
Apakah jamku rusak? Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda yang waktu adalah ilmu pengetahuan.
Our turret is under attack. Ult is not ready.
Terlambat, pelankan saja waktu.
Meluncur bintang-bintang.
Ceroboh yang bernama
Ally has slain Lord.
Maukah aku mempelajari jam tanganmu sebentar?
Your team destroyed a turret.
Apalagi guys. Glowing.
Battle spell and cooldown.
Letsgoooo adalah idolaku.
Battle spell and cooldown.
Kena slow. Aduh sakit banget tuh. Kita lihat dulu kemana.
Ceroboh yang bernama Einstein.
Your team destroyed.
Nice no scope.
Enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Initiate retreat.
Balik cuy.
Initiate retreat.
Anak masuk balik mokop. Alah tewas.
Slain. Ally has been slain.
Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda yang paling berharga. Master Ruby adalah idolaku.
Cok ngapa dipancing?
Serang Lord.
Push.
Bisa cerobong yang berbatu.
Enemy has been slain.
Terlambat, kurangkan saja waktu. Hai,
Meletus. Balon hijau. Dar. Hihi, dar.
nama Ice.
Apalagi cok? Kali blood wings. Kali.
Battle spell in cooldown.
Apakah jamku rusak?
Battle spell in cooldown.
Majulah. Wah, tewas gue. Bang, ada spot nggak lagi? Kebetulan saya lagi sendiri, lagi solo.
Battle spell in cooldown.
DX1 DX1 itu siapa? Siswi. Antena
Enemy has been slain.
243 bacot cok. Sniper nggak berguna. Cuy,
Initiate retreat.
balik cuy, aku hanya seorang telur.
Battle spell in cooldown.
Mana bani gue tadi cok? Perasaan gue di ada bani tadi.
Idolaku.
Battle spell in cooldown.
Boleh ikut nggak mau? Lu siswi bukan? Ah, baninya cok tetep aja farming di situ. Kamu balik, kuy. Aduh,
Turret is under attack.
ini yang nge-clear siapa?
Terima kasih.
Boleh udah join grup belum?
Shut down.
Nice.
Initiate retreat.
Alah, Wanwan terbang, balik. Wanwan terbang bang.
Initiate retreat.
Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda yang
Tewas.
Kill.
Bisa aku mempelajari jam tanganmu sebentar?
Aduh, mati lagi gue dong.
Well played. Well played.
Kok dikejar gua anjay?
Battle spell in cooldown.
Belum, kemarin keluar grup. Join grup dulu, join grup.
tajamku rusak?
Request backup.
Bolehkah aku mempelajari jam tanganmu sebentar? Ayo sini, aku akan memperlihatkan benda yang paling berharga.
Battle spell and cooldown.
Cok, astaga. Balik mau skop, astaga. Makan dipeliterin. Pani juga mati di depan. Dah lah.
Well played, bro.
Ben Martis, cok. Kemarin nyoba solo kok mau. Emang kayak gitu. Baru tahu lu. Perlindungan jaringan buruk. Aja turun Ben Martis, cok. Ben Martis, cok.
There's a memory. You were holding my hand tight, kissing on a moonlit street, and I've been missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheet.
Manja kali DX Roam, anjir.
Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, I can't breathe.
Kan dari tadi, cok. Verti ntar main.
Final game, potentially on the side of Falcon. Incendio has been reigning supreme for the past 2 games in a row. Looking to replicate that once again in game number.
Missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheet. Loving you is sweet, sweet heart. Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Honey, I'm on my knees. Baby, can you hear me? Honey, you're all I need. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, I can't breathe.
Mana cuy?
Don't you wanna be free like a waterfall flowing on the riverside, places you don't have to hide. Sometimes you're alone, there's no one to turn to, feeling you be left outside. Struggle with a heavy mind. Just breathe in life and light it up. Pray for those who lost it all. Yeah, you know we are one alliance. Why going back to nowhere? We played a game, we kind of lost it. We cannot change, going under. The road leads back to
Lama legend. Apa coba?
Don't you wanna be free like a waterfall flowing on the riverside, places you don't have to hide. Someday you find love, somebody to run to, walking by the ocean side, meet you at the mountain night. Just breathe in life and light it up. Pray for those who lost it all. We are one alliance. Why going back to nowhere? We played a game, we kind of lost it. We cannot change, going under. The road leads back to nowhere. Yeah, the road leads back to nowhere.
Kamu sedang menghadapi keramaian.
Saatnya memainkan irama dari keluarga cahaya.
Aku sedang menunggu terlalu lama.
Ini ikut-ikut nge-like aja males.
Di antara semua dimensi ada keseimbangan. Aku diciptakan untuk hidup.
Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
Bunuh semuanya.
I wanna make it last. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your tide. Get lost in the space between you and I.
Hayabusa,
I'll
siap.
never break your stride. We can hold on.
Harus waktu tidak menunggu.
Percayalah dengan ucapanku.
Before it begins.
Kali
We
ini
can stay awake
pilihan ada di tanganku.
We can knock down all these towers. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your tide. Get lost in the space between you and I. I'll never break your stride.
Selamat datang di istanaku, teman.
Waktunya balas dendam. Tuan, apa perintahmu?
Would you wait for me
Aku suka bau bubuk mesio di pagi hari. Aku adalah wujud balas dendam.
I wanna make it last. If you need a place to hide, I'll be your getaway. I will meet your tide. Get lost in the space between you and I will never break your stride. We can hold on, so get in.
Lautan bukan
Globalwanwan. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Loh, anjing minion gua gerombol.
Tangan mereka telah dikotori oleh darah rakyat. Semua saudara telah mati. Memanggilku. Aku telah memilih jalan hidupku. Kesulitan menguasai kegelapan. Pengkhianatan memiliki terlalu banyak wajah. Tombak bantu. Pengkhianatan memberi pelajaran yang berharga. Takdir ini telah memilihku dan ia juga akan tombakku tidak pernah meleset.
The enemy has slain the turtle. Okay.
Itu kena tancap semua bengkel.
Aku hidup dalam bayangan.
Tolong. Tadi udah kena tancap semua pada mundur.
Tombak bantu. Air mata adalah lambang kelemahan.
Pemimpin sejati telah kembali kepadaku.
Request backup. Request backup.
Memiliki terlalu banyak wajah.
Wah,
Been slain. Enemy has been slain.
tai.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Ombak berhantu. Semua saudaraku telah mati.
Ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Aku hidup dalam bayangan. Ombak berhantu.
Wah, tai, panitai.
Our turret is under attack. Killing spree.
Ia juga akan memilihmu.
Our turret has been destroyed. The enemy has slain the turtle.
Kebencian adalah sahabatku sekarang. Ombak berhantu. Air mata adalah lambang kelemahan.
Ampun, apa ya? Panitolol. Ayo, endo.
Our turret is under attack.
Pengkhianatan. Ombak berhantu.
Ally has been slain. Enemy has
Lihat
been
parsanya
slain.
masuk.
Request backup.
Semua saudaraku telah mati.
Enemy gone. Our turret is under attack. Ally has been
Pengkhianatan memberiku pelajaran yang berharga.
Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Penting lah.
Our turret is under attack.
Ya parsa ya. Di sini gua itu atlasnya sih, tai.
Enemy has slain more.
Memilihku dan ia juga akan memilihmu. Aku telah memilih jalan hidupku.
Turun atas.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Apa sih Atlas? Tai batal. Aduh coklat gua.
Defeat.
Nggak mau digigit aja cowok Atlas itu. Coklat. Ngeri banget. Nggak kena Atlas sambar pan. Mana cok udah kah?
Caught myself looking back again, remembering the things you said, the memories of love we shared, the talk of growing old together. We were meant to last forever, but I miss the nights we used to go wherever, staring at the sky, counting on the stars, getting lost in your eyes, the perfect paradise. So take me back to the place where I belong. Cause it can, I can't do this on my own. Yeah, I know you said it's over, but I won't leave this alone. Follow me, let's go through this black hole together. Let's go through this black hole together. Let's go through this black hole together. Let's go through this black hole
Di antara semua dimensi, ada keseimbangan.
ada di tanganmu.
Aku diciptakan untuk itu.
Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
Tuan, apa perintahmu?
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati diri kita.
Aku sudah menunggu terlalu lama.
Ayo, kita berangkat.
Cinta dan malam yang tidak akan pernah habis.
Keberanian dan kesetiaan dalam tubuh yang sudah mati.
Hatiku dipenuhi oleh cahaya. Aku tidak takut kegelapan. Dengan senang hati.
Aku akan melindungimu.
Kesakitan ini adalah bukti bahwa aku masih hidup.
Cinta lebih kuat daripada kekuatan manapun. Mobilelegends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Transmisi tidak stabil.
First blood.
Kehilangan ingatan tidak memberimu kedamaian. Kenangan ada di
Kopinya mana? Masa di layar kopinya? Di meja lah. Nggak pernah lagi. Guys, bantu lagi nih guys. Ini naik mabar kagak mau parah banget. Buat seruan.
Kita hanyalah wadah untuk waktu yang tidak pernah berhenti.
Udah mengganggu waktu cowok gua. Tidak mengelak. Parbet.
Rasakan apa yang aku rasakan akan menghancurkan. Tidak ada yang bisa lari dari takdir mereka. Tidak ada. Andai saja kesenangan ini bertahan lama.
Tipis.
Melupakan sama saja dengan memaafkan. Aku akan tinggal di sini. Kenal apa yang jati diri kita. Kehilangan andai saja kesenangan ini bertahan lama. Tidak yang bisa lari dari takdir mereka. Tidak ada. Melupakan sama saja dengan apa yang aku rasakan.
You destroy the turret. Request backup.
Malam yang panjang.
Mega kill.
Aku akan tinggal di sini.
Legendary.
apa yang aku rasakan. Kita hanyalah wadah untuk waktu yang tidak pernah berhenti.
Aduh.
Kelegaan yang sesungguhnya.
An enemy has been slain.
Songan ini
Unstoppable.
hancurkanku.
Legendary. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup.
Melupakan.
Aduh,
sama
semutan
saja
kaki.
dengan memaafkan.
An ally has slain the turtle. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Legendary. Request backup. You destroyed a turret.
Andai saja apa yang aku rasakan.
Battle spell. Monster kill.
Jiwa kedamaian.
Shut down. You destroyed a turret. Double kill. Thank you.
Aku akan tinggal di sini.
You destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Double kill. Request back.
Songan ini akan menghancurkan. Kenangan
Request
adalah
backup.
jati diri kita.
Attack the Lord.
Tidak ada yang bisa lari dari takdir mereka.
Parah babnya
Tidak.
Cecil, parah.
Kita hanyalah wadah
Unstoppable.
yang tidak pernah berhenti. Malam yang panjang.
Well played. Monster kill. Slain Lord.
Aku akan tinggal di sini.
An enemy has been slain. Oh, I was not ready. Destroyed kill. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Wiped out. Victory.
Pulang aja, coy. Dua sama. Si palakon.
Don't like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Wanna rub me up, I'm holding back. Trying to get me framed, throw me in cuffs. Said I attacked you. It's the false truth, no need to argue. I know you follow me anywhere I try to be alone. I find you there. There's more than me everywhere I try to be alone. I find you there.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan jati diri kita.
Aku sudah menunggu terlalu lama.
3000 dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Hayabusa, siap. Kali ini pilihan ada di tanganku.
Kamu sedang menghadapi keramaian.
Di antara semua dimensi ada keseimbangan. Aku diciptakan
Aku akan
untuk
beramal
itu.
nasibmu.
Aku akan mengkhianati dunia daripada membiarkanku dikhianati olehnya.
Selalu ada cara untuk membalikkan keadaan. Itulah mengapa aku cinta sepak bola.
Aku melakukan yang ingin kulakukan.
Biar ku perlihatkan beberapa ilmu pengetahuan dasar. Aku suka bau bubuk pesiu di pagi hari.
Aku akan melindungimu.
Ingat namaku.
Weh, remshot nggak tuh?
Sopan santun telah hilang, dan aku akan mengembalikannya.
Don't
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Parbet.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Hanya seorang pria yang melakukan perjalanan di padang gurun.
Parbet.
Aku punya peluru dengan ukiran namamu. Terlalu sibuk mencari tempat.
Gis nggak tuh?
Keadilan selalu menang. Apa aku harus mengulanginya? Dengarkan Sheriff anak muda. Tidak ada wanita yang dapat menolak seorang penembak seperti itu.
Robak kok.
Aku akan pastikan keadilan ditegakkan hari ini. Lakukan apa yang dilakukan orang sebelumnya.
First blood. Initiate retreat.
Jatuhkan senjata dan angkat
ini. Astaga. Bisa jadi emblem tokai. Nggak lihat gua, sorry. Ini habis pakai brawl kali ya.
Coba. Jangan panik.
Asik banget bunuh tokai. Apa emblem gua emblem FM dah.
Memiliki lengan yang panjang.
Initiate retreat. Killing spree. Wait for me. Ult is ready. Missing.
Dengarkan Sheriffmu anak muda.
Request backup. Wait for me. Request backup. Launch attack. Mega kill. Initiate retreat. Double kill. Request backup.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Wait for me. Enemy unit slain an enemy.
Keadilan ditegakkan. Terlalu sibuk mencari tempat bersembunyi.
Wait for me. Enemy missing. Initiate retreat. Launch
Aku akan
attack.
pastikan keadilan ditegakkan hari ini.
Get.
Request backup. Battle spell in cooldown. Monster kill.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
An enemy has been slain.
Keadilan ditegakkan. Keadilan ditegakkan. Lakukan apa yang dilakukan orang setempat, pengunjung. Keadilan ditegakkan.
Initiate retreat.
Apa sih Bruno Aegis ini, Cok? The heck? Ah. Darah tipis. Pengen digas, Cok, sama Kagura.
Selalu. Apa aku harus mengulangi?
Ini aku obat ini lah, itu Cok juga.
Keadilan ditegakkan. Aku punya peluru dengan ukiran nama. Keadilan ditegakkan. Coba hindari.
Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Enemy missing.
Keadilan memiliki lengan yang panjang.
Launch attack.
Berslah cepet, Cok. Tunggu apa gitu? Kan jadi mati begitu.
Keadilan selalu.
Kenapa Kagura minggu apa?
Aku harus mengulanginya.
Nice. Loh, nggak digigit. Nggak bisa ditarik nih.
Dengarkan syarifmu, anak muda.
Launch attack. Launch attack. Request backup. Mega kill. Request backup. You have slain an enemy. Initiate retreat. Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. Launch attack.
lama, core-nya ke jauh bang. Lari saja. Core-nya Rico itu ada or.
Gak ada wanita yang dapat menolak seorang penembak jitu seperti itu. Kamu tidak bisa menyalahkan dia untuk itu.
Launch attack! Legendary! Double kill! Request backup! Our turret is under attack!
Dah bang.
Your team attack the turret. Enemy missing. Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Request backup. Initiate retreat.
Lakukan apa yang dilakukan orang setempat, pengunjung.
Cooldown. Not ready.
Datang lagi si GS Astra. GS Astra.
Keadilan ditegakkan. Keadilan ditegakkan. Keadilan ditegakkan. Keadilan ditegakkan. Keadilan jatuhkan senjata.
Anjing gak mati-mati tuh guys, perasaan udah sekarat tadi. Harley-nya kalah. Kena tuh. GS Astra.
keadilan ditegakkan hari ini.
Ini nih.
Initiate retreat. Enemy rampage. Well played.
Lakukan apa yang dilakukan orang setempat, pengunjung.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Shut down.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Initiate retreat.
Kok itu sekarat naik?
Double kill. Initiate retreat. Our turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Our turret is under attack. Request backup.
Retring, cok. Aduh, sibuk kali mau nge-kill Lolita.
Launch attack. Launch attack. Ally has been slain. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat.
Itu anak muda.
Request backup.
Jangan panik. Lin akan segera. Keadilan selalu menang. Apa aku harus mengulangi?
Our turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Our turret is under attack.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Enemy has been slain.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Launch attack. You have slain an enemy. Slain. Launch attack. Killing spree. Launch attack.
Mir,
Ult is not ready.
Miss,
Request backup.
Mil,
Launch attack.
Min.
Backup. Launch
Mid.
attack.
Mip. Mir, masa Mir, cok. Mir, Miss.
Request attack.
Mip. Mip.
Mega kill. Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Request initiate retreat.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Initiate retreat. Launch
Kurang
attack.
berasa nih.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Tidak ada wanita yang dapat menolak seorang penembak begitu.
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Launch attack.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
You destroyed the turret. Backup. Launch attack. Launch attack.
Lord aja lah. Enak, cok.
Killing spree. Launch attack. Backup. Game.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Launch attack.
Ini
Launch
cok.
attack.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Keadilan ditegakkan.
Launch attack. Enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed the turret.
Lapar nih. Last game nih. Maghrib sih game lagi. Ya kocok. Alah open. Thanks bang. Like dulu lah Dexroam. Dexroam udah main 3 game kagak nge-like, cok, parah banget. Biasa kan hadir di like ya guys. Ya. Dah cok, baru nambah ini like-nya. Tadi 1, cok, nggak ada harganya 1. Gas, ini siapa, cok? Gas aja. Ini siapa ya? Ini siapa ya? Doang yang like dari tadi. Iya parah banget Dexroam tuh. Biasa aja lah, kasihan. Mau nge-kick kasihan. Gak tahu siapa. Ini last game nih guys ya. Ini maghrib tuh MRR. Nih gua matiin dulu live-nya atau lanjut guys. Bang, bagusan gue tank apa XP? Tank aja tank.
Tidak ada satupun lawan yang pasti.
Di antara semua dimensi ada keseimbangan.
Ayo Musa, siap.
Aku diciptakan untuk itu.
Pada ditengin random cowok kelasnya. Hanya latihan dong, lihat notif aja langsung pencet video terus pencet tombol like kelas. Itu ya, ada tutornya di mana, cok?
Kamu sedang menghadapi keramaian.
Saya di streamer sebelah dimarahin terus. Di mana tuh?
Terlalu lama.
Lape, ada Wanwan. Wanwan. Wih, jangan Wanwan, coy. Ini mau maghrib. Itu kan maghrib Wanwan.
Pilihan ada.
99% kalah. Laper pergi ini.
Negeri ini adalah tanah air kita, dan negeri ini akan menjadi kuburan kalian.
Bagiku, kesenangan adalah segalanya.
36 menit lagi menuju pertandingan Turki ya guys. Ya.
Bau bubuk mesio di pagi hari.
Wah, Turki kalah, Turki. Kebab Turki. Wih, ngepick. Boleh. Ada dia emang jago.
Apa? Ditakuti daripada dicintai.
Channelnya.
Jika kamu tidak bisa melakukan kedua.
Channelnya apa? Lapar cuy.
Aku tidak menyembuhkan rasa sakit,
kenok di sini.
tapi memanfaatkannya.
Paling dimarahin. Makanya makan. Gak ada yang nge-revive gue tuh kalau kenok.
Yang terkuatlah, yang Power of Pegasus.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati diri kita.
Kalau nama channel lah, gak apa-apa cok, kan sama aja promo. Mungkin siapa yang mau ngapain cok, cuma pengen tahu doang. Atau dia menjadi inspirasi bagi viewer-viewer sini. Kalau nggak boleh disebar, sepi dong channelnya ntar. Pernah cepet nggak? Kasih tahu nggak? Kasih tahu nggak? Kasih tahu nggak? Kalau lu nggak kasih tahu, lu bakal di-ban oleh Kilacan di live streaming ini selama terserah. Kalau kasih tur cara nggak peduli gue itu, gue cuma pengen tahu nama channelnya.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds.
Gua kalau
till the
mabar
enemy reaches the
duo
battle.
nggak mabar 5.
Smash them.
Bodo amat cok, lu mau main baik.
All troops deployed. Request backup. Yeah. Ha. Request backup.
Biarkan aku mengekang.
Yaudahlah bang, thanks, saya mau mandi dulu. Wah, parah kila, nggak kasih tahu dia. Bennett kila.
Ayo, kita bertarung bersama.
Bennett selama 1 hari.
Unstable network. Kau tidak akan bisa lolos. Kau tidak bisa menahan amukanku. Jangan malas, Rio. Lari.
Ha. First blood.
Harimauku telah bersamaku selama bertahun-tahun.
Initiate retreat.
Gak mau. Suruh retreat cok. Yang kali gue sama minion.
Kejar aku.
Initiate retreat. Request backup.
Aduh, satu nggak dapet. Enggak. Dapet. Bang, kau orang lain. Lu nanya-nanya gue jawab. Kok gue nanya nggak dijawab. Sangat adil sekali.
Ayo, kita bertarung bersama. Biarkan aku mengekangmu. Initiate retreat. Kau tidak bisa menahan amukanku.
Aduh, udah Valentini lagi. Dia bisa gigit.
An ally has been slain.
Jangan malas, Leo.
Initiate retreat.
Harimauku telah bersamaku selama bertahun-tahun.
Enemy missing.
Kejar aku.
Bro Atlas.
Kau tidak akan bisa lolos.
Initiate retreat.
Makan sentuh orang boleh. Ada what the fuck? God. 4 orang bang, bukan 3 lagi, melainkan 4.
Harimauku telah bersamaku selama bertahun-tahun.
Wah, keren banget. Ulti belum nih Atlas, cok. Kasih tahu lah. Kasih tahu dikit lah. Ada info.
The
Lawan
enemy has
artinya.
slain the turtle.
Lawan apa ya? Hanya umpatan aja sih. Kata kawan gue itu kamu ganteng. Betul. Lawang itu bahasa Jawa kan pintu. Kamu pintu tahu artinya.
Enemy has been slain.
Kamu pintu.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Lu lawang ini.
Ayo, kita bertarung bersama.
Enemy double kill.
Roar. Kamu tercandu-candu.
Kau tidak bisa menahan amukanku. Kau tidak
Gua
akan
nggak
bisa
mau
lolos.
ngadenin lu nggak jawab pertanyaan gua. Heran lu.
Kejar aku.
Kejar aku.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Membosankan sekali. Aduh, XP gue terbantai-bantai si badang tolol, gue lihat mati terus. Cocok main mati terus. Bentar. Dia inspire bang. Ya Allah, inspire si anjing. Kan untung gue nggak main Wanwan guys, kalah kan. Dapat tebak.
Ult is not ready.
Nama channelnya tuh Sin. Mana mungkin lu diajak mabar, cok. Ngimpi.
Attack. An ally has been slain.
Ayo, kita bertarung bersama. Harimauku telah bersama
Yo, astagfirullah. Dari mana cok datangnya? Alhamdulillah. Rangko gue udah nggak konsisten, cok, mau nangkep one udah main di mid aja. Gue kan pro player FF bang, pasti diajak mabar lah. No pick hoax, no pick hoax. Rangko gue udah nggak konsisten, cok. Yang ngepick itu kan untuk gigit one ya, malah di mid terus.
Aku mengekang. Oh, he's not ready. Yeah. Kau tidak akan bisa lolos.
Alah Riko.
Kau tidak bisa menahan amukanku.
Blue Renos apaan lagi? Aku nggak ngerti.
Jangan malas, Yo. Lari. Jangan malas, Yo. Lari. Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Been destroyed. Harimauku telah bersama.
Astaga Atlas, the best. Kaget gua. Udahlah, tolong ini mah kalah. Atlas, Rangko gua udah nggak konsisten nangkap one bagaimana? Bisa. Pokoknya dia pernah main di Blue Renos. Jadi Global TV anjing. Tahu bocok. Blue Renos apaan?
Kau tidak bisa menahan.
Banyak kan recall tuh Rangko gua. Tahu dia nggak konsisten menangkap one.
Ayo, kita bertarung bersama.
Pas acara yang ada di botak nggak ngerti.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Gua udah nggak nonton TV bertahun-tahun. Ada flicker dia.
Harimauku telah bersamaku selama bertahun-tahun. Kau tidak bisa menahan amukanku. Kejar aku. Battle spell in cooldown. Kau tidak akan bisa lolos.
Bisa di sini tuh orang. Wah, langsung gue berkelana. Anjing, ini viewer yang dari grup ya, admin slot ini. Benar, Cok. Admin slot ini. Mana diem Cok orang. Alah, terangkut aja Cok, lihat lah kawan-kawan random. Gue gak main one tadi. Dah, mandi dulu ya.
are high, you can't keep pushing. It's getting harder to breathe when the people crowd around your space. Know you were safe with me when the storms above start pouring, and you've got a lot to lose. My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and take the weight for you. When the storms above start pouring, and you've got a lot to lose. My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and take the weight for you. When the trees don't dance and the breeze no more, don't forget to see. Keep your body next to me, baby. Know you were safe with me when the storms above start pouring, and you've got a lot to lose. My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and take the weight for you. When the storms above start pouring, and you got a lot to lose. My heart will keep on falling for you. I'll carry on and take the weight for you. I'll take the weight for you. I'll take the weight for you. I tried to let go of all of the nonsense that you put me through. I give it up to you. I do it all for you. Maybe this feeling's overdue. You're uninvited. You wanna hold me close, but I know what you have to. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come to you. You're mine, mine, mine. It's right, right, right. It's right, 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 right now. Why are you hiding? Tell me, what must I do? Come to you, come I'm drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need loving. Me, myself, ain't enough. It's like being a doctor to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You got me beside along my heart. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Hold me, lover. I need you, lover. 'Cause I'm falling in too quickly and I can't break free. Just hold me, lover. I need you, lover. Me and myself ain't enough. It's like being alone in a crashing car. I need you to know how bad it hurts. Hearing the sound of my broken heart. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Oh, 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 are you dreaming of me now? The way I do.
You don't like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Wanna rub me up, I'm holding back. Tryna get me framed for me in cuffs. Said I attacked you, that's just a false truth. No need to argue, and yeah, I've had enough. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone. I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, there's more to me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. I find you there. I'm so scared to leave my house, so I cannot run free from this. Always being watched by you, and that's so inconsiderate. My privacy, does that exist? Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, cause lights and cameras are in it. Trying to find a silver lining. All I wanna do is avoid the violence. But you're here again, I'm losing it. There's no more screaming in silence. Get out my face, turn off the flash. I hate the fame, no more of that. Leave me alone, or I'll collapse. I need a break, don't feel the crack. You follow me, anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. There's more to me, everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. Yeah, yeah. You follow me, anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, oh, it's right. We were born to shine, and we still got time. It's not hopeless. Don't look now. Here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again. 'Cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down. I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right. I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Yeah, I've lost my crown, but no, I will not bow. You know I'm here right now for the long run. Yeah, you see me down, but you know I'll never drown. You know I'll get back up on it somehow. Don't look now. Here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again. 'Cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down. I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right. I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight.
stuck in the motions, pushing all the buttons and hoping it turns out right. Always pretending I know best and I'm in control, but I don't know about this time, not this time. Boy, playing my heart like an arcade video game, like a past to win. Why are you playing my love like an arcade video game, going insane? Going insane. Going insane. Going insane. Going insane. Going insane. Boy, I've played the game. I'm running out of hearts to give away. One too many breaks, and I can't put me back together again. Boy, playing my heart like an arcade video game, like a past to win. Why are you playing my love like an arcade video game, going insane? Going insane. Going insane.
In the back of my mind, there's a memory. You were holding my hand tight, kissing on a moonlit street. And I've been missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheets. Loving you is sweet, sweetheart. Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, I can't breathe. I remember your eyes like a warm sunset, rolling on my king-size bed. Moments that I can't forget. And I've been missing you since then. Yeah, I still smell you on my sheets. Loving you is sweet, sweetheart. Losing you is killing me. Baby, I can't breathe. Honey, I'm on my knees. Baby, can you hear me? Honey, you're all I need. Baby, I can't breathe.
Kakak Lemon nggak main, Kakak Lemon bentar ya.
lane, it's the Filipino sniper himself, the M3 Grand Finals MVP, Oheb, with a very powerful quote words of, I'd say, competition for the King of Kings. Good luck, we will destroy you. Well, it's going to be tough because, again, the first 3 picks from RQ already very strong. Very rarely do we see a lineup that has the Joy and the Fanny in the first phase. Now, wrapping up their draft, what's Skylar to pick? There goes the Harith. What's left?
Ooh, with the Harith banned down, I mean, there's still potential. Depending, it's so difficult right now because it really depends on what you want to go for. We've seen that, for example, the Lunox can come into the gold lane, but that depends, right? Are they going to try and go for early game burst damage? Because then it makes a bit of sense if they need a bit more magic damage as well. But otherwise, they might just go with something a bit more safe, something with some range, something with a bit more kite potential.
Jays, are you thinking this should be the Fredrin? Because if not, I can expect Blacklist to just snap pick it as soon as we come back.
Yeah, definitely. If this ban is not a Fredrin, it will be snapped by the side of Blacklist. But that's also another thing that RQ has also considered the fact that the Beatrix might know it's going to be the box that gets taken away instead. I like what RQ is thinking as well. Yes, there could be a Fredrin pick going in, but I think a Beatrix will be better, in my opinion, for the side of Blacklist. But it's going to be the Brolyyy instead. This is unusual coming off of Blacklist.
They're keeping him thinking. And again, the Brolyyy is a pretty solid when you have Joy in your face, when you have a 1-1 in your face.
Joy in your face.
You can expect that the baby alien, Fanny, Albert, will be going wherever he can find Oheb or Haji. I mean, even Oh My Venus.
I mean, it's a good pick if you want to try and kite back, have a bit more self-protection, right, on that marksman role that's usually very vulnerable. But now that means that for RQ, they can count on the fact that there's very limited amount of DPS coming in from the side of Blacklist. They have burst damage, so pick-up potential, but in the longer drawn-out fights, this Hilda might just be too beefy to whittle down, to melt down by Blacklist.
I think another thing that we also have to talk about is Wise's jungler. It is going to be RRQ that locks in the final drop, a Faramis and a Claude. Something that can counteract against the heal of Estes, but there you go.
Cok, masih ada break maghribnya nih. Sorry.
They didn't need to rush the Fredrin. I mean, if the writing is on the wall, you know what's up. This is the right timing for it. Now that we've seen both lineups, I have to say, the Faramis in mid for RRQ Hoshi, it's going to be very 50-50. Like, if it works, it works amazing. It makes sure that they undo the damage that possibly the sustained Estes brings to the table. But if not, it's just going to act as another possible re-engage.
I think another thing that RRQ could play this is that Faramis is not meant to basically win the lane. It is usually the Fanny that, you know, wins the mid lane by playing aggressive in the mid lane very early on.
So a lot on the shoulders of the baby alien.
Yeah, man.
Arashi, what do you think?
Ooh, I think in the early game there's so much potential. It's such an oppressive composition. They are tanky, they have decent amounts of base damage, and they have a cult altar to facilitate crazier plays. If Blacklist does not curb that aggression, they might be looking at disaster.
Let's go into the Land of Dawn for game 1 in this best of 5. Let me hear a big Viva RRQ and break the code.
Langsung paus.
Athletes get the best experience first. We'll need to iron out some kinks in this competition. Gives us time though to digest and of course allow our crowd to let it in. Let the atmosphere in.
I mean, the atmosphere, we've said it again and again, but we just have to keep restating it. It is crazy right now.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have headsets to cancel out the noise, but we can still hear them through. It's kind of ridiculous.
I can only imagine what it's like for our players. And again, that's why folks at home, and again, everyone here in the stadium, we want to make sure that they have the best experience, all the decisions that they make, all the equipment, and all the things that they need to be able to compete at the highest level are set for them, and that's why we need to wait just a little bit more. Jace, talk to me more about how maybe it's on the Fanny this time to help win that mid lane, because that's a main artery. What's that going to mean for Blacklist International if it does work out?
So I feel like right now Blacklist has to answer this question, right? Where is this Estes going to go? Are you going to protect the Brolyyy or are you going to protect that Farsa? Personally, I feel like Blacklist should prioritize protecting the Farsa because I think the Feather Airstrike is a very big utility towards your early games. Whereas Brolyyy, no offense to Oheb, right? His role is just to push down turrets, and Claude, on the other hand, doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. So maybe that's what Blacklist needs to go. However, from the side of RRQ, Fanny should attack that far side.
And to make matters worse for Blacklist, they usually like to rely on the far side that is roaming by level 2, so just being a very constant factor around the whole map. So if RRQ can shut down that lane, that's already one tool that Blacklist like to use, just denied from them. And from there on, that is where they can actually try and contest the other neutral objectives, because without mid pressure, and the far side cannot get into position to try and capitalize with that feathered airstrike.
And now that gives Blacklist a lot to think about, because we know that the KDA machine, Haji, is good at protecting himself. But when it comes down to, again, that gold lane, it's also very possible that Vin just pressures Ohem all the more. Clay can do the same, because again, I'm used to seeing Clay on heroes like Savior, on heroes with huge range like the Eve. But now, he needs to get in your face a little bit more. So with that being said, I'm guessing even RRQ might be trying out something new here, being a little more aggressive than we're used to.
I think aggression is the key right here. If you take a look at RRQ's side of the draft, right, their roster, except for the Hilda, there's not a lot of hard CCs. The Glue will technically have a CC, no doubt. The far side has a lot of CCs. As this massive slow, there's a stun, there's also a taunt pressure too.
And we haven't really been talking much about the Claw in the hands of Skylar, the gold laner for RRQ Hoshi. Very good friends with his counterpart in Blacklist International. Okay, Arashi, talk to us about your head-to-head. What do the stats say?
The stats say that Skylar is a lot more aggressive. He does get more kills, but as far as GPM and damage per minute is considered, Ohem has his beat. So it does seem like RRQ is more suited to this early game playstyle. And from the looks of it, it's going to be an early game battle. Even if Blacklist is going to drag this out to the late game, their only real late game pick is going to be that Farsa. So it's going to be very difficult for them to match out the composition of RRQ from multiple aspects here. Is it going to be the DPS, the mobility? RRQ just seems to have an upper hand. And when it comes to that,
I feel like, Arashi, this is the stats that I like to see if this is my gold laner, right? I have a higher KDA, but with a lower GPM at a lower DPM. So basically, he is a lot more economical as compared to Ohem. This shows that Ohem needs more time to grow to output lesser KDA as compared to Skylar. So I think in this player head-to-head, I'm leaning towards Skylar.
And Skylar on the hero like Claude allows for that.
Yeah.
It's faster rotation compared to the Brody. It's much easier for him to be part of fights, as he should be, because again, we're expecting Albert on that Fanny to cut straight through. And I believe, again, ladies and gentlemen, we're mere moments away from getting back into the action. And I'd like to thank everyone, terima kasih semua, for everyone here in Tennis Indoor Senayan for being patient with us. Because again, just as like everyone, even those watching at home, we want to see this bout. We want to see this maybe go all the way. I mean, for both sides, just to be clear, right?
Definitely. And since we have some time here, we have to talk again about the fact that Fanny is in the hands of Albert. This man is a mechanical genius, to say the least. And they also have a Hilda on their composition. So now, if you look at the composition of Blacklist, there's not a lot of crowd control, at least not a lot of reliable crowd control, and that might be dangerous.
Not a lot of instantaneous ways to stop Albert, and that could be dangerous. And oh, the crowd is feeling it. Oh, the spirit. I'd love to see the agents get in on it like the Kingdom are. It's no wonder that even RRQ Akira, in their opening year under that banner, just have fallen in love with the Kingdom with this kind of energy.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? On home turf, I think. Well, you could argue that there's a lot of pressure on Blacklist International as the defending champions.
Yes.
But there's also, I would say, an equal amount of pressure for RRQ themselves. Can you imagine RRQ losing to Blacklist in the home turf?
Whoa. Let's not go there. But yes,
relax, Jace, relax.
Because back home, it's Blacklist who actually has this kind of reception when we play in the MPL, right? So now the shoe's on the other foot. Let's next talk about the roamers. Let's talk about Vin. Let's talk about the Queen. Oh, my Venus. I didn't expect Oh My Venus to have such a high KDA.
Yeah, but I think that's because of the Ube playstyle, right? It's a lot easier to rack up the assists going in and the kill participation as well, whereas Vin, more of a setup kind of tank. Your main goal is to set it up for your team, just catch one or two, and then after that, the rest follow up. Whereas, of course, damage taken per minute, definitely heavily leaning over to Vin. So I think it's just the contrast between these two playstyle of kind of roam, a support versus a hard tank.
And to keep in mind that Oh My Venus plays a lot of utility, a lot of supportive roamers, whereas Vin likes being that front line, likes being that main engage tool. So it does get reflected, as Jace mentioned, in the damage taken. But of course, I think Vin is also very crafty with how he likes to engage fights. Sometimes he just tones down the aggression in order to be able to just go for a big fight and just surprise their opponents completely. We've seen it again and again, and of course, some people might say, oh, he hasn't been doing it recently, but there's nothing to say that he cannot do it today, right now.
And again, it's just the fact that the KDA is much lower means he's more willing to trade. Because when Oh My Venus falls for Blacklist International, all the other cards just get laid out as well. And that's very important. That's key to how the Ube strategy works.
Yeah, I like the fact that this is the hot topic, right? We're talking about the King's final gambit. It's also the Queen's final gambit, right? It's the battle of the King versus the Queen together as well. You lose your Queen in the chess match, that's it. It's really hard to climb back out. Whereas, well, King is the one that kind of ends the game, but still, the value of this Queen may be the biggest double-edged sword of Blacklist International.
So you're saying it's a Royal Rumble right now, Jace?
It is. It is a Royal Rumble in the Foreign Empire.
In the what? In the Foreign Empire?
Yeah, well, they are on a different soil, right? So it is up to RRQ to defend this ground.
And boy, oh boy, slowly but surely we are loading back into the land of dawn. Once more, we would like to thank everyone who's staying with us, everyone patient for the competition.
Here we go.
Let's get into game number one. RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. Eyes on the early rotations. Where are junglers starting?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Just seem like both teams are trying to make sure that their jungle is safe. Vin, of course, on
Wah,
the Hilda,
Estes.
will be attempting to try and get a bit more value, abusing that passive coming in from the Hilda.
Yeah, so it feels like it is going to be a mirror match. Of course, the Fanny will prioritize the purple buff first, but instead of seeing Vin, hard invading on the enemy side, it is Vin on the protective side. It's something, as I mentioned as well, Oh My Venus will need to stay around the mid lane, need to make sure that Haji gets to level 4 as quickly as possible.
Yep, and for the first minute, 45 seconds, I'd say Vin could be a little more aggressive, and I guess that's why Haji and Oh My Venus are staying here. That's the reason why they're trying to protect Wise and get him his buffs before, again, the much faster Albert can come in and try to contest.
A lot of situation right here, but Vin actually gets jumped on, he gets stunned, won't be enough in this early game, and this is the problem, right? They don't really have any pressure in the side lanes to try and facilitate Vin, trying to just disrupt Wise's farming pattern. And being on a Fredrin, he can hold his own 1v1.
Yep, I mean the best part about Wise going for the Fredrin jungler is that he's unfazed about the damage coming up from Vin. And not only just that, because Oh My Venus is sticking around the mid lane, there's a lot of heal, but hold on a second, Albert's already spinning over going over to the RRQ National.
Hate it when we're right, but this is what RRQ exactly needs to do. Small lead,
R7
a minute and
main
a half, about
Joy
500
baru
gold,
bullet.
but that's what you do with a lineup like this.
We thought that the target was going to be Haji. It is Oh My Venus. Bursted even through the ages. That is unreal. Early game damage coming in from RRQ. It's not even level 4.
Yep, something to note, we didn't see this in the prep or the draft going into this. A battle spell we rarely see in game, at least in the professional scene. Yes, indeed, folks, that is Oh My Venus on the Aegis. Oh, something down bottom here.
I feel like it's just about Aegis, making sure that if Oh My Venus is able to survive even longer to sustain against the burst damage coming up from Albert, so that he could just spread out the heals. But something very interesting is when Oh My Venus is one that lost his life first. Haji only just hit level 4 at the same time. A lot of pressure coming in, Albert coming to the spin, but he will not be able to find anything as well.
Aduh,
And
miss.
pause the split for now, coming in, possessing Vin for now, on the middle, but here comes the call at the same time. Haji in the back line, running out of the airstrike, but will be able to push Vin out of the jungle.
Oh, that's a 1 for none. And that's RRQ with a man down. They're pushing Clay away as they start this first turtle.
Yes, Edward. Oh no, he's actually putting a lot of pressure against Albert, but Albert's actually spinning around. Look at the... oh no, Edward just managed to push Albert away, giving Wise that turtle. That is absolutely fantastic.
RRQ is going to get something back. Edward is the main target here.
Edward!
Going for the kill. They're looking to secure it. And it's still over. Both teams duking it out.
And they're duking it out. It is all going. Oh no, Albert, he got caught right inside the turret, inside the brush as well, but he's able to cable away. Blacklist International destabilized, but RRQ on the other hand, they're not taking prisoners.
Ooh, it's just a tough situation right here, and Albert is the one that needs to back off.
Feather
Both
airstrike.
trading, but Feather airstrike will not be able to make a big difference. And I think Wise actually stole the orange.
Yes, he did. Looking at the board here, Blacklist have gotten a small lead. Again, 3 minutes and a half. We're about 1 minute and 15 from that next turtle. Again, let's talk about the emblems here, because again, even the battle spells have gotten already pretty tricky. Arashi, talk us through.
I mean, look at all that movement speed being prioritized. Rotations, rotations, rotations. That is what both these teams like to use to get an advantage. And unfortunately for RRQ, early on in this game, I don't think the Faramis Cult Altar can give you that much value because you don't have the same amount of damage that you can dish back out. Whereas for Blacklist, having Haji on that Farsa just allows them to just destroy RRQ when they're clumping up in the jungle earlier. So they need to wait for a bit more power spikes to ensure that aside from having a second life, they have the damage to back it up as well.
Yeah, and already, it looks like RRQ are off-tempo. It seems like Blacklist's response to this hyper-aggression in mid has found its match. Wise gets pulled very precariously because, again, bigger presence from RRQ here in the mid. But Turtle is spawning in the top side. Oheb pops a torn apart memory. Oh, I'm loving Blacklist positioning right now.
I love Oh My Venus positioning. In fact, being in the mid lane means that you could actually rotate all the way up top, all the way up mid, all the way bottom. In fact, even the jungle, this global map presence of Oh My Venus is there. Even with Albert's Fanny, wasn't able to match.
This is why it's just so difficult. RRQ, they want to go for pickoffs, they want to abuse Albert on that Fanny with that early game damage, but when Blacklist clump together, fight together as a team, they have the Faramis as a quote-unquote counter, but it's not working right now.
The Fed air strike will be able to land from Albert as well. Albert will be able to cable all the way out back to safety, but that is a very low jungler. Albert needs to go back and reset. Blacklist, they have total control for now.
Oh, they go ahead and start it.
R7.
It's only R7 first to the scene.
R7, dipping, zapping around. Skylar coming in, but it's going to be R7 that takes the whole thing. Sniper, and
Kelas. Aduh. Turtle-nya nggak dapet.
Going there, still will be able to convince Finn.
Wah.
In the hands of Wise for now, but R7 look and destroy. Super annoying.
Easy. Wah, enggak.
Gonna do there's a scholar right there, right ready for you to pop. Edward, I'm a little bit afraid of you. You have to run away, my boy. But Edward, turn it around.
Nice.
R7. Oh my God, so much time bought by Edward.
A long-form trade there by Agent Zero, buying time, buying map space for Blacklist International, keeping that fumble in, I guess, recoverable space, and they push down bottom. Arashi, how did Blacklist recover?
They were just able to actually buy so much time in that fight, and their members were able to come back from the fight despite being taken out earlier on due to the big combo from RRQ. This is what RRQ needs to be very careful about. They have a lot of damage, but they need to make sure that they do not allow Blacklist to have multiple rotations of their ultimates.
Finn managed to catch Oh My Venus, has to pop the ultimate for now. It's going to be Oh My Venus against Shivandola, but here comes Albert for the assassination. He finds the queen, and will be able to zip and zap out of the way. RRQ on the roll right here in the KDA.
Arashi, that's Oh My Venus' third death. But wait, B-Wise, of course. If you take down B-Wise, is going to respond. Oh, they're looking for something.
He's trying to look for something. Skylar will be able to beat MI all the way out. Edward, I don't think there's any kills for now they can do. Blacklist, they managed to stabilize for now.
Arashi, talk to me.
It's so dangerous right now, man. RRQ, I think once they have a bit more items, they can start being a lot more menacing to Edward, to Oh My Venus, and Wise. This is what we've seen again and again. Very solid damage dealers from back far away, and 3 very solid tanky members in the front. This is what Blacklist is working with right now, and unless RRQ has the right items, for now, Blacklist still has the advantage. They can still bully RRQ away from the objectives.
Yep, but it's going to be Bin that engages all the way first. Faye coming in, but it's going to be Edward. Oh no, he stops Albert right now. It's going to be Retrovando, but it is won by Wise. And now, then there's going to be Blacklist trying to do something. R7 all the way in the back line, looking at Edward. He's actually super tanky right now. The bench is the pop. Wise going in, the better extra going in. R7 needs to run away, and he manages to run away from the artillery strikes.
Something tells me this is the ideal engage that Blacklist was looking for maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yes.
That's what they wanted to do in that other turtle up top, and now they're able to finally execute.
They're able to pick off a win in that jungle fight, and afterwards, you can see that everyone just jumps on the opportunity. RRQ, they are forced again and again to back away, but now that Skylar has the golden staff, it's going to be something that Blacklist needs to keep in mind, right? They are working against the clock right now.
And with this 1,000 gold lead, their stats against Indonesian teams in M4 are looking a little better, right? The small lead in the mid game, 8 minutes in, 1,000 gold ahead. They're currently sitting at 0-6 against Indonesian teams. Their fate may change right here.
They have a chance to just turn it around. But look at this EXP lane. It's just constant battling. And keep in mind, R7 was able to be so tanky there due to that vengeance. This will be a lot more annoying the longer the game goes. Once he has the concentrated energy, the other sustain items, it's going to be near impossible for Blacklist to try and kill him without locking him down.
Yeah, locking down, I think from the side of Blacklist right now, they're able to stabilize. Oh no, Vin, he gets caught out. It's a whole gang, but colors are coming in just in time at the same time. Colors coming all the way in. Let's go, Ultra will not be able to do more than enough for
Ratain, bro.
slowly take down Blacklist. It's gonna be just Wise, it's gonna be just Edward, and now Skylar, he gets caught by BMI out. R7 on the tree right here. Wise is gonna be low, Edward just trying to kill, and then he will try to possess going into the mid lane. He got on top of R7. It's just a slow death for the joy.
Agent Zero gets his man. Down goes R7. Something tells me, as we get more into the late game, there will be a cap. There will be a limit for RRQ's aggression, and then more and more Blacklist can find their way into this game. 10 minutes in.
The longer the game goes, the more healing All My Venus will have, but also the more damage RRQ will have. So it's going to be a bit of a balance. It all comes down to execution. That blazing duet was just so devastating, and if Blacklist keep coming together, that's dangerous.
Albert coming in, we're not able to do the retro battle. Albert
susah kontes, coy.
Time out for now. It's going to be Blacklist going to be engaging on top of RRQ for now. It's going to be Vin, and first of all, the Haji.
Objektifnya nggak pernah dapat nih.
For Blacklist to fight.
Down goes the M-Series all-timer who hit his 500th assist in the M-Series overall. Vin sitting at 0, 5, and 5. The Hilda's doing its work, right? Looking at its items, he has physical defense in the Antikiras. He's building up towards magic defense. But I gotta say, against Blacklist International, you're really only building against OHEB for physical. What's going on here?
Well, they're gonna make sure that their main pickoff tool, right? The tournament memory cannot be used.
Strike! Albert gets the lead.
Ini bahaya.
Right off the map as he tries to get his purple buff, and that's not a good timing for RRQ.
Arashi, back to the point.
Back to the point, man. The tournament memory is the main tool they're using right now. Yes, the better airstrike is going to be difficult to deal with, but R7 now trying to deal with the whole team of Blacklist alone.
Yeah, but not only just that, it's going to get denied by the. Oh my goodness, actually here, but the Urban Bench is actually trying to next to shot. Hey, coming in with the car, making sure that the Joy stays alive just a little bit. Vin, he finds the back line, and he wipes out Haji at the same time. There'll be the trade for R7, but oh my goodness, the damage started to come for RRQ.
Predrinnya diisi estes mulu, cok. Bucin.
Oh, they pull Edward! And the split comes in right on time. The baby alien has to respond to the lane up top, and just like that, 11.5 minutes in, 5K gold lead, Blacklist International turning the map red.
It's such a chaotic game, but at the end of the day, Blacklist are the ones with the map pressure advantage. Now, once the Lords become even more important, they can use this to set up traps for RRQ, even though in the way, right, RRQ has a better vision game, considering that they have a very strong front line. Let's take a look by the instant, at the instant replay by TikTok of that fight. Begun with R7 just going in alone, but afterwards, Vin was able to locate Haji in the midst of all the chaos. Unfortunately though, it's all traded in for several turrets in the process.
Every single time, if it's Vin for Haji, that's worth it for RQ Hoshi. But if R7 has to come along, that bundle package is way too much.
Yeah, the burst damage is something that Vin has to be careful about. Not a real manipulation, mind you. The fair the airstrike, you can see Vin has to tap out.
Yeah, and just looking at the items, Arashi, I just noticed, man, the 4K gold lead, you can see a lot of it on the junglers. You can see it on Albert, you can see it on Wise. There's almost, what, 1,500, 2,000 in between them.
Oh, here we go. The Joy Vengeance instantly deleted. That is a very scary jungle for RRQ to be in.
This is the traps we were talking about with that vision game. But look at the split push coming in from RRQ. They're trying to find value despite being on the back foot. And keep in mind, on the point of items, there is a Necklace of Durance already rushed to be built by Clay, but Blacklist, they seem to be just going for the base.
Better airstrike will be used to zone on RRQ right now. Albert trying to make a play. He has to recall back the base for now. It's going to be Skylar. Oh no, he gets sponsored by Wise, and that would be a monster kill. Give it over to the Blacklist jungler. And Blacklist right now, they were in the fight. What can you do when you don't have a damage killer? Wise will say No more Clay!
1-for-1, Skylar for Haji, and just like that, Blacklist makes a beeline for the Lord. Arashi can RRQ contest.
Without Skylar, it's going to be a very tough process. He is the main damage dealer for the BPM members. Unless they can pick off Oheb or Haji, it's going to be very, very difficult. But Albert seems to be trying to make an attempt.
Vin, just check in, and just like that, Blacklist, let's go. It looks like they want to make sure that it's a clean go. They want a full maybe 3v5, 2v5 if they can, but with the way RQ Hoshi are finding Haji and threatening the kill on Oh My Venus, it's not so easy.
It's not really easy at all. Skylar could just BMI right in and all try the Blazing Duet, but then there's the Menace, right? Oh My Venus, it's the thorn against RRQ side.
This is the difficult part as well. Blacklist, they are content just trading out damage because they have Oh My Venus on the Estes that can allow them to sustain through most of the damage. The same thing cannot be said for RRQ, who have to rely on a Cult Altar, right? A more decisive use of an ultimate to try and gain advantage. Vin can sustain with the shield and the healing coming in from the passive, but it's 1 compared to 5, and for Blacklist right now, they have all the map pressure in the world to work with as well, but right now, Albert is the one that's far away from this Lord. They might just wash it.
Different Ezra going in at the same time. It's going to be the Lord that will be forgotten about the both of these two teams. The call already committed, but then the damage coming out from Clay. And R7 will be able to find the backline. Will be zoning everything away. Wise will be down. Oh, trying to actually do something, but won't be able to do anything for now. R7 trying to zip his ass. The ultimate was already activated.
Nice.
He got it for the assassination. And that's the jungler gone. The jungler advantage going to RRQ.
Oheb for Vin was a good trade.
Aduh.
No, that's not a very good sign. RRQ does have the retribution battle right now. Stop the Blacklist trying to make something happen. They need to try to land the retribution.
Please, retry. Nice. Mati, Parsa.
The baby alien scores it, and you hear the kingdom roar. RRQ running away. Edward and Oh My Venus trying to look at least for a trade on the map. Blacklist still with a small lead, but RRQ Hoshi scores a Luminous Lord.
They have caught up, and man, the building literally was shaking at that Lord take. That was way too close for comfort, and now Blacklist make a play for the purple. It does seem like Clay will be able to secure that buff, but now we have a bit of downtime, and let's talk a bit of the items yet again. Glowing ones have been purchased by the side of RRQ, knowing that there's just way too many big dudes on the side of Blacklist International. But on the other hand, look at Haji. That's a lot of burst damage, Divine Glaive as well, and with the truncheon, there's a potential for an outplay to happen here. RRQ need to be very careful in calculating how long the cooldown is on that item.
Oh, I think they have eyes on where Edward is. Haji pops a Feathered Air Strike, pushing away Vin. And this is what's so hard when you're Blacks International, right? You have to manage the waves because Albert's much faster than a majority of you. And then now you have to play honest. So far, Blacks International have kept a small lead, but now RQ Hoshi, they've done so well to recover. The map is blue.
I think it's the other way around. It's RQ that's a little bit behind with the goalie. They actually slowly call all the way back, but it's going to be R7.
Pengen nonton sambil rebahan, anjir sepi juga ya, gak ada yang nonton.
Slowly healing up Wise. Blacklist International, they defended their throne for now.
This is the limitation of this team composition. Sure, it's a lot of damage. Sure, in a big fight, it has so much combo potential. But when you're up against a Farsa, there is no high ground, and there is no marksman to try and whittle down these turrets. So RRQ will be very reliant on winning fights with the Lord, and then using the Lord to crack open the base of Blacklist. Now, knowing this, Blacklist can very easily adjust and look for traps, opportunities, and loopholes to try and punish RRQ.
Wise playing with fire. R7 comes in.
R7, Haji has to fly away, but it's going to be R7. Activating the ultimate is there. He's all the way in the back line. He's launching alone. Clay manages to touch go out there just in time, but it's going to be Oh My Venus actually desperately healing. The fight is using the melee. Elven fighting. Making closer. Unstoppable. Unkillable. Skylar has to step out. Haji manages to take down Elven as well. Elven is not going to allow her to run away. OM is there to slide down Clay.
The only problem is they left that wave up top. But again, a man down is a man down. Albert, 30 seconds away from spawning. Can he make it to this Lord fight? Are they going to start it immediately?
They can just go for it if they really want to try and deny Albert, but that's still a risky play against RRQ's composition right now. They seem to be going for that mid base turret.
Yeah.
But look at Clay is looking for an opportunity. This might be disaster for them.
Oh, head going in. Clay was actually going to activate the Shadow Stampede just a little bit, try to zone it away. But Blacklist just needs to love to have that mid lane. And now RRQ's base cracked open.
That's permanent damage in mid, something that RRQ constantly have.
Salmon, halo gila.
Black's avoiding. That's why they sent Edward back
Gua
home.
abis match ini op ya.
And Lord is a clean 5v5.
Biar
I think
nonton.
RRQ just need to execute the fights cleaner here because earlier
Pin juga
there's a lot of
sepi
burst
yo.
damage, there's a lot of
Masalahnya
potential, but when you
ini gue menghibur diri sih sambil nonton streamer pinggir kurang.
Individually,
Nonton
whereas if
bangun.
you come at the same time, the Fanny, the Hilda, the Faramis, as well as the Claude, they have to actually ration out their crowd control, and maybe one of them will pull through and be the deciding factor for RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah,
so they have to be very careful.
Something tells me there has to be some specific way of cascading your skills for RRQ Hoshi to get it right. Now, Vin trying his luck. R7 coming in with an angle.
Vin eventually wants to fight as well. The call activated at the same time. Haji's better edge trying to provide some high ground, some protection for Blacklist International. They shove RRQ out of the team fight.
Just didn't work out. Now Edward on R7. Let's see the relentless one, not letting go. Team captain always pushing forward, leading with boots on the ground. This joy. 4-4-6. That is the KDA of a true warrior. R7 wants to force the issue. And look at that wave down bottom.
It's a huge wave, and R7 is pushing it out again, but Blacklist react almost instantly. R7 can flank right here. He does have the Divine Blade. That's a lot of damage available.
Vin will be the one that falls. It is going to be the giant
Nice.
going in the backside. Oh my Venus.
Nice, gila.
There's no damage at all, but it's not Blacklist anymore. RRQ, they will try to force this fight. Oh my goodness. The Queen will fall.
Gila nih Bang Joy.
RRQ, full control of the map.
That was the exact order that they were trying to pull through the past 5-6 minutes.
That's it.
And now RRQ are threatening an inhibitor push.
It's going to be an inhibitor push right now. It's going to be Vin that's absorbing all the time. It's going to be cracked open from the outside. But
Nice banget, bisa NK. Lord aja kali bang. Langsung di NK nih. Oh, mau langsung di NK. Sledeo.
Oh my god.
The King of Kings draw first
The Queen,
blood
kepala bapaknya The
in
Queen,
Tennessee
telur
Bell
itu.
Sinayan. 1-0 in a best of 5.
Queen of Support.
That match did not disappoint, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingdom roaring.
Kan emang julukannya Queen of Support.
And just like that, we've reached an
Seneng
all-time
kali
high
gila,
VC
anjay.
for M4. That's 3,000,000, 3.1 viewers all around the world.
That is
Ya
insane,
Lemon main
man.
lah,
You don't
ayo
want
biar
to miss it. This is the match we've been talking about, and this is why.
Biar
Action-packed
seru
gameplay
gitu.
throughout the whole game, and even then, you can still see the adaptations, the itemizations, the tactics
Bisa
being
ganti
displayed by
pemainnya
both
sih.
these teams.
Let me tell you how close this match is. For like good whole 10 minutes, the goal lead is like what, in the 3 figures. After a while, Blacklist gained like 2.4k gold lead or something like that. And then RRQ, they found the right moment to scale out of control.
And again, these two teams have been problem
Dipanggil
solving all
King Napa
throughout
betul
that
susah.
close to 20-minute match, right? They've been figuring out how to engage, what works, face checking again. R7 did so much for his squad, and eventually they found the formula. Blacks International
Itu tuh Lemo tuh main lah, substitusi.
pushing forward constantly, and yes, they found Skylar
Dia lagi tawa-tawa
several
itu
times,
suruh main
but in
langsung.
the end, all it took was one wipeout. The 1v5 was almost gonna work, but that was what, 3 or 4 seconds short.
It's such a tough situation,
Best
man.
of-
And
best of
again, it
5.
shows again the power of being the aggressor, being the proactive one in an engagement. Because several times, even in the last team fight, Haji didn't even get to pop
Best
his
of
way to
5
crunch it.
kalau nggak salah
Everything
sih.
happens so fast, and when you're the one initiating, you have a measure of control in your hands.
I hear you, Arashi, and the whole stadium hears ya, because they are thirsting for more. I'd wish we could just go ahead and start the game almost immediately, but our teams, Blacks International and RRQ have
Lure
to
of my
go back, have to
penis.
reset, and more is on
The
the
Queen of
shoulders
Support,
of
kenapa nggak suka
Blacklist.
banget?
They lost
Gila.
game 1.
Ya
Son of a
dapat
Battle
julukan
Night,
The
though, it
Queen
goes
of
live
Support.
this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First off, complete battle tasks in game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest.
Sabar. Gue beli rokok dulu ya.
Like a waterfall flowing on the riverside, places you don't have to hide. Someday you find love, somebody to run to, walking by the ocean side, meet you at the mountain night. Just breathe in life and light it up. Pray for those who lost it all, yeah, you know we are one alliance. Why going back to nowhere? We played a game, we kind of lost it. We cannot change, going under. The road leads back to nowhere.
Dingin mon di luar. Dingin Jo. Berhoodie, bukan hoodie Jo, jaket. Jadi muka Gokunya kok jadi transparan ini, muka Goku cok. Luar. GG Bang Joy. Gila, penuh tuh map sama R7. Gila. Mapnya penuh dengan R7 cok, mapnya enjoy sih. Masa Eci bilang semalam dia nggak tahu cok, gue nungguin. Nasib. Wah, kacamata gue dari mana cok? Hanya chat apa cok? Astaga, kacamata gue tinggal di sana. Chat di in game apa cok? Agak dibaca malah kalau di in game, kocak. Sebelumnya kan di chat-chatan tuh di IG. Ntar aku pakai akun Dinamo Cukin ya. Soalnya si Brolyyy udah hancur WR-nya. Oke, baik. Gue pikir kan, wah main nih malam. 4 game lebih. Blok. Bentar nih istirahatnya, 3 menit lagi. Menonton yang versi bahasa Indonesia apa bahasa Inggris guys? Gila sih, gila doang tuh yang nonton, ngapain ditanya. Inggris ini benar. Kalau bahasa Malaysia atau Indonesia itu males, gua melawak yang tidak lah. Dan lawak di pantun kadang-kadang. Cok, nggak ada substitusi. Mainlah Lemon anjir biar seru dikit. Lawan si Oh My Penus tuh. Nggak, kenapa si Wise ini nggak nyari cewek sih? Mereka main pakai HP apa? Jelas lah. Kemarin pas di Bali kemarin main pakai Samsung aja alasan HP, cok, blacklist. Gak biasa main pakai Android mereka. Ini ya jelas ini. Walaupun sponsornya bukan itu, tapi pakai HP itu. Ini artis Indonesia semua gila nih. Nah ini nih, Jilbab tuh penyanyi. Yang pakai jaket ini apa ya? Celeb. Dulu artis, aktor sinetron. Banyak lah. Itu namanya Baim Wong. Anjir, sampai Malaysia nggak itu terkenalnya? Kenal, maaf ya. Terkenal tuh Pak Atin, tidak menginternasional Pak Atin. Ya udah mulai.
Almost upon us. Let's start with RRQ on the play, banning out the Kaja, the Benedetta, and the Eve with Blacklist International taking out the 1-1, the Franco, and of course, the Joy. First pick here, gonna be that carry. Arguably the best marksman currently at M4.
Yeah, the best marksman again for 100% pick ban raid, but it is RRQ. Hoshi stating the statement, I don't care about your glue. And in fact, Blacklist International, if the first thing doesn't work, I'm gonna try it again. That's insanity.
This is so Blacklist. We've seen
Oke, carry.
again. It's worked for them. The
Masih
results
ngambil
speak
glue ya di
for
sini
itself.
Blacklist.
They again pick up the glue and the Farsa, much like they did in game 1.
I mean, with this glue going up against a carry, it's going to be such a difficult time. Early on against a Claude, maybe it's easier, but carry is designed to deal with big HP targets like this glue. And on that note, Justin has a quote here. Advice to RRQ, Hoshi against Blacklist? Nothing. They already know. Ooh.
And they showed us, game 1.
Yep.
That's how you do it, but it looks like there's more in the bag. The answer from RRQ Hoshi, it's very different from their initial draft from game 1. They pick up the Lapu Lapu and the Valentina, which was originally a Fanny and a Hilda, so it looks like they're flexing. They're showing how deep their pockets are. Coach Arcadia, Coach Achil.
You know, Leo, it feels like we're watching a rematch from game 1, right? Like the fact that Blacklist has already drafted exactly the same thing. But I hope the last 2 picks will surprise us, right, Leo? But Arashi, looking at the draft coming out from RRQ, are you expecting something like a Fanny to come back up again? But I think it's up to Blacklist International to ban that Fanny away.
I feel like if Blacklist
Tuh,
does not
kelihatan kan
secure
HP
any
apa?
particular counter to these mobility heroes, there's no reason why
iPhone
RRQ cannot
Joe.
pick up another assassin. It worked so well, especially because Blacklist is just so reliant on that backline, as we mentioned before. So they've banned away the Joy. If they don't ban
ada
out
garisnya
the
di
other
bawah.
potential assassins from Albert, like the Fanny, for example, or maybe a Hayabusa, there's really no reason at all. So I assume that with what happened in game number 1, Blacklist will try and get some stunts, some locks to ensure that Albert gets under control.
At this point, it's not even up to RRQ anymore. This is Blacklist making the right calls to try and make up for what happened in game 1. This is what they do. They constantly try to push a strategy until it doesn't work, until it's over, and hoping that it doesn't come to match point, because again, it sucks when somebody tries the same thing over and over again, and now at least they're making these adjustments, right? They're banning out the Fanny, they banned out the Ling, which they previously did not do. It was previously a Kadita and a Harith, all the while RRQ Hoshi, they're doing the same thing here. They're taking out the Barats.
Ling di ban, Fanny di ban,
One
di ban.
I mean, like if
Apalagi yang
Blacklist
di ban
International is
tuh.
going into this game number 2 again, this exact same game 1
ya.
draft, if I were the coach, I'm gonna just go ahead and ban the Barats as well, because I don't.
Masih ada lanjut, Hayabusa.
Oh, wow, okay, they're gonna leave it open, they're gonna ban Aldous instead.
Was that so clear from the get-go? Or were they so
Hayabusa
sure
sih
that,
susah
all
ya.
right, I'm not sure if it's Arcadia or Achel who goes, they're going to go Aldous. This is a throwback to Season 8. Take it out.
Maybe they feel like when the chips are down, Blacklist will default to something that always works, right? And this Aldous pick is just really, really solid. But another pick that we've seen quite often right now is that Granger as well. I wonder if that will be put to use, because when you talk about kiting, there is a possibility that they will try and utilize that tool.
Aldous.
Granger might not have to come up because Oheb is their marksman, right? And
Ben
I think
Aldous.
there was something to the whole Fredrin in the front, Estes and Farsa in the back. So I think that's where they'll adjust.
Yep, behind every strong jungler is a strong supporter. That's basically the statement coming out from Wise and All My Venus as well. Wise being the front line to tank all the hits, whereas All My Venus just heal him out of control. That's basically Blacklist International strategy. That is their brand, right?
Right, and now for RRQ, they require
Main assassin sini.
playmaking heavy hero, because right now with the Lapu-Lapu and Valentina, they can try and make an engage, make a pickup.
Lanceng
But
nggak sih?
obviously, if they have something more reliable in their arsenal, that'll be great. And the mobility for sure. It's
betul.
going to be Hilda again. And then that
Lancelot.
Lancelot, man. Talk about mobility. Get ready for Albert's Lancelot, man. We're in for a treat.
That's a classic.
Eh,
I mean,
susah,
almost
susah.
synonymous with his name. Baby Alien picks up the Lancelot.
Lancelot sing ya
Picks up
di
the same hero. So
ulti glue.
I'm guessing now they've learned a lot from game 1. Could this be the lineup? Again, it feels like it's deja vu, but could this be the lineup that breaks Blacklist's losing streak against Indonesian teams at M4?
It's crazy because it's the same exact lineup.
Literally.
Well, literally the same exact lineup. I guess they did find moments of success, and they probably feel like it's all down to execution, right? Both teams were flexing their quote-unquote mechanical skill. So I think Blacklist is
Tak
thinking
bisa
that,
sih gua ini
okay,
ngedrop,
this time
anjay.
we won't make that mistake. We'll be more prepared. We've seen it once, right? And they'll try and match it again. But of course, as Jace has been talking about, the drafting phase is so important right now. I don't think they can really afford to just go with the same draft again.
I feel like Blacklist International is just putting out a statement there. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. It's about the bans, banning away the Fanny, banning away the Ling, banning away Joy. That's something that they did going into game number 2. There's a little bit of flexibility right there, but the Lancelot game though.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be throwing over to our Bahasa counterparts as we march into the land of dawn. But for you guys watching at home, welcome. This is game 2 of Blacklist International versus RRQ Hoshi. Look at this mirror start here. Baby Alien, Albert starting here as well. Wise. So again, we can expect the early game to be very similar.
I think so. Both teams will just be trying to get their mid lane shoved in, get the jungle to start rolling, and now Lancelot against a Fredrin, right? Lancelot is very strong, a lot of output potential, but nowhere as oppressive as a Fanny in the early game, nowhere as much mobility. So maybe Blacklist can get a bit like a foot in the door right now to ensure that in the mid game they can actually get more success.
Well, my Venus already using the Aegis right off the bat, but I think it should be just in time for the turtle fight, right? But it's going to be a Blacklist
Raiden to damage
International,
atau something
towards the
kayak
gold side of the map. You want to make sure that Scarlet doesn't get the farm, make sure that
ya
Oheb
apa
gets
ya.
enough
Semakin dia
pushing
tipis
power.
makin sakit damage.
Oh, flicker from Haji there. So that's
Bar
on
yang
timing, at
warna
least for this
abu-abu.
first turtle. But then again, if game 1 is any indication, they're going to take their time with this turtle. I'm expecting at least
Build-nya
maybe a
tank.
purple delay play from Albert. And again, Wise is also taking his time. So we'll see if that timing falls into place. 30 seconds until this first turtle spawns. That 1v1 between the Glue and the Lapu-Lapu, we've seen it so much here at M4 so far. I'm thinking, what's Clay to steal? Oh, Albert coming in.
No, I don't think there's anything you can do. Haji just go into, pigeon form, just fly away. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't
Yang
really
bar
care.
berabu-abu bar silvernya itu damage. Makin banyak darah dia yang berkurang, makin sakit damage.
Gets smacked with the Appraisal's Wrath.
That damage though, I wasn't expecting that. I was like, okay, I think he should be okay.
Clay was playing with fire there. I mean, if you were standing in front of Wise to get enough stacks to trigger Appraiser's Wrath that quickly, oh, this Lord is just free for Blacklist.
There seems to be a free Lord.
Turtle.
Turtle.
We're jumping the guns right here, ladies and gents. We're
Exactly.
jumping the guns
Deja
right
vu,
here.
that's what it does, right? Deja vu.
We're ready for that late game already. Unfortunately for both teams, the jungle has been relatively safe, but I have the feeling at level 6 or 7, that is about to change. Both teams understand that in the mid game, they have their own relative weapons in this fight, right? Blacklist has sustain and RRQ
Ini
has
draftnya
damage. So we'll have to
Blacklist
see
sama
how
ya,
the
masih sama
execution
aja tuh.
plays in, as Edward
Kayak
actually
tadi.
disrupts Albert yet again.
Oh, Haji going in for the airstrike, gets cancelled by Vin for now. It's going to be Vin that got stuck on 3 people, but Vin will not be able to survive for now. It's going to be Clay leaning up towards, I'm not sure what he's going to do, but at the same time there's a fight happening out and actually using the Panda execution to giant on away, but Edward will be able to follow him.
2v1 here, Agent Zero walks away with impunity. No punish from RRQ Hoshi. Blacklist already 1,000 gold ahead here, 3 minutes in. A lot of outer church shields here taken out, so that means gold for OHEB up top. 3v3. Who's going to engage first? Oh, both are skittish to do it.
Both are skittish to do it because I think both don't really have a solid engage tool. Right now, it just seems like that is the play being made by Vin.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming up from Vin. At the same time, it's going to be, oh my Vin is actually healing. The torn apart memory doesn't do any other damage from the side. Oh, at the same time, will actually try to push forward. He's biting that mayhem. Bit more than he could chew. He has to fall for his greediness.
Lancenya dirusuh.
Filipino sniper gets punished hard there. Arashi, you were saying.
The Blessing of the Moon Goddess getting stolen by Clay allows them to sustain through the Feather Airstrike, and afterwards, it's just too much greed, but it's going to be the same story for Blacklist.
Aduh, dirusuh.
It's the same thing, but
jebolin atas
if you combine those two fights, but hold on a second, Wise, oh no, he actually catches the taunt on top of Skylar, and he'll be no more. It's going to be Edward picking up a double kill at the same time. R7 coming in for the flank at the same time, but we'll not be able to find anything for now. Blacklist stabilizes.
It's a 5v4 situation with the second turtle spawning already. Still 2k ahead. Blacklist International, Wise pulling it away. Arashi, is this going to be a problem? Because I'm looking at RRQ's lineup just now, I just noticed it's only Clay who's dealing magic damage.
I mean, Valden has a lot of magic damage, but on the note of damage, that is R7 getting taken out as well. Later on, it's going to be very easy for Blacklist to itemize against RRQ. And right now, it seems that they're having problems all across the map.
I think Albert is having a lot of problems. That is not
a statement
right there. Using the Thorn Rose, Edward possesses the machine.
This is just a tough situation for RRQ. Everyone on the side of Blacklist are just too tanky, and they are abusing it right now. They're standing in front of towers, but look at R7 going in alone.
Going alone is indeed the damage reduction coming in, but here comes the first one for the Sai as well. But oh my goodness, actually hitting Haji is actually letting a fire on top of the drop of RRQ. It's up to Skyler trying to clean up. With the hunt, and will be able to pick up the double kill at the same time. Now oh my goodness has to run away.
They're trading 2 bodies for a push down bottom, and the Queen stands alone. Arashi, tell me what is this going to do for the economy for Blacklist? Are they going to maintain this lead, or was that going to bite them in the behind later on? That seems like a bad decision.
They have still quite a big lead. They're able to get the tower in the bottom side as well. But of course, if they keep trading kills like this, eventually the team with the better late game is going to win. And I can't help but feel that with the carry on your team, right? It's going to be very scary trying to deal with him in the late game. Of course, Haji on the Barca can just zone away Skylar in these big fights. But we've seen how chaotic the fights can get. So Blacklist needs to be very careful and make sure that they don't let RRQ get anything back.
Yeah, and RRQ are doing what they can because this is Lancelot's debut. Vin! Oh, obliges!
Oh, the big buzz, not enough. Unfortunately, we've got the all hands.
Barsanya netes dirinya sendiri,
RRQ, it's going to be actually Clay that trying to heal up Skylar, but Edward is coming for the flank. He's looking for the food, and he's going to go into a split. But Oheb snipes him down.
2 for 1. Oh my Venus falls. I'd say with Turtle 10 seconds away.
Ini War 5 sih masih kuat ya kalau diculik-culik kayak gini.
It's a huge advantage, and now Albert, he might try and go for a flashy play. Is it worth it though? There's so much burst damage in the hands of Blacklist. It's going to be very risky for him to even try anything. He might just be forced to let it go, but Edward will not let him go.
Something to note as well, in the roughly 7 minutes that this game has elapsed, RRQ have not pushed a major objective yet.
MVP
doang. A lot of damage coming over to Edward. He's just really trying to reach his first skill at the same time. Wise Horns going in. Albert was not able to find any form of entry, but Vin may be the one to be able to do that. But at the same time, it's going to be Ohab actually take down the top side as well. Edward just really trying to time. He goes in the space as well, but runs into Edward as well. He's flying over, but not just in time. The turtle will still get secured by Blacklist, but that's not enough. R7 looking for the engage. Wise, it's going to be a slow little collapse coming over Blacklist International. Haji, better airstrike going in. Ohab snipes down Clay, and they're trying to push mid lane.
Maximum range torn apart memory there from Oheb, popping Clay.
Ya ampun, gak apa gitu biru, astaga.
Yep, that's a steal.
Purple. He stole it.
Purple stolen by Wise, and of course, we saw earlier the turtle was stolen as well. This is a disaster coming in for RRQ. This is to just losing their way. They have no idea what to do, and Blacklist are just getting stronger and stronger. And with the range available, torn apart memory and feathered airstrike, RRQ, they're in a difficult spot right here.
This is literally Blacklist telling me, hey, I'm not the problem, you're the problem. I'm banning away your fanny, I'm banning away your leg. My composition is solid. This is that statement.
Yeah, no, they've converted these ube engages into map presence, into siege balls for Haji and Oheb. Again, the Brolyyy has to clear away the natural way, right? But with Oheb, again, as you say, Ooga Booga, I-Wreck turrets, that's what they've been doing here, which resulted in a 6K gold lead 8 minutes in.
That's the macro play we've been talking about. RRQ, they don't only lose the objective, they lose members taken out by Blacklist, and they lose the tower on top side as well. And Blacklist are trying to push the tempo here.
Tadi kayak ada Pani enak tuh.
It's not safe, but look at that flank.
Going in for the back
Ini
line
drop
at the same time. Trying to clear, but here comes the heel coming up and Clay. And also, oh my goodness as well. It's going to be Haji.
Ada Pani, ada Joy, masih enak
Will be able to take down one member of the side RRQ. It's going to be Wise to take down Clay at the same time. It's no an unfair trade in the favor of Blacklist International.
2 for none, and boy oh boy, they have eyes on this mid lane tier 2. Lord, level 1, 10 seconds away from spawning. I must say, I love Clay, right? But I love him more when he's playing heroes with massive range. He made the Farsa work earlier. He had the range advantage. He knows when to hook. But with the Valentina, you have to be in your opponent's faces. And if you're facing off against Blacks International with 7K ahead, it's not an ideal situation.
If you're a squishy character right now,
no, the fight.
Ooh.
Oh, the fight ensues as well. Vin managed to catch Haji for now. It's going to be, oh my goodness, to take down R7 at the same time. The damage coming up on Oheb. The door to bomb memory coming out. We'll be able to input Vin into a body bag.
Arashi, you were saying, if you're squishy, this is what happens right here.
Exactly. Burst damage coming in from all directions. Even Edward can delete you if you're too careless. And if you're not Clay and Skylar and Albert, they are all squishy and they are powerless to try and stop Blacklist from taking these objectives.
Did you see just Wise soloing that Lord on his own?
I did. I mean, it was off cam. It was on a small little screen, but yeah, I did.
Yep.
The world did.
That's just how dominant Blacklist is right now. 9K gold lead. We saw that they had an advantage in the previous game, but not like this. Look at the items right here. For Haji, with the Divine Glaive already prepared, that's a lot of burst damage. And if you are trying to just melt down this Edward on this glue, there's just not enough items. Corrosion Sight and Golden Staff done for a Skylar. It won't be enough to just break through the Dominance Ice and the two Kiras as well.
Everyone across the board, say for Haji, has physical damage reduction. So that's why RRQ Hoshi's engages are all the more, I guess at this point, trivial. It's so hard to define the finish.
I think the biggest problem is that if you take a look at Clay's items, right, that is not a very good item if you are a Valentina. Right now, Clay needs to try to steal the better airstrike because Haji could always walk up and just basically zone it up, and here he goes. It is going to be RRQ that's really trying to defend. Skylar at the bottom side clearing it out. The Lord is actually getting killed off very, very slowly. Skylar putting on some damage. Blacklist, they touch and they go. They've already taken the prize.
Good news, bad news. Clay has a feathered airstrike right now.
Yeah.
Bad news is they're inside their base, so they can only really take advantage of it. It's a win-win for now. But if Blacklist can find that engage again, Wise has been their initiation like this.
And there we go. The better airstrike going in at the same time. It would not be able to control. And crowd control and deny. The better airstrike is going to be Blacklist taking down the bottom lane turret at the same time. 4 member left. It is going to be Wise leading the pack. Trying to charge. Albert trying to look for some play right here to sing, but not being able to find anything for now. Oh my goodness, actually going in with
Tadi
Albert.
enak ada Pani, Jo.
Blacklist is in a portable fountain.
They have 2 base turrets, and now they're going for the third. Trying to get again, and RRQ, they are forced to respond, but every time it happens, it's just the wrong response. R7 now taking very low, and Blacklist, they're looking for the end possibly.
Oh no, that's ults and battle spells spent by RRQ Hoshi. They're gonna have to defend.
They have to defend. His Vin is already here as well. Wise is already taunted as well, but Albert's looking a little bit. Calling about memory doesn't able to connect. It's gonna be Blacklist, but there is no minutes. That one way marching down, a slow march as Clay. The battle on the better airstrike. R7 trying to make a play. We're be able to fight Oheb, but we're not being able to do so because Oheb is desperately healing the bond. The core is getting back into the bond. Blacklist International. They're giving a statement. But Skylar, mega kill. Shuts down Edward. But look at the core. The HP is slowly. The defense coming true. But Blacklist International, they are still healthy.
3v4. RRQ Hoshi. 3 Kings stand up.
Wah.
Down goes Clay. Make that
Ente.
It's just Skylar and RRQ. Blacklist International takes game number 2.
The curse has been broken. The streak ended. Blacklist International's first victory at M4 against an Indonesian team.
They double down and use the
queen.
same exact
The
map,
queen.
and they get it done. As you mentioned, Leo,
The king
just
and
the bands
and the
have
king
so
and the
much
king.
impact right here, and they have shown it. RRQ, they try and do the same thing, but they do not have the same tools. So they are expecting the same kind of result, but they are in for a rude awakening.
This is pure insanity, right? Like it's like trying trying the same thing again, but expecting different results. It's insanity.
They found a way to force RRQ Hoshi into this lineup. Again, taking away key heroes. No more Joy, no more Fanny. And in the debut of Lancelot on the world stage this year, it resulted in a loss. So this is a result of that insanity. This is a result of Blacklist International sticking to their guns and forcing RRQ Hoshi into this draft, into a game 2 of victory. Now with that being said, before we go throw it over to our analysts, I'd like to remind everyone of the M4 pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 with ease. And for free, log in now and get exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliant Skins. And of course,
ST sama glue dilepas.
waiting for you inside the pass. Use the hashtag mobilelegends bang, hashtag mlbb-m4, and hashtag dare to be great when you're talking about it on social media. The M4 Battle Night goes live on January 21st. Expect loads of events.
Itu draftnya masih sama, Cok, kayak tadi. Tadi kebantu Pani sama Joy bisa ke belakang. Kalau sekarang lanjut lapu kali maju harus all in. Sementara ada STS kalau maju nabrak. Terus satu jadi Skylar maju juga. Main carry. Kalau parsanya Rio gitu. Tadi enak diganggu sama Pani kan parsanya. Venus cuma bisa estes. Hilda ini, Cok. Sing susah. Itu sekali sing udah berhenti itu di tengah si Wise. Pedrin.
Well, what we think is the biggest question mark here. Same picks, different bands.
12 menit soal lama juga. Parsanya bikin Skylar nggak main. Iya, semua main bro. Oh, carry mau.
I'm really wondering, was game 1 just a test to see if they could withstand the Fanny in future games later on in this event? And
tadi enak karena ada Pani sama Joy. Yang bagus nge-pick udah iya tuh. Cuma ketakutannya kali kalau musuh yang pick Hilda mungkin. Tapi nggak mungkin nge-pick Hilda sih, oh my Venus. My Venus emang power guys, Hilda.
They got rid of that, and they also took out the Fanny from Albert, and I feel like that was critical things here because it was a lot harder for RRQ to get in range.
Yeah, I think that is kind of like the biggest thing we got to talk about because right now, looking at the items, I kind of feel like everything is in order. I want to talk about the range difference between Blacklist International as well as RRQ because R7, 0, 4, and 3, he was the MVP just now, but he could not catch up to Haji.
Again, I think the biggest part here is, like you said, the range. Every time you saw R7, maybe even Vin try to cut them off, try to jump in there with the bravest fighter, Haji, all he had to do was fly away, right? And then you have that sustain to work with you as well. And just the range, I mean, this time we saw Oheb really pop
main Hilda nggak sih my Venus?
Right, with the Valentina, you've really got to get in range to be able to get the ultimate that you want, and he just didn't get the opportunity to do that.
Well, we got to look at the post statistics because, again, we got to look at all the damage coming out because in the previous game, Oheb, he was the carry, he dealt the most. And right now, looks like it's the same thing, but this time, he's also the rich guy.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Oheb, and you also mentioned range, Oheb also had a very decent range, and if they tried to dive onto him, he's able to hit that second skill, bounce away, bottom weight a little bit, and get that damage down. And once again, 812 per minute. itself speaks for itself, and he's able to secure that Hunter Strike, able to get even more speed to get his range away.
Looking at a team fight participation as well, Clay as well as Skylar, both of these guys try to keep dashing forward.
Atau ban aja, Cok, itu hero dia.
Because in the early stages of the game, both Ohab as well as Skylar were very aggressive in securing those kills. But again, one of the difference makers is definitely Oh My Venus with the S's, because Skylar is more punished compared to Ohab.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, right? The sustainability. This is why
10 menit ngapain dulu ya, buat kopi dulu
if teams
kali.
can't work around that obstacle of the healing, just clumping together like that, it's really hard for them to come up with something, and then you kind of start seeing them get a little bit desperate.
Lemon main lah,
Flashy, right? Trying to pick up
biar seru.
if they can, but
Yo,
it
main
just
lah
didn't
Lemon
work
lo.
with this game number 2. And now we're going to take a look at the MVP.
The MVP has got to be Ohab, 9-2-6. KDA, almost 80% kill participation, but I feel like the MVP play is that he dashes forward, he gets those kills, he trusts his teammates to always have that range advantage, to always cover for him when he makes a mistake. But it looks like he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, only 2 when we look at this. Only 2, which is good on a world stage for sure. I mean, and as we said, to me, the build is pretty typical, right? We have the Hunter Strike, we have the Bladed Spear, and then a little bit of penetration to top it all off. Ohab once again just comes in super clean.
You know what's cool about Brolyyy is, yeah, you kind of have to dash in to get the marks off, but then you have that really cool effect of dashing away, fade away, torn apart memory, and then you pick up the kills.
Right now, I want to look at the heat map because this is actually very crucial in how the rotations coming in from Blacklist International from 5 minutes all the way to 10 minutes. The way that they move around the map is they dictate which lane is easier for them to win. They're going to stick around, make sure they get at least 2 objectives, which is the turrets. And then once they secure that, they're moving to a different lane. Where looking at this, they go to the mid and then they try to dictate the gold lane. And then after 10 minutes, they go to the EXP. Right now, we got to look at the highlights in this game to really see what really happened throughout.
Well, again, part of this game, they were already jumping in. Look at the lead that Blacklist International has already, right? It's 1-7. They control so much of part of this map. And like you mentioned, you can see, right, RRQ is really trying hard to find those angles, find those moments where they can. But unfortunately, every single time they initiated, Blacklist International just had to pull back, heal up, and reinitiate themselves.
You also notice that they focused heavily into that gold lane early on in this game. And as we saw from the heat map as well, Ohab never had to go down. They had faith in Edward. And with this is what gives Ohab that scaling capability in here. Whenever they are a little too close and personal, the heal from Oh My Venus lets them resituate, move around, get more range, and then re-attack.
I gotta say the SS is a big problem. Right now, Hoshi looking at this game, they gotta figure out how to actually make.
Tapi walaupun dari di impor apa gitu, kalau ada estes gak pernah gue lihat Luoy. Tapi kalau di rank pasti Luoy itu kenapa ya?
It really didn't work out on its favor.
You know what you do?
What you do?
You just ban out the Estes.
I mean,
they ban the Fanny,
they ban out the Estes.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. Even in Malaysia, we're like, just ban the Estes. But with that being
ini orang Malaysia, kira yang coklat.
To the host, where looks like the host is down here, and they got a lot to say. So, what do you have to say to the audience?
International and RRQ Hoshi have the most fans in Indonesia and in the Philippines.
Apa,
and here with
celeb.
us, superstars here in Indonesia. For this upper bracket, kita punya memang
nggak sampai Malaysia ya Kila ini terkenalnya. Wah, belum internasional Patin sama Mbak Imwong. Masa kenalnya BCL doang Kila ini.
This is such an intense match. How are you guys feeling right now? What do you think about the match?
Kita pakai bahasa Indonesia ya.
Bahasa Jawa juga boleh kok ngapain.
Oke, nggak apa-apa, grammarnya jelek abisnya. Oke, pertama pasti tegang ya. Yang kedua juga yakin Indonesia akan menang.
Aku kenal Baim lah kan, kenal kan lu. Masa lu nggak?
Pastinya tenang, seneng banget dan excited banget. Jadi pokoknya
kucingku namanya Baim. Tolol.
Happy, excited.
Aku buat kopi
Kak
dulu.
Fatim gimana nih? Apa rasanya?
Deg-degan banget ya nontonnya, karena pertama kali nonton langsung juga. Dan tapi aku yakin banget Indonesia akan ngasih yang terbaik sih.
Okay, this is the first time that she watched the tournament on the stage and she was ready to watch Indonesia gonna win this match. So we're even right now, 1-1. I think the RRQ Hoshi players need some message from you to pump them up. What do you gotta say?
Ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih buat anak-anak RRQ nih?
RRQ will win 3-1. Sorry ya, asik. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Viva! 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 Mantap!
Rame banget di sini. Dan what about you? What's your message to them?
Of course ya, pokoknya.
Oh, it's working.
It's working. Oke, lakukan yang terbaik. Pokoknya kalahin
Blacklist.
Yeah, Blacklist.
Okay, do the best and beat Blacklist. Kak Fatin ada yang mau disampaikan nggak? Atau mau nyanyi? Mau nyanyi nggak? Boleh nggak sih nyanyi? Oke.
Inilah akhirnya harus ku akhiri. Sebelum cintamu semakin dalam. Maafkan diriku memilih RRQ. Sebelum ku tahu cintamu lebih besar darinya.
Oh my God! Goosebumps! How about one more time? Let's get everybody cheer. The whole crowd. When I say Viva, you say RRQ. Viva! RRQ. Viva!
RRQ.
One more time. Viva! RRQ. Let's get this game 3 started. Casters, tell us what you got.
Viva!
Oh, sorry, I was supposed to catch that.
Yeah, no, I'm still feeling the energy, all right? Welcome back to the desk. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Arashi and the Jays.
Get the order right, all right?
Yeah. And
It's
we're about
Jays
to
and
load
Arashi.
into game number 3. And with the same draft, Blacks International has somewhat figured out how to take down and win in their first game so far in M4 against Indonesian squads. And now, with that being said, how will the King of Kings recover? We're about to find out. Let me remind everyone watching about the M4 pass available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser and Celebrating skins and the M4 Beatrix figurine. You can get all of that just by completing the pass in-game. Hashtag mobilelegends bang bang, hashtag mlbb M4 and hashtag dare to be great. The M4 Battle Night goes live as well this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete the battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from that chest. Aside from that, got battle bonuses waiting for you. And get this, you can play matches to get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be up for grabs that very day. Save the date. Log in to mlbb on January 21st. Enjoy the matches and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together. Call your friends. Now, with that being said, Jace, Arashi, I said that right.
Thank
in the
you.
Correct order. I believe with this series alone, we've broken records, all right?
Yes.
We've surpassed M3.
Yeah, man, this is a big celebration, right? Literally, it's something that we could also celebrate together during Battle Night as well. So thank you very much for all the viewers out there showing support. But of course, we will be going into the drama very soon, right, Leo?
Yep, the exact number is actually 3.7 million.
Wow.
All right?
We're not even at the grand finals yet.
Not yet. Again, we did say that this was a grand finals worthy match.
Yeah.
And we're breaking records. Previously, 3.19, and already since after hitting 1-1, 3.7 million. Arashi, this is amazing.
This is insane. I mean, who would have thought, right? Maybe in the grand finals we can break some records, but the fact that we're still, well, we're kind of close, but it feels so far away from it, and we're already breaking records. This M4 has been insane, man.
Well, this is for you guys watching at home, and for everyone here at Tennis Indoor Senayan, go ahead, claim this milestone redeem code M4 Dare to Be Great for goodies and rewards in game for all of you supporting our great sport. Now, talking about game 3 here, how do you think RRQ Hoshi resets? What do they do? Do they try to take Blacklist off of this lineup? Because it seems like, I mean, if it works, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think RRQ right now needs to take some parts of this lineup away. I'm looking at either the Glue, either the Farsa, or either the Frederick, because Blacklist International, this insanity cannot be allowed to continue.
I mean, honestly, if RRQ can get similar weapons to just dive into the back line, maybe they can still have a bit more of an advantage. And of course, they require a bit of an engage tool, because we saw that in game number 1, it's all R7, it's all flanking maneuvers. In game number 2, you see very little of that. Yes, we did see that Vin goes in from the back, trying to flank, but it's just not nearly enough. It's not decisive enough, right? He doesn't have the speed, the gap closers, the damage that R7 had in game number 1. So if they can get something similar, they can go for it again. But unless they can do that, I think they should try and adapt and do something different.
Pak Maslimta, I agree with you, all right? That's about 100% true, because watching game 1 and game 2, you had R7 on the Joy, Hilda on Vin, and that was already enough to break the Ube. Here in game 2, there was almost nobody trying to break the Ube, if anything. So going into game 3, that should be key. Again, a quick recap of how game 2 went down. Skylar was doing a lot on that carry, but only so much, right? I mean, Clay dealt more damage, good AoE. On the other hand, Oheb, this is when Ube works its best this way, when Oheb can do everything he wants for free, rough shot.
I mean, just so much damage, and he is so secure because he also has that very reliable self-peel. And in contrast, you see that RRQ, their main damage dealers kind of struggle to match that kind of performance. Even Albert has just such low damage here. He dealt less damage than R7. So clearly, something needs to change. He needs a bit more backup, or he needs a bit more utility, some more tools to try and enable him. Because given the right circumstances and the right tools, we have seen that Albert's Lancelot is just insane.
Yeah, but I was kind of a little bit, you know, I was expecting more, not gonna lie, because Albert, known for his mechanical skills, known for all this flashy Albert plays.
Lemon substitusi lah pelatih. Substitusi.
It just fall flat.
Lemon main.
As RRQ being a very momentum-based kind of team, and then getting beaten by the same exact draw by Blacklist, I don't know what to feel about the mental, man.
Yeah, and if you're speaking about mental, I believe that's one thing that R7 may have over Edward. As much as I love Agent Zero, the relentless one, team captain for RRQ Hoshi, it doesn't show on stats. You can't put a number on how relentless someone is. But if it comes down to engaging, that's what R7 has over Edward, despite Edward having the numbers advantage.
Right, R7 is just a lot more dynamic. This is something he's already infamous for, just showing up behind you out of nowhere, and it's something that RRQ just puts to good use every single time. It's part of their core identity right now. But on the topic of Albert's Lancelot again, Jace, I think it's just very difficult because we already mentioned, Leo, early on that there's very limited amounts of magical damage coming in from the squad of RRQ. So we saw the items coming in from Blacklist International, and they all itemized for physical defense, and that just shuts down Albert completely, because in the early game, on an assassin, if you don't have enough penetration, then you can't burst anyone down.
And at that point, you're chasing, right? You're a step behind. Yep. Because you're solving a problem that's already present. Now, what I'm thinking is, are there enough junglers that are magic-based that maybe Albert can pick up, that plays to his advantages? Can the baby alien get a hero that will still fit the bill and do the job for RRQ Hoshi?
Joy jungle?
But it was banned.
Yeah, or it needs to be counterpicked.
Guinevere?
Oh, no, don't give RRQ Hoshi ideas.
Too spicy?
I think it's a little bit spicy, but I think that could be because of
Yo,
the
bisa
buff recently, right? Because Guinevere can have more range right now, but we gotta go.
Yeah, we're seconds into game number 3, and everyone here in Tennis Indoor Senayan can't wait. Things are about to get real violent, because of course, if it's the King of Kings versus the defending champions, how can we expect any less? It's RRQ Hoshi still remaining on the play, while Blacks International remains on the red side. There's the Benedetta. There's the Farsa taken out by RQ Hoshi as well as the carry. Well, Blacklist takes out the 1-1 and the Franco. Expecting maybe here a Joy. Should that be their priority?
They have banned the 1-1 and the Franco twice, the first and second game.
Yep.
Joy comes in the second game, and here I think it's still a very valuable ban to be applied here because of course it can go in the hands of R7, but it can go in the hands of Albert as well potentially.
Tebal juga
It's
course
just
itu ya.
such a flexible hero, and I don't think Blacklist want to deal with that.
I think right now is the fact that it feels like the pattern right here from the side of Blacklist International. 1-1, Franco ban. Like what you say, Arashi, 2 games in a row, Joy definitely should be going right there. But I think if you are RRQ right now, I think you really have to prioritize that Fanny pick right off the bat in the first pick phase.
So right here, first pick. If this is the Fanny, how does Blacklist oblige, right? Also still open. The Eve, for the first time in a while, Eve is open.
Eve is available, but it's very situational. I mean, of course, it has great poke, great utility, and it does seem like Clay will pick it up.
I know my Clay, bro. I know my Clay.
Exactly.
You know, you molded the Clay into a pot, and he will come out with that Eve. But that is also something I've seen how you can deal with this Eve before. You know,
udah cok nggak usah pakai pelatih kalau draftnya masih sama mah. Blacklist.
You know, those Barats, the Baxia. I think those are something that we can definitely look out for.
Yeah, you mentioned Baxia, and I'm looking at how Blacklist will build that box. Because again, despite not having a Farsa, despite not having an Eve, they find a way to do that, and that's where they relish, when they're able to say where the fight happens and how the engages come through. That's why the Fredrin is such a key hero for them. Now, after the Eve, they answer back with a glue. Possible answer, and this opens up the Claude, an early marksman.
Kameramennya ditipu.
It's very early of a pick, and
Iya,
honestly,
dulu
the glue pick seems to be very prioritized by Blacklist, but of course it has been working out. Although he needs to be careful because right now with Yeeve on the opposing team, there's a chance that he will rush that glowing one, and that will just spell a lot of damage for the beefier members like a Glue and like probably a Fredrin or an Estes like we've seen in game number 1 and 2.
And here's the comeback of a hero that has made quite the impact in M4. There's the Grok. Great flex though, at least for Arkiyoshi at this point. And then the Fanny, the trademark hero for Albert. Here's a quick quote by the man you see on screen, a world championship coach, Bonchan. I hope he can change the fate of RQ.
Siapanya Kilatan,
that's what he wants. The same thing that happened in M3. He's talking about his counterpart in Arkiyoshi, Coach Arcadia.
Yeah, it feels like the battle of the coaches right here, right? Especially prominent in this method. I started off the series, I'm telling you guys, this is basically down to the draft. Game number 2 is a clear evidence of that. Blacklist International doesn't really need to change the roster, just need to change the bans and see how much difference it makes.
They're answering that question. They're putting in the mold that will fill that void with a Valentina. So what's Haji stealing so far? Hell, I'm not even so sure if it's on Haji because Wise has been known to bring this into the jungle. He has a real world manipulation. He has a wild charge. What else?
Yeah, and right out the bat, you already answered the question that you ask yourself. But I really have to agree, the wild charge steal from the side of this Valentina is going to change the game so much, especially when, you know,
ambil Palen, ulti Grok bisa untuk stop Pani.
That Grok will want to just wall charge you right into that wall.
Bisa main support lagi, cow, my Penus kayak gini mah.
Even though this is how it looks, it seems pretty solid for Blacklist, they still require some kind of crowd control, not only for the Fanny. I think later on, once the Grok wants to try and engage, maybe they can try and deter that as well. But the next band that they pick is going to be the Harriet, so trying to make sure that the DPS coming in from the side of RQ is, I guess, you know, limited, and especially because Harriet is survivable and can do a lot of AoE aside from just DPS.
Already what we're seeing from the RRQ Hoshi lineup is their box is just amazing, right? You're able to put up Guardian's barriers to say up to where the opponents can go or where you want them to stay, and then you have the real manipulation, and then Albert cleans up. By banning out the Harith, you take out one more factor, one more possible war zone that RRQ can take, because if the Zaman Force drops and it's Skylar on the offensive, best believe bodies are dropping.
Yeah, definitely. And not only just that, with the Yi going to play as well, it will be literally raining damage and big burn. Now that's a card that gets taken away by Blacklist. Another thing I also have to point out, RRQ very strong in this manifest.
Fitrik udah nggak main ya.
How Albert plays the Fanny, right? Was able to find the right target in the midst of chaos. I think that is something that I think Blacklist International have to start respecting.
Yep, and going into the final phase, Arashi, what are they going to get here? Because I'm not so sure where the Valentina goes.
I'm really thinking that there's going to be crowd control for sure, but maybe it's a Fredrin. We've seen that for sure. But I'm wondering, with that Fanny in particular, are they going to try and get heroes that can deny dashes, like the Mincetar, like the Kufra? I mean, it's a solution we've seen some teams explore, but I'm not sure if Blacklist likes doing those out-of-box picks. I feel like they'll rather go for their own normal picks and try and manage it through execution instead.
Oh, I think this kind of spells it out. Yeah. The Fredrin will clearly go into the jungle, while the Valentina stays in mid. We still don't have a hero for the Queen.
Brolyyy
and again, with that Valentina going head-to-head against Clay's 100% win rate, Eve, I think it's a safer bet that they put this Fredrin in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the Fredrin pick is also quite a good idea, especially when you've got a defender that needs to bypass you somewhere.
Apakah ada MM baru di sini?
Because I'm just right, the taunt will be a very big hard CC towards this Fanny. I think the question from the side, I think Arashi pointed out very interestingly, Mincetar is something that Blacklist International can definitely explore, but is it All My Venus's identity? But before we can answer that question,
Lunox.
Lunox getting locked in,
Lunox Scotland.
That's a lot of magic damage, if you ask me, coming out from the
Gila
side
udah
of
pinter
RRQ,
gue
ending the
cok
draft with
ngedrap.
that Kufra as well.
Fitrik Prodi susah.
I would say kind of confusing to me, but now with the Lolita as well, it does seem like it's going to be a bit of a front-to-back situation. But of course,
yang lain
with Albert here being an assassin, that will be the X factor. If he can delete Ohab or Haji, that means that RQ can get into a fight with an innate advantage, and that is a possibility that Blacklist do not have in their hands.
Yeah, I think right now, right, if you notice how Blacklist is doing this, I think they're putting a lot of chips into, they're literally going all in with getting Claude to scale, getting Valentina to scale, right? These two are your main damage dealer. You're not expecting a lot of damage from the other side of the team. However, something to also take note of is the Kufra could always easily cancel the Luminum Blast from the Lolita. Not only just that, the Grok can also easily cancel it off. And I think that's about All My Venus positioning going into the game.
Yeah. RRQ Hoshi coming in, it's clear they want to win team fights, it's clear they want to engage and then capitalize and then convert. How will Blacklist play around? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into game number 3. Audio in at the stadium, throwing over to our Bahasa counterparts. For y'all watching at home, welcome. This is game number 3, RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. It's a mirror start, purple for purple.
Purple for purple, and that's why it's important. Of course, in the early game, the cooldown will just make a big difference. For Albert in particular though, on the Fanny, right, this is one of the main buffs, so he needs to make sure that he can get it without any interruption.
I think something very interesting throughout this whole series thus far, right? All My Venus has focused a lot of focus on Haji instead of Ohab. Ohab, I think he should be able to handle the Lunox earlier in terms of the level, but because the Lunox being brought into the gold lane, that's not 4 minutes problem, it's a 3-minute problem. So the heal coming out from Skylar's first skill will be a little bit skewed towards, but it's a lot of damage. 3 members already at the bottom side. Vin get terrified a little bit. No biggie for RRQ for now.
Yeah, no, this is very similar to game 2. Again, how Blacks International put the pedal to the metal early on and spent battle spells as they should to better time that first turtle take. We're about a minute away, 50 seconds before that happens. And I have eyes on Albert because this is a huge presence they have in bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like right here, the first 2 games, they're focused a lot on the mid lane, but now All My Venus using the flicker for now. Albert actually stunned. Albert does have the ultimate this time around activated, but no kills for now. Blacklist International will side for relief.
They're trying to actually collapse on this bottom side, but of course the turtle is on the top side, so Albert goes in aggressively. He is all alone though.
Aduh,
this might be a
kenapa miss gitu, Cok?
Miss cable, but Albert managed to get out just nice. A lot of focus happening at the bottom lane. Skylar will be the one that we had focus on. Skylar burn off the flicker right off the bat for now. Blacklist 3 members at the bottom lane, but Fanny is slowly working towards the turtle pit.
Yep, that's key battle spells spent at least maybe seconds before this turtle, and it looks like they come to a gentleman's agreement. All right, we get purple first, both of us, and then we try to contest.
I mean, Skylar on this Lunox, right? This is what makes it a deceptively good pick. There's good sustain, good outplay potential. He's playing 1v1 against Ohab right here. Ooh.
I can see the beauty of this right now. Skylar going in. Oh, will not be able to miss a shot. Skylar will not be taking down his counterpart just yet.
Oh, Vin at about half health here at level 4 already. Oh my Venus not hitting that quite yet because the queen has been left to, again, babysit so much of mid and bottom. And with that being said, top lane.
Top lane spins to win, but Edward will be the one that wins it away. So a little bit of a Mexican standoff. A very slow early game, if you ask me, ladies and gents.
It's a tough situation for RRQ because compared to game number 1, they don't really have a lot of targets that they can just burst down, like we saw to get Albert snowballing. Edward is just tanky, he can run away. Haji is relatively mobile as well, and right now they go to the turtle player.
Real woman ability to go in, the luminal charges. It's going to be the move bracket hits now. This two crazy real world manipulations putting out down the damage, but it's going to be Edward that picks up the first blood for now.
Oh, Edward forcing Clay to flicker underneath that turret. Crystal Boy keeping him where he is, but all this time, it's Blacklist who has their eyes on the bigger picture. A clear lead already, 3 minutes in, 1,000 gold. Arashi, what are they doing with that gold?
Clay is building towards magic, mana regeneration. He definitely wants to be able to clear this wave, and Albert just comes in with some swag. Won't be enough right here. And as you can see, Skylar with the mana boots as well. He just must try and sustain in the lane, play it safe, try and avoid the ganks and possible. And on the other side, Blacklist, you can see, starts itemizing for physical defense. Again, trying to counter, ensuring that Albert does not get to snowball, because that is a big factor for RRQ's victory.
Something interesting right here. Oh, that's a wall charge already used, right? On top of Edward, but Edward just walks away, scoff it off like a boss. But hold on a second, real woman, division coming down. Limit number charges. Albert will be able to pick up the bubble for now. Hydra will respond to the same. Ben coming in, just bouncing around. Alzheimer's revenge going in. It's a choke point. And the son of the map will argue. And right now, Blacklist International thinks
mati. Nice.
We'll be able to take out the queen for now. It's gonna be the Roma traded for 2 members, but Wise is not putting out just yet. And what makes out R7.
What's impressive is the fact that Haji did not die. I could have sworn his Valentina was gonna bite it, but again, that's just what happens when you're the KDA machine. This young man has been playing jungle for a while. His career started that way, and that's what explains his mechanics. Speaking of mechanics, Albert looking for one up top.
Not enough damage, I don't think so. Edward may have goes into split just right in time. Albert will be getting out. Lumina Blast, the hole. Skylar has to burn the flicker and an ultimate just to get out of there.
Arashi, second turtle, spawning in about 5 seconds. Who has the advantage?
I think Blacklist definitely has an advantage right now. 3K does not seem like much, but it does make a difference. And they have the pressure because we've seen that they are the ones being more successful in these big fights. They're the ones that have the beefier members that have been able to survive most of the damage. And RRQ, they have to be careful because Clay and Albert has been the main target.
Albert's in the vicinity as well. Wise will be the one that wins the retribution method for now. It's going to be Haji letting down the fire. Would not be able to stun RRQ for now. Blacklist International to pick up their prize and to walk away.
It's a bit curious right here because usually when we see Clay play the Eve against a Valentina, he is very careful in letting that Valentina steal the real manipulation. In this game though, Haji has been very active using that to spell demise for RRQ. It's just quite the interesting situation. I wonder what exactly is causing this. But as we look at the items right here, Ohab already has the Demon Hunter sword, so the frontliners, Vin as well as R7, are going to be a bit squishier in his eyes. So that is something that we have to be careful about.
Will not be able to activate the real world manipulation in time. That's another kill. Giving over the time to Blacklist, but Albert trying to spin. Will not be able to find a kill. Unfortunate for RRQ.
That was ults and a chicken sandwich thrown in there to take down one. But it's not done.
It's not going to be enough. It's going to be Haji. Will not be able to push Vin right into the wall. Blacklist International walks away alive.
That's a tough situation, man. We said RRQ has no targets on the side of Blacklist International, but the opposite is not true at all. If Clay gets hit by any kind of crowd control, the follow-up is more than enough to ensure that he gets taken out. So he is a sitting duck for the members of Blacklist International.
You know who's a sitting duck? Oh my Venus. Concealed right out of there. Albert, just not enough damage.
You mean invisible duck? Conceal play, saving the queen there. And again, it just shows that RRQ Hoshi, at this point in the game, mid-game, 6 minutes, 7 minutes approaching, they need to shrink this 4K gold lead. and they're doing their best, right? They're finding things on the map, and it's come to the point where Wise can steal buffs away from Albert. This is a difficult place to be for the baby alien.
I think right now, just RQ unable to use Albert to find a pickoff. Another thing that we also need to take note of is Skylar 000, right? Going into the clock item as the first item, he needs more time to get more damage to rack out. But once he gets that threshold, you expect Wise to get chunked down very quickly.
Later on, though, it's going to be a moment where the Lunos will do a lot of damage. Look at the glass!
Go all the way in. It's going to be R7 wall charge. The Blazing Duet going over the back line. It's going to be Haji reborn the same. The turtle is actually forgotten by both these two teams. But Albert is actually one that falls. Sky following suit. Wise will also pick up Skylar as for free. And they will go ahead and try to crack the mid lane open. And then rotate over to the turtle.
That choke point became their demise. RQ Hoshi giving 3 members away for free. The blacklist. That load lead just astronomical at this point. 8 minutes in, about 7K. This last turtle going for free to Wise, and the map is red.
It's just such a... It's so sad for RRQ. They tried to make the play happen, but they get comboed instead. I was about to say that later on, there will be an extra factor in Skylar being a big problem for Blacklist. But before that can even happen, Blacklist seems to be trying to end the game early. Make sure that the gold lead is just too big.
I saw that, right?
Biru dia sengaja tuh disisain yang kecil supaya nggak tumbuh, dia musuh birunya doang, musuh birunya kreatif doang tujuannya.
Albert is doing exactly that.
Where did the purple buff go is my question. Now it's Wise's turn to do the same. And this time he gets it. No orange for you, sir. Not today. Let's look at the items here. About 9 minutes in. What's going on here, Arashi? Can we expect Skylar to come online soon?
Well, on the other side, Ohab already has the golden staff, so things looking more difficult for him. And Skylar is still so far away from his power spikes. It's going to take a bit longer, man.
Domino Blast across the wall for now. There's the flicker going in. We'll be able to catch Vin at the same time. Real War manipulation coming up for play. Providing some support as well. R7 will not be able to find anything at all. Actually, will be the one first fall. But Skylar, here comes the Blazing Duet coming off. We'll be able to pick up R7 in the back line. But unfortunately, Skylar will be able to return that trade. 2 damage dealers for just a Arc and also the Kufra.
A relatively messy team fight. They engaged with Valentina, Haji getting the wild charge, and was taken down even before it made a difference. So with that being said, where does RQ Hoshi go this time around, Arashi? What does Albert do?
Albert needs to just be a nuisance right here. There's no real easy target he can just one-shot. So if he just splits the map around, making sure that the members of Blacklist are constantly worried about him moving in out of nowhere, he can allow the rest of the team to just do damage, because we saw that Skylar, despite only having a Clock of Destiny,
sengaja disisain yang kecil supaya nggak tumbuh. Terus diambil birunya.
I feel like Albert has been going out without purple buff, but hold on a second, he may actually be able to do something for now. Skylar will be able to shred all my bitters in the back line at the same time. Skylar almost close to take down Haji though. But back to my point, I think Albert has gone 3 minutes without a purple buff. And look what Blacklist is doing.
They're just starving him.
Yeah.
That's key. And again, if his goal is to split up the map and maybe pick up a purple along the way, then that's just gravy on top, right? And they're not out of the woods just yet. There's a small win here that they're looking at, a possible push up top.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta take a look back at this game. If you notice Blacklist International, they did not clear the purple buff. If you notice, the purple buff is there, but it's only that small little dude, right? Right now, what Blacklist International is doing is basically starving out. There's only one purple on the map.
And they've turned it into a bait? Because look, they're engaging.
Look, they're engaging for now. It's going to be Albert this time around. Able to secure the purple buff for now. It's going to be Vin actually coming from RQ. Skylar is trying to be doing some damage by the backline, but will not be able to find it. R7 going in. The Blazing Duet coming in the backline. The Aluminum Blast charges will not be able to connect on top of Skylar for now. Albert coming in for sweep. Haji will be the first team to fall, coming up from Blacklist alongside with Haji.
2 for 2, and just like that, key members going down. Vin and R7, while Blacks International, I wonder who made this call. I'm pretty sure it's the Queen. They go straight for the Lord.
Straight for the Lord. Albert is trying to make a play happen here. He is alone. He is actually 3v3.
He does have the retribution, ladies and gents. It's all about the retribution. Albert will not be able to do so. He will lose it live to the Queen.
Instantaneous punish. Arashi,
Sulit ya, Cok.
They need to play more conservative, man. I think that when they try and counter-engage with the wild charge, they're finding a lot more success, but Blacklist is not letting them breathe at all. Right now, RQ are trying their best to clear the waves, and if you look at Skylar, the damage is starting to build up. He has a Divine Glaive, And if you look at R7, he has a Blade of Despair as well. So the damage is available. It just needs to land on the right person. But of course, Oheb already has the Athena shield as well. Unwilling to ensure that he does not get shut down, get picked off by the members of RRQ.
Game 2 draft, again, it was so easy for Blacklist to defend. Again, just build physical defense. But now I'm liking the damage coverage. There's a good amount of magic, good amount of physical, especially from R7. I am afraid to walk into his grok in a dark alley at night. But now it looks like the choke is continuing. No purple for you, says Blacklist, as they go ahead and pressure all lanes. The map is turning red. The strength of the Fanny is being quelled. Usually you're so mobile, now you're stuck in your base.
Yeah.
I feel for the baby alien.
It feels bad, man. Albert had a wonderful game number 1 with the Fanny, and I think Blacklist International, that's just ingenious the way they start out the map, right? Right now, if you notice, there's no 2 purple buff. There's only 1 purple buff in this whole land of Dawn, and this is insane strategy coming out from Blacklist.
What's really difficult for RRQ right now is also the fact that Clay is very, very behind. He finally now
Ayolah kakak Lemon main nih, kakak
This will
Lemon.
be a big factor. Multiple instances of damage
Lemon main
buffed
Odette.
by that item. So in these fights, if it draws on for long enough, there's going to be a lot of extra damage coming in from that Eve, and also a lot of percentage HP damage coming in towards Edward, Wise, and Venus. So we'll have to see if that will be enough for RRQ to win the next team fight. I think they have to play it a lot slower for just a bit longer, man. They need items to ensure that they have even a chance of making a comeback.
Yeah, about a minute before the Lord spawns, so that should be a good indicator. Should be a nice way to say, you know what, we'll wait for that Lord, and then we'll make a play. Looking at the players' gold here, Skylar, at least the gold is going to the right people for RQ Hoshi, right? It's going to their gold laner, and I'm still waiting. We saw a little bit of that taste. And Jace, you're right, man. Oh, Bert comes here, like, oh no, that's miserable. They left the tiny one for me.
Yeah, and the worst part is it's going to be Wise already at the
Bang
purple bar.
kan di
Basically,
lane
Blacklist
kecilnya terus
reading
dia cuma
RQ's
tujuannya
movement
rusuh
like an
biru
open book. There's
panin.
nowhere that Albert will be able to do anything. Once again, Wise denied the purple buff away from RRQ.
I mean, Blacklist are moving so well, and RRQ are trying to get a pick off, but when you have a Kufa as your main engage tool, it's very one-dimensional. As long as the front line does not leave any gaps for the Kufa to dash into, the backline, Oheb and Haji is relatively safe.
Oh, that's a straight coming off from Skylar. There's a lot of damage going in, and Word is desperately trying to survive by Oheb as well. Sitting down, the BMI doesn't even well, but Haji will be able to come in the first kill. Haji in, will be able to delete Haji right over that. Oh my goodness, charges. It's going to be the being stuck right in the bottom ball, and now it's going to be Blacklist. They do have Oheb, and they'll push out the fact, and R7 will fall. 3 members falling just for the cost of Haji.
The KDA machine takes 3 down along with him, and Blacks International is ripe for the pick. And they can do anything they want. Force an inhibitor, take Lord here, that is Luminous. Arashi, what's the best call?
They have to try and clear the wave as much as possible. I mean, Albert has already tried and done that, but in the bottom side, 3 members of Blacklist trying to make sure that they can do something.
Manipulation, Oheb is already half HP. He has to slow down Clay. That's only person that actually defends for now, but at the same time, Wise starts down the Lord.
It's a 1v1 that Wise has started.
Albert.
And it looks like he can. Albert!
Albert will not be able to connect. The split. Unfortunate pass is not full enough for Edward to jump on top, but it's already Wise, already on the job right here, putting down some damage on top of the Lord. It's going to be a free Lord over to Blacklist International.
So much pressure coming from Blacklist, and they waste no time at all. Getting the Lord, they go for the purple buff yet again. Oh, Luminum Blast being charged up.
Luminum Blast gets cancelled, but that is okay because Haji can also engage for Blacklist International. Big catches Wise, but oh my god, Albert cannot do anything for now. Blacklist International, they will push up their advantage, but they have another Lord marching down bot.
Just as quickly as Albert cabled on through, he says, nope, never mind. That's 5 members of Blacklist I could be walking into. Looking at the items here, Blacks International, they're at the 52k threshold. Give them maybe 10 more, 15 more, they should start building into everything and they can juggle. RQ Hoshi, I'm seeing some blanks for Skylar, even Clay. So again, they have to extend that limit wherein that magic damage is gonna hurt Arashi.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Lord charging in, Oheb has to BMI all the way out. The damage has been down for the side of Blacklist International. There's a free Lord marching in from the bottom side. Clay force the real one manipulation going all the way up. No damage, no follow-up coming up from Blacklist. They will take what they can, take down bottom lane.
They're able to get the bottom side turret, and now they're just playing it very, very patient. They understand that they don't have to do anything extraordinary. If they just play calm and calculated, they are set for success with a 12k gold lead right now. And as you mentioned, Leo, the magic damage is going to start to hurt, but if you look at Blacklist items, they are Radiant Armors and Athena shields all over the place. They are well prepared for those late game team fights.
So it's going to come down to utility, right? It's going to come down to what you got. Not, well, both. What you got and how you use it, right? It's about the engagement, and maybe that's where Vin is going to be more important. They forced out a flicker from Clay this early on.
I think the most important thing is how Blacklist has full control, and look at what they're doing right now. He's leaving a free, I don't know, gift behind for Albert. Albert's not going to do anything. He is now, unfortunately, it hurts to say this, guys, Albert is just a split push minion.
Yeah, no, because of the fact that there's 2 Lords for Blacklist so far in this 18-minute game, we're approaching that. The waves are just so much more powerful.
Albert, that's a very dangerous neighbor for Will. He has the cable all the way out. Blacklist International actually putting out some damage from the side, but Aluminum Blast actually charge out. R7 using the wall charge again on the way. They don't want to engage Blacklist in this form.
And now Blacklist has uses a bunch of ultimates. The Lord fortunately is not up, but RRQ, they understand that they have an opportunity here, a small window where Venus does not have the Luminant Blast. They might just get emboldened by it. They might be looking for a chance to try and make something happen, but of course Blacklist already just waiting, setting up traps around the map for the members of RRQ.
What's this last item that Clay is building towards? Could that possibly be necklace or
Winter?
Winter?
Winter Truncheon?
I feel like he would just, at this point, require a lot more damage.
Yeah.
I think the Holy Crystal would make sense, but we'll just have to see, man. It all depends on how the game progresses. And now with the Lord up, Blacklist yet again is pushing the tempo, and RRQ might be forced to engage onto one of the tankier members of the front. That is not what they want.
Do they know this? There's 3 members of Blacklist up there. Is there vision on this? Because this rotation could be lethal. And I'm talking about both of them. This could have been a map absence from Blacklist, but no, they're looking for an answer. They're just making sure that they choke away the purple.
The lack of information is hurting, especially RRQ, but at the same time, Edward tries to really try to buy some time. Albert is the one that gets stunned out. He has a cable all the way out of there. Blacklist International, they're looking for the hunt. They're looking for the assassin from the side of RRQ. Nothing to be found right there. The Luminous Blast lands on top of the Kufra, but would that be enough though? Blacklist International, I think they could spend it too much, and Vin jumps all the way in. The real war manipulation, but that's a nice iron ultimate coming up from Vin. Hopefully to try to change the game around. Skylar will be able to take down OM. And International, they have overstayed their welcome. Edward desperately trying to do some damage to the R7, actually possessing for now. I think Blacklist International, they overstayed their welcome.
That was a 1-for-1 in the end, right? Gold laner for gold laner. And if you're 10k behind, 11k behind, I see that as a win. RQ Hoshi, they walked into that fight with conviction, and they walked away with a small win.
Right now, Lord, 4v4 fight. Skylar, go both gold laners. There's no pushing power coming out. It's up to Vin to try to set this up.
Oh, Vin is trying to make the engage happen, but that's a lot of damage being traded on back to him. Look at Omar, Vin is making the play work.
Luminum Blast going in. It's going to be the wall being built by the side of R7. And we're trying to be a nuisance right here, but he's dragging the Vin towards it. Wise is actually working on top of the Lord.
Nice.
Clay, he has a damage. He takes down the Valentina, and now it's going to be Valentina. He's trying to desperately try to do some damage control. Oh, just respawn. He is trying to make a beeline, but here comes R7 wall charge. Looking 2 members out from the side of Blacklist. It's going to be a back-to-back fight at the Lord Pit.
It's a 4v5 right now, 20 minutes in. Every single death is painful. Every death timer will be upwards of a minute if you make the wrong mistake, right? So this is very dangerous. RQ Hoshi have found a window.
Vin charging out all the way up. Oh my goodness, there's nowhere to be there. Wise is actually going in to activate the window. Con already. It's going to be Albert trying to look for some pickup right there, but the wall's actually blocking OM. And he goes. The Clay coming in with the real wall manipulation. Wise has to run away. OM and the back line with the blessing to win. Not good enough, but would be good enough to take down R7 for now. Skylar still in the midst right there. He does have the Chaos Assault, but has to bomb the Venus at the same time. So my Venus that's really trying to start. Vin will try to push a scrappy forward for both teams.
2-for-1. I was just talking about death timers, and that's about 40 and 50 for Vin and R7. It's a 3v5 for the next 30 seconds.
It's 4 members of Blacklist against RRQ, who do not have a frontliner. That is a dangerous game they're playing right now. And unfortunately for RRQ, the waves are still pushing in their favor, so they have a bit of a window, but Blacklist will not stay silent for long. They're already trying to get control in the Lord Pit, and R7 still 15 minutes away from respawning. Blacklist might just force it, or they might just bait a fight for RRQ.
Fun fact, ladies and gents, Albert finally got his purple buff, right? Now he's actually playing the game. Blacklist, on the other hand, you know, they've got Wise coming back up. RRQ, they know they cannot accept this fight. They've got 2 members down. Clay Real World Manipulation is available, but I don't think they can do anything for now.
They send Albert home at half health. Charge up some energy.
Edward, Flicker, Clay will get possessed. Oh no, Real World Manipulation go in. Albert is really trying to go in the save. Haji will be taking the Real World Manipulation away from the side of Clay. Will be responding, but the main rise right here is Wise. Focusing on the Lord instead. Haji will be able to take down Clay.
Nice! R7.
Oh, the Lord! It's crazy games coming out from RRQ.
Balik coba yuk. Dapat Lord, gua dapat Lord.
There will take the fight with the Dragon going in. Skull already gone. It's gonna be a little bit of
Aduh, sisa Pani doang kan.
members of RRQ. It's gonna be Albert that's gonna try to defend, but RRQ, they took the Lord.
5v1. This is a dangerous place to be. They pop the immortality on Baby Alien, and they're gonna ride this minion. It's just 1 minion.
It's just 2 minutes from Blacklist International. They take game number 3.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for the world champions, and the King of Kings in home court are sweating the kingdom all over, sweating. Arashi, this is recovery. This is a streak broken. This is Blacklist.
This is Blacklist, and now RRQ with their backs against the wall. They need to find something that works, and they need to find it fast. Blacklist, they're just so calm and calculated. Even when RRQ are able to do the signature maneuvers and make the fight messy, Blacklist have figured out how to survive the initial ambush, and they have come back stronger than ever. This is a big problem for RRQ right now.
I feel like, ladies and gents, there's so much good in plays happening all across the map, but we only have one observer. I pointed out just now the purple buff was left, just one purple buff on purpose. Crazy strategy, but at the same time, the observer also cannot catch the fact that R7 made that play to steal away the Lord, but that's not enough.
I hope our analysts, once we throw over to them, picks up on 2 key points, right?
Yeah.
Number 1 is the fact that, yes, they starved Albert because of the buff mechanic. They just left 1, and then that means he can only really go for 1, and they can corral it there. The other is how Blacklist International used turtle fights into complete wipeouts. They did that in the early to mid game, and I'm hoping that the analysts cover more of that. So right now, on behalf of Jays and Arashi, at your service, my name is Leo. Let's throw it over to our handsome analysts.
Don't worry, amazing casters, because we will definitely cover that. Blacklist International enter the stage with 0-6 against Indonesian teams. Now it looks like they're reverse sweeping it with 2-7. But to answer both questions, we gotta talk about Wise on the Fredrin. Welcome to the analyst stand with me, Lafel, Trex, as well as Nisu. I agree with Leo. We gotta talk about this. Let's talk about Wise.
Wise, man, on this Fredrin pick, I think this is the best we've seen it played. I mean, we've seen Fredrin a lot, but specifically, like Leo said, we were picking up on this earlier too, right? Blacklist International would leave that small, that small buff creep.
Exactly,
minion, right? They would leave it there, so then Albert had a choice, because it still shows up on the icon right on the map. So he goes there, he finds out, well, that's not actually the buff. By that time, his purple buff is gone, right? And they really played around that for a majority of the game, honestly.
I mean, and it's those minute details that gives Blacklist those small advantages, those small choices, those even in that last fight, splitting them up and knowing that because of the gold lead, they can still take advantage even if they lose the Lord.
Yeah, Wise used Fredrin almost flawlessly because he's tanky, but he even talked about how Blacklist International really using the turtle to dictate the fight, because again, Fredrin not only is tanky, but he could control a lot of people, taunting, so everyone actually moves together, and he can hit everyone with the ult. Let's look at itemization as well as the hero pick, because I do want to talk about Wise, but I also want to talk about a different kind of build or an update on the build for Claude, because not only Oheb is using this build, but before, even Skylar, we got to talk about the Corrosion Scythe on this Claude.
Corrosion Scythe, right, it's going to slow people down as soon as you're getting those attacks on, and I think that's crucial here, especially, again, complementing that Fredrin. You have the CC, the knock up there, you also have the taunt, and then on top of it, what you also saw from, I mean, even Haji, a lot of the times the way that he was following up with the Terrify, you know, that's what makes Valentina so strong, not to mention being able to take the ultimates here, and all of that just kind of really complemented each other, and I feel like that's why you see a lot of Corrosion Scythe pickups now for Claude specifically.
I mean, and then as well, him picking up that Wind of Nature towards the end there, able to, once again, give them the sustainability in these team fights. But the big thing to point out is 16,000 gold. I mean, if you let OHEB farm, it's a rough game for anyone facing them.
16,000 gold in 22, almost 23 minutes in this game. Gave OHEB, the rich guy, 726 gold per minute, and he is indeed the carry, 125,000 total damage dealt just by OHEB. Forgotten One is also on my Venus, and I kind of feel like this is what is beautiful about Blacklist International's draft, is because we talked about how Wise is using the Fredrin as well as OHEB having the Corrosion Scythe on the Clyde, because usually we just see
substitusi cok, Lemon main
something like a Wind of Nature,
hiburan,
or either damage or just to survive, but having everything work together, there's so much slows that are Yoshi. If they start to initiate, there's almost no way for them to go back. So once they commit it, they can't be like, oopsie poopsie, I'm sorry, let's get out of this. They can't do that.
Yeah, it's tough for them to, and this was kind of a similar situation from Game 2, right? It was a lot of that push and pull between both these teams here, but this time too, I mean, it was great to, well, we didn't get to see it on camera, but that Holy Mary play, the wild charge from R7, could have possibly turned the game there, but unfortunately by that time, it was just too late. You know, the massive lead that Blacklist International had, and not to mention for the majority of the game, it was really not in favor of RRQ with objectives, right? We saw this from Game 2 where they didn't have any space to work with, and Blacklist International pretty much did the same thing here for the majority of this game.
Yeah, Blacklist International now, match point, and we got to give it over to Wise as we're talking about him. 8-1 and 13. He only died once around the Lord Pit where he just took too much damage. 81% kill participation. Trex, what else can we say about this guy?
I mean, just full defensive build, the Guardian helmet to give him even more sustainability, and this is, I mean, all around from all three games. It's been sustainability with a touch of damage, and as long as we can outlast them, we can beat them, and that is like, that's the motto of Blacklist right there.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like RRQ going up against this next game, because if they lose, it's
Pak Ape jangan out lah, cok.
because he's been doing too much on this Fredrin.
Segala Pak Ape salah, kocak.
And the way that they've been moving around, I like the control in the jungle as well as the
Pelorplastik setuju.
because again,
Kalau Pak Ape out, siapa yang rekrut anjing?
The purple buff. Yeah, but soon we're gonna look at the highlights to see what really happened throughout the game, because the movement is quite coordinated coming in from Blacklist.
Again, right, you see a lot of this in the early on part of the game. Blacklist International already had that lead starting off, but this is really where they started to focus on controlling the parts of the jungle here, specifically that purple buff. And again, every time
beda lah, di bawah Pak Ape nggak langsung RR, nggak langsung ML, cok, nggak langsung Mobile Legends di bawah Pak Ape itu. Ada manajernya. Nah, di bawah manajernya baru ada Acil.
He could punish it, but OHEB having a very good trigger
Acil
finger is
dan
like, I'm not gonna go in, I'm
player.
perfectly comfortable just attacking from behind. And the thing is, that is kind of like causing R7 not to be as aggressive as he can be. And the moments like, this is a good change for the E, because when you're in the real world manipulation, you can't get stopped by crowd control. R7 tried time and time again. It didn't work out well.
Yeah, I think Grok is still, you know, a great option, but in terms of, even then, we saw it in the highlights, right? Sometimes those Guardian Barriers were actually working against you. Sometimes it was
anjing lah.
members of our
Kenapa cok anjing lah?
like
Tahan.
Slow was already there, right? So it was really tough just to work around in terms of what Blacklist International had going.
Masuk longka apa longka? Pakai bahasa Indonesia lah atau bahasa Inggris. Gua pakai bahasa Malaysia gua nggak ngerti. Naik ke kasur pula dia. Longka parit, oh parit. God.
Asian, and we have special guest here. We have Dixie, Alodia, and Brolyyy.
Yang asli cewek mana ini ya?
You know, I don't know if they could hear the crowd.
Di antara 3 orang ini yang asli cewek yang mana?
Watching Blacklist needing one more win.
It's so extreme here. The crowd is intense, but you know what?
Yang tengah kok posturnya mirip cowok ya, postur.
All of our agents for being here tonight
Kalau
and
dia
supporting
cewek semua itu, oh iya.
So thank you guys.
Posturnya posturnya yang tengah kalau dari jauh kayak cowok.
Dan walaupun hanya sedikit aja, tapi mereka benar-benar
Tapi kalau mukanya cewek
supportnya
semua.
untuk Blacklist Internasional. Dia ngucapin terima kasih buat kalian semua yang udah ngeramein M4. Yay! How about you, Rojin? What do you feel right now?
Actually, right now I feel super nervous, and then it's really
Yang
intense
celana
right
biru
now
selebgram
here.
PH tahu-tahu
Like, I'm
aja lu.
watching in person and it feels really intense.
Oh, dia tuh nervous.
Namanya
Dia
Rojean,
grogi,
Cok,
tapi
Rojean.
dia grogi ya kedatangan Rojin di Indonesia. Dan dia ngeliat Blacklist, dia bener-bener deg-degan banget dan pengen support Blacklist.
Terus susah mau tahu apa cewek apa cowok
Even
umur
though I'm
semuda
not
9
the
tahun
one
udah ambil
playing,
orang.
I feel overwhelmed, but I'm really excited on what's gonna happen.
Oh, Dixie, dia bener-bener penasaran apa yang bakal terjadi karena ini baru game yang ketiga.
Oh, gitu,
Dan
gila.
mereka bener-bener pengen tahu apa yang bakal terjadi.
Okay, I have a question. This one is for Alodia. The guy over there says it's gonna be 3-1 for RRQ Hoshi.
Yo bisa yo game
What do
4
you
yo.
have to say to that, Alodia?
Sampai game 5.
Hopefully 2-2 and may the best group win.
Gua harap ini juara Indo lah, pokoknya Indo lah.
Dan dia berharap bahwa yang terbaik yang bakal menang.
RRQ masih bisa sih, masih bisa cowok ini.
Anything to say to Blacklist International?
Pahit-pahitnya kalah ada lower bracket lah. Semangat.
Good luck! Good luck!
Nah, lower bracket itu rekrut Pelor.
You say
Jangan
break
lupa.
the code. Take it. Let's go. Blacklist. Break the code. Blacklist.
Ntar acil.
Welcome back to the Desk at Your Service. My name is Leo. This is Jays, and that's Arashi. We're setting up to go into game number 4, and I just gotta say, fellas, that's the first time I've ever heard a team co-owner say.
Jadi lu
"Let's
mah
take it to game
bukan
5."
pengen RRQ yang juara, cowok pengen acil out, juan kocak. Langsung ke personal, cowok juan.
I think the tension in the stadium is a little bit too high because I want to see this particular series to go that particular mile.
I mean, if it goes to a full best of 5 series,
Let's go, man.
we're in for a big treat. But of course, you know, maybe you kind of get a bit of a guilty feeling. Is it too much to ask for? It's been so good already. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see it. But of course, in order for that to happen, RRQ needs to recover. They need to find a solution because right now they are losing their way.
Ya, Eci live tuh,
It was
Eci.
a long
Stream
bout,
juga.
game number 3. Let's do a quick recap and look into exactly what kind of damage these two teams were putting on the board in that 23-minute bout. It's interesting how Clay is putting 6 digits into this, and all the while it was Oheb answering him. So again, you see how important that Eve is in his hands, and this is, I believe, his first loss in M4.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. You're right. That is the first loss on that Eve, making that win rate, win rate 100% to 75%. But like I said, it's a small sample size, so that's a big shift. But another honorable mention that's coming out is Oheb as well. That claw is doing a lot of damage, all the backline, the AOE damage. And I have to say, Albert also did quite well, 91k damage, even with his wings clipped. That is also something that I give respect for.
Now let's talk about RRQ Hoshi's recovery. Again, if you're talking about the draft, it looks like Blacks International, Coach Bonchan, Coach Master the Basics, they have actually an Arcadia's number. But what if? And Arash, I have to ask you, you're the topic expert this time around. Is it in the cards? What might we see RRQ Hoshi shuffle it up? Are they going to try something else here to try and change the fates?
I mean, they are known for very signature picks, but overall, they are still a pretty flexible team. I mean, even Albert himself, who is well known for being assassin players, he's adjusted so well to playing all these tank junglers. So now that they have their backs absolutely against the wall, this might be where they just, you know, just go wild and just show what they've been hiding. That's a big possibility, so we'll have to see. As Jace always says, it all begins in the drafting phase, and of course, we'll see if Blacklist can come with the same comp again.
So are you saying Sang Raja, Game 4, go bangit Gila in the draft? Because again, I think that's where this is going. Because they solved the Fanny, they solved the Grok, they solved the Eve on Clay, which was 100% win rate. Blacklist let that through. So maybe this time around, get creative. I think that's the only way. Possibly, maybe even try to trump him in the early. But it's easier said than done, right?
Yes, I mean, this is the series that's well deserving to break the M3 results, right? That PCU, but we're gonna go in the draft. The canvas of this draft needs to be painted.
And again, change the palette, use new colors. And when I'm talking about that, I mean switching sides, because it's been RRQ on blue all throughout. Let's see if we'll see a switch up this time around. Indeed we do.
Yes.
It's Blacklist this time around on blue. They take out the Franco to join the Eve, open with a Farsa pick, while RRQ Hoshi, they got the 2-pick swing back. They ban out the Wanwan, the glue, and the carry.
First off, from Blacklist, it's going to be that Farsa. There's so much roam potential, decent amount of crowd control, and of course that long range that Blacklist has been completely abusing. So right now for RRQ, now that there's a very juicy target there, will they try and risk going for an assassin again? Because we've seen that there is a possibility that they like to explore. They've been able to just jump on Haji again and again, but of course that depends on how many dive tools they can secure in this pick phase. Oh,
there we go. It's gonna be Yuzhong and the Kaja locking for the side of RRQ. I feel like an assassin can still go very well against Blacklist this draft, but it all depends on this current pick phase, right? Yes, you got the Farsa going in. I'm thinking from the Hayabusa, but Edward is going for his signature Benedetta, and there's an Estes, and now the assassin just doesn't look very juicy anymore, right, Dio?
Yep, I believe in the whole series is the first time since RRQ has switched sides, the Benedetta has come through. And this has happened in M4, I believe, already, specifically in Blacklist series, that they get these 3 first picks in this order. Almost exactly the same. All right? The Farsa, the Benedetta, and the Estes. And here's a few words from Coach Arcadia of RRQ Hoshi. We still have a lot to show you. RRQ Hoshi has many strategies related to tanks. Just wait. So this is what I was talking about. He shared this is one esports.
Yes.
This is what I was talking about.
Exactly. I feel like if this is a time or this is a game to pull out tank jungler, you pull it out now. I think Wise has gone unpunished with the Fredrin pick all along, and you best be sure if
Ini langsung gugur apa keluar.
Fredrin, Wise will pick it up again.
Lunox actually is the pick for RRQ right now. And speaking of past strategies, etc., we've seen that one composition that I've seen Blacklist struggle with is when they're up against a Yuzhong and a Kadita, actually. So that being said, that's still a possibility, but maybe it will get banned out. But RRQ will take away that Fredrin, that very pesky, very useful, very flexible Fredrin away from the hands of Wise.
Yeah, this is just due diligence, right? You take out the glue. Edward has been
Cok,
amazing.
gua malah nonton Eci,
I still believe that's an understatement. And you take out the Fredrin. I hear you, man. I think they have to start pressuring even Oheb all the more, because he did so well with the Brolyyy, did well with the Claude. The answer by Blacklist, they want to quell and stop Baby Alien from coming through the back line. There's the Fanny. Would not be surprised if it was a Ling. The second ban might be a Ling.
Second ban coming out from the side of Blacklist definitely is going to be a Ling. I feel like
Paling belum move on.
has successfully clipped the wings.
Agak tadi dia bilang lah nonton katanya. Ya, kata gue maghriban dulu. Tahu-tahu di pertengahan pertandingan dia pengen restream.
Brolyyy, so I think they're gonna try and target Oheb potentially if they can get. I mean, again, they have a Yuzhong already with a Lunox, so if they can make sure that Oheb does not have a very secure, a very safe hero, they can try and shut him down, despite the fact that there is a Farsa and there is a Benedetta. If Oheb cannot scale, then the whole Ube falls apart, because the main damage output is still in the hands of Oheb.
Are they allowing Oheb to pick up the Claude that's still out there?
I feel like that's a very big question, right? I think when I'm looking at the bans coming from RRQ, I may not be the best drafter out there, but here's my 2 cents, right? You're half banning, technically speaking, in the last point of time, but no, it's going to be blacklist, limiting that goal.
Bennettnya Edan itu, Edan kah?
Even further.
So what's left out there? Irithel, Clint, Beatrix, Harith.
Leslie, maybe.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Leslie, but I feel like, I'm sorry, this is not her meta.
Yeah, no, the usual is there.
Yeah, not with when you song over there, but wait, I haven't heard this in a long time, but ours, it's gonna be a Ling from Albert.
That's the baby alien. Again,
Ling.
we read this second ban from Blacklist to be the Ling.
Yeah.
They didn't do it, and of course, RRQ obliges. There's the Ling. Oh, are you, a bait?
Could be a bait.
Could be.
Like allowing it? Like,
I mean, we've seen that they were able to completely shut down a purple buff reliant jungler.
Correct.
So letting the Ling go, this might be exactly what they're aiming for. But of course, Albert is no stranger to those situations, so we'll have to see. It will all come down to the rest of the picks.
That's right, Arashi. I think it's all about, you know, whether RRQ realizes that that's a problem, because if you watch that game, Albert has no purple buff for a good whole 10 minutes of the game. He's practically useless.
Yeah, so far Blacklist has been able to solve the Lancelot, the Fanny, and then now that the Ling has come through, we'll see if that's actually in the cards as well. And eventually, of course, the Aldous makes it through, and then the Harith. Both signature picks for the remaining players of Blacks International, Wise and Oheb.
One more pick for RRQ to try and address this issue right here, but it's looking very, very solid. Signature picks all across the board for Blacklist. It's a bit surprising how we ended up here, but considering their hero pool,
Aldos.
you can't really say you're that
Wise itu Aldos.
No, I think the biggest question is a lot of stress, a lot of pressure will be on RRQ.
Karena nggak GG di sepong estes, cok.
Right targets do you pick up? Well, the Harith that's zooming around, or do you pick up the Aldous that's going to go to the back line that just wreaks havoc? It's basically like a dive
Di sini ada Beatrix.
International as well. And there's also that global
ini beda lagi nih, guys.
that could match that Ling as well. So this is it.
If I may, it's a dive comp with a global box. Because again, you have the Farsa, and then you have the Aldous Chase Fate. So as long as Blacklist plays to their tempo, then they can do what they're planning. But with the way RRQ drafted, might not be so easy. They have a Yuzhong, they have a Kaja, and then they have a Ling. So there's a lot from the early, mid to late that they can do to disrupt Blacklist International.
And this is a pattern we've seen from game number 1. When there are too many problems that Blacklist need to address in the middle of a chaotic fight, sometimes 1 or 2 will slip through, and that is all RRQ needs to try and get an advantage. We'll have to see if they are prepared for this essentially triple dive coming in from RRQ, but ladies and gentlemen,
we're going into game 4, possibly match point. In the studio, we are throwing it over to our Bahasa counterparts. But for all of you all around the world, welcome to the land of Dawn. This is match point. Blacks International sitting at 2-1 against RRQ Hoshi.
Really, I cannot emphasize this enough.
Dukung langsung lah di stadion, beli lah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 4 in the favor of Blacklist International. RRQ, it's up to them to try to equalize. Results has not been well for the side of RRQ, but Blacklist International, this is still, technically speaking, a upper brackets.
I've seen this again and again, but the Aegis has been used very early by Blacklist every single time.
Yeah.
And look at this roll coming in from high.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The Petrify will be able to walk on the way. It's now time to fly away, but Clay is there. He's trying to do it in chaos, but the stun coming out from Clay. What is going on for the side of Blacklist?
An eye for an eye. Edward missed it, and that's just how the world goes. Everyone blind when violence rules. Oh man, this is what I was talking about. This is what we were talking about.
Yep.
If RRQ puts so much on the board, Blacklist can't answer back.
Another thing that RRQ needs to really pay attention and take advantage of this is the potential, the fact that early game, Blacklist should be weaker.
Of course, they have a lot of late game heroes right here.
Nggak langsung dong
In the mid
nontonnya.
lane at least, the Farsa can be a
Nggak
big
nonton langsung
problem, but
dong.
everyone else needs time to scale, especially Oheb and Wise, the 2 main carries. So that is the window that RRQ can take advantage of, and they are no stranger to this position. They know how to take advantage of their opponent's weaknesses.
Something interesting as well, if you notice how Wise is actually taking the stacks, but hold on, Skylar is actually getting caught by the Estes circle as well. Vin doesn't really have the ultimate, so has a doubt out of that. They touch and they go. Skylar takes some damage.
Lord spawning in a few seconds. You can see how Wise is hovering around his purple. And you mentioned those stacks. Yeah, this is just Blacklist's effort to stop this rampage of RRQ in the early game.
I mean, now with the turtle spawning, actually, not the Lord, Leo. a bit too
Stadion Madia sebelahnya tenis indoor yang nonton langsung tetap.
Going in, Haji will be in and out the left by the airstrike at the same time. He's going to be in, doesn't really have the divine judgment. He's actually going to get denied. Not a very good fight coming up from RRQ, losing their maximum, but here we come. Oh, Vin, okay, gets marked, but Blacklist will not pull that trigger.
Oof, that's unfortunate, man. They almost got the kill onto OHEB, but they're a bit too clean with it. The battle spells are available, but as a result, they're able to get...
Nah, draft ini masih bisa ngelawan nih. Masih bisa. Tim fight yang seru. Nggak kayak tadi, Cok. Capek gue liatnya. Maju ragu-ragu.
I will agree to disagree right here, right? Because
kalau ini udah tabrak.
You want to be ahead. Right now, RRQ is just barely scratching the surface in terms of the gold lead of Blacklist. But let's take a look at the items, Leo.
Acil sih fix.
Well, I mean, considering that Tasha is building towards the Clock of Destiny, later on that will be a big problem. The earlier like Haji gets it, the more it's gonna be a problem. But for now, you can see Albert just happy feet dancing around. But there's just without a real solid engage. So far, no real movements happening just yet. Vin though
I wanna see Lemon. Iya, Cok. Substitusi dong habis ini Lemon main gitu.
After that action-packed 30 seconds, Edward and R7 are like, yeah, no, we're not doing it. But bottom though, Zaman forced out. And Vin and the rest of Arkihoshi in
Harit nggak main gitu jadi
in the
ntar.
sights of Blacks International. Again, I miss this. This is one key use of the Aldous
Emang
mode,
lagi
just
di pasar.
pure vision.
Just using it for vision, that is definitely a creative use of the ultimate. And knowing how Blacklist can maneuver around with vision, right, with information, that is a very dangerous weapon, and RRQ needs to respect that. At any moment, they like setting up traps.
Ini Haji aneh, Cok. Haji yang
as they make a move towards the bottom side, but yet
Haji yang pakai
no
parsa ini,
real
Cok.
result right here.
Haji
That's the
tapi
problem
makan
on the counter,
babi.
right? You need to rely on that flicker ultimate to land down these structs. Like, let's take a look at the emblems one now. As both these two teams, they won't be able to find anything on the bottom side.
Just a lot of movement speed and cooldown. I mean, it's just how it is, right? Utility becomes so important for both these teams right now because both of them are not making simple mistakes. They need to be forced into those errors. Otherwise,
itu namanya Haji, Cok. Bukan Haji itu maksudnya.
So with that being said, I think that RRQ has a few more tools to work out with. The Blacklist have the counters as well. This is why the drafting phase was just so confusing, so difficult to predict.
Yep, again, something tells me that Aldous ban from a couple of games back in the series,
ini enak
they were on to Blacklist. They knew that this was up. So here, 5
tadi
minutes in,
Ben
second
Predenya
turtle
sama
going for
Blue.
free over to RRQ Hoshi. Blacklist knows their timing still. They know that this is not the time to fight.
I respect that, right? If you notice, even the crowd, they identify that there's no point for Blacklist
Nah,
to try
ini
to come
pakai
back
hero
the
power
turtle.
semua nih.
RRQ, I think the main goal right now is to try to take down as much structures as possible, especially the top-bottom side. You don't want to allow Wise to just walk around gaining resources.
But I mean, you can see that Blacklist is trading very smart, intelligently as well. They are not letting go their turrets for no reason. They always try and find something extra, and this is why it's so annoying. Once you think that you have an edge over Blacklist, they just equalize, and look at that damage though.
No.
That is something that RRQ can definitely use.
What damage? See, he's fully healed. Right now, it is Blacklist time to do the damage. This is kind of crazy, but here comes
Oke. Nah, ini baru match, Cok. War. Kelas. Kasih tahu. Jangan. Ntar menjadi link kalau masuk.
With just a split second to the side, pulls Oh My Venus into RRQ's death ball, and they get 3 for free. Now they're going to capitalize, push this top lane tier 1, and now the map is much smaller. How can Blacklist recover?
I mean, James was saying, what damage? That's the damage you're looking for, man. When they combo the spells properly, that is a lot of potential pick-off for the side of RRQ. It's not just Vin pulling out Oh My Venus to ensure that no healing is done. It's also R7 with his ice set onto Haji at every single fight, one-shotting him if the Petrify is available.
It's not so easy for Blacklist. Again, yes, they have the vision. Yes, they have the box, the space. But when you're fighting a lineup like RRQ has, again, that's a mid Lunox.
Real wall manipulation. Sorry, not a real wall. Feather airstrike going in. Nothing can be found for now. Skylar doesn't connect the random shot. I think right here, Blacklist International is just desperately buying for time. This gold lead still okay for RRQ, but I think they need to do more. They need to crack open mid lane.
They're still leading right now, but they're also working against the clock. The late game is dangerous, but the early game.
Edward getting surprised, but he'll be able to get out alive right into the healing hands of all my Venus. That is the question I ask you, Arashi. What damage?
Well, fortunately, Edward was able to survive in the situation, and now Blacklist are the ones actually trying to make a play, but they're sandwiched between RRQ. That might not be the best result.
And not only just that, it's going to be Skylar getting tagged by the Aldous as well. Haji going in, the Zaman Force already commented at the same time. Lunox is forced to use the brilliance, but now
Estes udah kuning. Oke, ditarik Estes. Nice. Warin, cok. Warin. Bang, jangan sniper mulu lah, Bang. Gue dibacotin, cok, kalau sniper mulu.
Map mobility is combat mobility. You saw how Wise had to walk through the walls. You saw that he was like, oh, Albert, that's not fair. You're on top of the walls. He just couldn't join the fight. And that's just one weakness that Blacklist has just built in. And now, RRQ's going to choke off those resources. Yeah, this is tough. This is revenge from game 3.
RRQ is saying that this is personal. Literally taking away
satu bulir aja, satu bulir.
Looking at the items right here, Blade of Despair and a Malefic Roar completed for Skylar. It's going to be a lot of damage, but looking at R7, he only has the Hunter Strike. That will be plenty to deal with any squishy member. And as you mentioned, Leo, if they can't find ways to survive from the Black Dragon, it's going to be a very tough backline play for Blacklist International.
And look at the clapback, right? Look at the capitalization of RRQ. Straight up, going for that inhibitor. They popped the shield, they left a little bit of
oh my Venus!
Bredet terus, bredet.
Going in for the normal healing for the side
masih ada ulti, slow.
But it is going to be RRQ losing R7 for just that.
Wow, that was a great play, but R7 goes in very, very aggressively. And unfortunately, he gets taken out. It might not be the best scenario that RRQ is looking for, but nonetheless, they're taking away all the turrets available for Blacklist, trying to make sure that they have all the macro advantages they need to deal with an Aldous in the late game.
You know what's curious is in that engagement, Oh My Venus didn't use the ult, Oh My Venus didn't use the Aegis, so something tells me it was all according to plan.
Exactly. Blacklist, Oh My Venus has died probably 2 times already without activating the ult, without activating the Aegis. This is not a very good game. Blacklist is still not on form yet. Right now, RRQ, they have the tempo and they're trying to push as much as possible. This is, once again, a little bit too personal against Blacklist.
They want to make sure that they get all the buffs available, denied from the side of Blacklist International.
Gimana tuh yang ada cewek beneran IDNS ya, IDNS ya. Nggak masuk IDNS Emperor. Ya ke Ibon loh, Bang. Raymond punya dua-duanya, Raymond.
Commit to if they want to try and
contest
the
score.
Yep, it's already spawned, and there's 4 men here. R7 in the wings. Clay just making sure that they make quick work of it. And just like that, Blacklist on the back foot. Wise securing what little resources he can. Run, Wise! Oh, that's all of RRQ on you.
Kalau marah udah kayak grup kan. Nice banget tuh, makan tuh Aldous. Banyak-banyakin main Aldous, cok.
That is a potential, man. When you have the map control,
aja tadi di ban sebenarnya.
Ini lepas.
Di ban apa aja sih tadi gua nggak lihat. Atas, nice. Arset pun udah menjadi Oracle. Sedikit bisa lebih lama ya. Langsung end aja lah, menit 12.
Worst case scenario, Blacklist International loses inhibitor or 2. Best case scenario, they find a way to defend inside their base. But at 11 minutes, with almost 7k ahead, RRQ Hoshi, it's looking like it's worse for wear now. They can't fight, not like this.
Better strike going in the same time. The Renaissance will be able to call it on Haji, but the top side is already getting broken for now. Being tried up now. It is once again the Queen, but we will not be able to survive.
Mamam tuh Estes.
Aduh. RRQ, They take the queen.
Banget gua bang harus ditipu tukang AC. Kenapa? Kena prank tukang AC lu udah kayak itu. Yang itu ya.
Arashi, at what point can we say that Blacklist can clap back and Blacklist find a way in? Because so far, RQOshi, I think they're willing to make these trades for permanent objectives.
I mean, RRQ, they have lost like 5 gold lead, but now Haji's in
nice.
on.
Oh no, that is big.
Aduh, nice masih nice ya. Belum puas. Gue pasang AC rugi 200.000. Rugi di mananya?
Whenever teams
Di
start
harga
trading goes back and forth,
barangnya atau
team with
jasanya.
the late game composition usually comes out on top. With a Harith, with an Aldous in their
Cuma
squad, it's
ikhlasin
going
aja,
to be a
Cok,
bit
kalau kayak
dangerous
gitu.
for RRQ to keep doing this. They have to play calculated and ensure that Blacklist gets
Doakan yang
locked
terbaik
into their own
aja.
base, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult.
Man, look at this. Wise is just like getting free stacks.
Yeah.
Just serving up to him like on a silver platter.
Like a buffet.
Like a buffet.
Like a buffet. He's building a hybrid. This is the El Clasico Aldous Blacklist build. You have the Brute Force, you have the Thunder Belt, one Malefic Roar just for sure, just for safety, and then he's building an Athena Shield. For RRQ Hoshi, I mean, again, they've grown so much from the draft from game 1 to 4 so far. Coverage, check. Protection, check. Aggression, check. And now, this is a Luminous Lord. This could be it. If RQ takes this, and then they win more team fights, it's over. We're going to game 5.
It's about the positioning of Haji. That's a lot of damage coming out with Skylar, but oh my goodness, is around there. I don't like how, oh my goodness, actually position, and once again, right into the edge of it! Real 1 minute vision, this really trying to cover the damage, but R7 will be there.
Komentarnya buat apa? Penentangan.
Here comes
Waduh. Waduh.
For the kills, and Blacklist International shuts down RRQ.
3 for none, and they're gonna go for the Lord right at the least point, right where you did not expect it. Blacks International claps back in just in time. R7,
another point over the side of Wise. The stacks is unsurmountable. Haji forces the Elba to run away. Lord given over to Blacklist.
4v1 Arashi. What's RQ to do here?
They have to try to recover, man, but the gold lead is down to
di gulung itu aja
1.4k
di
only. This is a very dangerous situation for RRQ to be in. I was about to say before the previous fight
Mungkin
that
salah
Edward
perhitungan.
is the unseen member that can be a deciding factor in these big
Kita bisa
fights, and he
dipungsikan
completely
lain.
delivers. He turns it around, and now Blacklist are the ones with a gold advantage. What a disaster for RRQ.
Once again, it's so weird to be fighting on this side of the map. Haji activated by the airstrike at the same time. Finn wouldn't be able to catch it for anyone for now. It's going to be RRQ zoning the Blacklist zoning RRQ away.
For the better part of 15 minutes, I get you, Jays. The fact that we haven't seen Blacklist cross the river in so long, that's just the result of the hard work of the mission accomplished by Agent Zero. You're right, Edward has been doing so much to draw lines across the map to make sure the Blacklist can make moves and can clap back the way they have now. And just like that, the gold lead swings over it. Is that, Albert failed!
Albert
take it!
missed the purple and will get ultimate right now. It's Pandemonium over the side of RRQ as well. And this is a big problem. Blacklist International has a bit of gold lead.
Off the bat, Blacklist International now has the lead. They have equalized in the gold division. They have a lead in range, and they also have a lot more sustain and an infinite scaling hero. On paper, this is a done deal, but RRQ, they are known to do something so crazy, it might just work. That is what we're looking for right here. They have tried to just pick up Oh My Venus and Haji, and so far it's been working kind of. They need something better though.
Wrong neighborhood, Bin. That's a bad place. Surprise is going to be OM as well.
Nice.
But here comes Wise. That's great.
Itu ada flicker, Cok.
Wise on top of OM. It's on top of
Belum ada
the Skylar,
WON ya.
and none of the RRQ members actually fall. The fight.
Nice banget. Arsepeng. Mati kau Aldous. Banyak-banyakin yang Aldous kok. Sakit juga tuh, hampir mati tadi itu digebuk.
The last two members of Blacks International on the map, Edward and Wise.
No way.
Hoshi are on a manhunt, and no they take Wise. It's over. It's over. 5v1. Edward.
Gak usah recall. Skillar. Turret. Nice. Lemon senyum. Oh, Lemon.
Not here, not in our home turf. We're going to game 5.
Looking forward to a full series between RRQ Hoshi and Blacklist International. And I was just talking that they have to try and do something different. And they go and pick off the Harriet of all people. What a performance coming in from RRQ. They are here, still in the fight.
After Oheb went down and after
Ya Lemon pemanasan dulu Lemon.
to find who to heal, it was just too much to ask for Wise to finish anybody off, right? There were, what, 3 or 4 members of RQ Hoshi that were sitting at maybe a fourth of their health. A single punch from that Aldous would have ended it, would have just turned things around, given that he is sitting on a killing spree. But RQ Hoshi, they still kept their eyes on the prize. It was a close call. That was almost Blacks International dropping them to the lower bracket, but the King of Kings says, no, not today. Not in front of the kingdom, not here.
I feel like this particular draft was literally the Queen's Gambit, right? They baited, not say baited, they allowed the link to come out, they picked the Aldous. But I think they put in so much investment into the late game, and I feel like that's not exactly what Blacklist want to do.
Oh yeah. But with that being said, on behalf of Arashi and Jays, my name is Leo. We're going to throw it over to our analysts to break this game down even further. Let's go.
This best of 5 has quickly transitioned into a best of 1 between RQ Hoshi against Blacklist International. We have a lot to talk about in terms of the drafts, in terms of the timings, and we're gonna break it down here. My name is Ophel, Naisu, as well as Trex, where I kind of feel like we gotta talk about tempo first, we gotta talk about timing. RQ Hoshi, they started this game guns blazing.
Yeah, and I mean, the major thing, Vin. I feel like he struggled a little the last game. Same thing with R7, but instead of putting him on something heavy attack, heavy set like the Kufra, it was heavy pick. And he was able to find his mark, able to pick off Venus, and when you dethrone the queen, the kingdom rises.
That's the thing, right? You know that when that Kaja's locked in here, you have a couple jobs, right? You either peel for if you have to, or you initiate. And a lot of the times it was Vin deciding to just initiate those fights, found the right target every time, like you mentioned, Trex. And when you take out that Estes from Ome Venus, this gives you a huge advantage in team fight.
We're going to look at itemization as well as the hero picks, where I want to take this moment to actually discuss about the heroes being used and the timings, because in that game, Blacklist International, they were losing a lot in the early stages of the game, but almost immediately at that Lord fight where Edward just managed to get 3 people with the Petrify, they really almost turned it around for Blacklist International. And I want to start with Naisu. Blacklist International, why were they so strong in the mid/going to the late stage of the game?
One word there, and that's Aldous, right? I mean, now Wise had to have a lot of time to build those stacks. I mean, this is something we've seen from Wise before in the past. He has to build it up, get those stacks, and then usually that's a big threat alone. But at the same time, like you mentioned, I mean, we've seen Haji play the Farsa quite often now, but yes, Agent Zero on that Benedetta pick, it was very threatening, and there were some good moments there, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, from the very beginning, as you mentioned, the tempo, RQ had to, I feel like they knew there was a lot of pressure. We have to push it this time because of the Aldous, right? So they, as you said, when guns blazing towards mid, there was a little bit of shift. Wise able to get some more defensive items, able to get his stacks up so that he can be more aggressive. But in the end, RQ was able to cut the line and finish the game in time.
We're gonna look at the post-game stats, and I gotta say, the entire crowd was roaring because both teams were able to use the draft to the maximum to achieve their win condition. Albert, the ring got here, 822 gold per minute,
Gimana?
is still hot.
Gimana?
Going back to the draft,
Gak dari tadi begini, di band gitu. Si Mobazen.
Kenapa di band Mobazen?
Itu Fredrin.
Si Fredrin.
They played around that. They had the burst potential because when you have Kaja, you make that decisive action.
RRQ tanpa Lemon ibarat Argent tanpa Messi. Ya, Mama Lemon nggak main guys.
Ini substitusi dong.
Difference here for Albert, able to have a much easier time in the jungle. He didn't have to worry about his purple buff being taken.
Another important thing is Oheb didn't get to play range this time. He picks up the Herod. He has to get more upfront and personal, and this makes Haji a bit more of a target here. A lot more weight was on Haji's shoulders here, and he wasn't able to get the positioning that we saw him get in the past 2 matches.
I like that you guys discuss about the draft because RK Hoshi, the way that they drafted, they made sure that they were building up the success.
Tadi di jalan nonton di mana sih?
Tadi aku lagi di gym. Terus kan nonton game pertama tuh. Beres game pertama langsung OTW rumah. Makanya game keduanya kelewat. Terus udah deh. Besok dukung Onyx nggak kak? Besok Onyx lawan apa ya?
Onyx lawan Eko.
Aku dukung Onyx sih. Aku tim RRQ tapi tetap. Aku tim Mobazen. Agil apa kabar teh? Sehat kayaknya. Udah lama banget aku nggak berkabar, dia sibuk. Udah nggak main Mobile Legends tau aku. Mandi dulu teh minimal biar wangi. Aku semprot parfum aja kali. Aku wangi tau. Aku baru beres mandi. Tadi baru beres nge-gym.
Decisive. That's the thing too. When you're playing the Kajas, it's not always.
Ayo voting.
Vince started off.
Voting.
Really allowed RQ just to play their game, play their tempo, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, literally within the first 4 or 5 minutes, he found Venus 3 times. Has Venus at a 0-3, and this stops their whole composition from functioning when they moved into the mid game.
Now we're gonna look at the heat map and I wanna look
Ayo mama aja teh nggak usah mandi. Aku mandi ya enak aja, lu kan abis beres nge-gym kan mandi. Lihat cantik begini. Jarang mandi, aku mandi 2 kali sehari enak aja. Cuman mukanya aja rada surem makanya nih. Mukanya surem guys. Hidupnya surem jadi aja gitu. Dibilang nggak mandi. Tapi padahal bukan muka aku yang surem hidupnya. Halo teh, halo. Ayo polling guys.
This also makes it even faster to clear the objectives because what we saw was those turtle takes were super fast.
Another important thing is we don't see him on the enemy side of the river too much. He's more of waiting for them to come to him, waiting in those bushes, waiting for that pick opportunity at this point. And like we said, he found it every time.
Now we gotta look back.
Bomba solar itu baunya kayak gimana?
Coming in from RKHoshi, they really dictated the tempo. So looking at a highlight from the very
cantik ini
first
jarang
start of the game.
Kalian tuh bener-bener menyebarkan fitnah ya, aku tuh rajin mandinya. Lihat yang ini nih di sini.
At this point in the highlights, they already
bukan di sini deh tadi di akhir.
time after time that Vince finding the right targets. That's
Bau Mbak Solar itu bau nasi goreng maksud kamu.
Even with Albert being able to profit on this.
Tangannya bau besi itu guys habis nge-gym.
Bau besi ya. Mbak Solar tangannya bau besi katanya.
I think another important thing is it wasn't only
bau matahari.
of their team fights. One would go in, then R7 goes in.
Aku nggak bau matahari ya, enak aja. Aku tuh paling nggak suka tahu badan aku bau makanan, bau apapun nggak suka. Bahkan aku tuh nggak terlalu suka makan pakai tangan, soalnya tangannya suka bau makanan.
Looking at this is
lebih seneng makan pakai sendok. Tuh kan katanya Wise tuh terpisahkan oleh Oh My Venus dan tidak bisa melakukan heal. Itu kan barusan aku bilang seperti itu guys. Catat.
Is this not what we wanted, right? This is 2 series now that's going to be going 5 games. This is exactly what we wanted coming into this point in the knockout stage.
Kasar tangan aku tadi aku belajar pull up guys. Cuman bisa 5.
Asisted apa enggak?
Hah? Assisted lah. Aku kan nggak pernah. Pertama kali aku pull up itu tuh dibantu cuma bisa 5. Yang bisa sendiri bener-bener sendiri nggak dipegangin itu 1.
1 itu pun tremor.
1 tuh udah. Teteh gak kuat udah gitu. Teteh aku gak kuat dibantu.
Pakai tali Kak, dibantu orang. Tali juga bisa.
Iya, tadi tuh nyari talinya nggak tahu kemana. Udah gitu aku disuruh 4 pull up 3 set kan mau meninggal, tau gak sih?
that's mostly
Orgil banget nih PT aku. Tapi aku mau belajar pull up. Boleh. Kirain tuh belajar doang. Ternyata ini. Ternyata disuruh 3 set. Jarang olahraga berarti iya aku jarang olahraga guys.
Ntar malam sakit tuh triangle.
Sakit banget. Tadi aja baru sakit. Mana ya? Kalian boleh otot tidak? Otot dari nge-gym guys harus ditongolin. Lumayan. PT-nya dibantu sih saya PT-nya yang pull up. Aku pull up. Udah bisa kayak Pevita tau ngikat rambut sambil flexing. Maaf, aku suka malu.
Dulu waktu 20 kg yang lalu aku bisa 15.
Apa? Iya.
10 kg yang lalu.
Aku kan baru belajar, jangan kayak gitu. Aku baru belajar pull up.
Sekarang 5 aja udah berat.
Berat badannya yang menambah ya.
Iya, selisih 20 kilo, parah banget.
Kawat tulang besi. Sedikit kekar, iya sedikit. Iya memang kalau pull up tuh tergantung berat badan. Kalau badannya keberatan berat. Aku yang seringan ini aja. Tadi tuh kayak 1,
Berisik.
2.
Apa? Siapa yang berisik? Gua kecilin. Yang mana?
Tapi backnya jadi
yang
bagus.
cowok atau
ada sayap?
Aku harus bisa terus itu.
Yang
Aku
cowok
harus
lu
bisa
kecilin sih.
pull up. Aku mau belajar terus.
Blacklist International
Apa?
lost way too much in the mid game, right? Because of how Vin plays. Don't forget Vin, I think
Ntar kalau udah bisa pull up, terus bisa human flag-nya kan.
Apa itu?
Human flag?
Apa itu?
Dikerik gitu.
Yang dikerik? Yang apa?
Yang human flag. Bendera manusia.
Oh. Yang gitu.
Yang miring.
Tangannya besar, badannya kecil. Enggak, tangan aku dan badan aku tuh
udah kayak Popeye.
enggak gitu guys. Tangan aku nggak segede itu.
His key strength is just finding opportunities and being able to pinpoint a particular pickup all the way since few seasons ago on the jawhead. That's when I first saw him just display that skill, and I think he shows it again today. Just catching OHAP in the middle of all that chaos, that requires next level skill, man.
I don't understand this. Like, if you're saying that, people are already discounting our Vin, I think this is his redemption. That particular game is basically a statement to the whole
Tapi kalau
world
habis
out
nge-gym,
there. Hey, don't
peti
count
wangi
me out just
kerongkongan
yet. I
sebelah.
may be an
Hah?
old-timer,
Ngomong
but I
apa
can
sih?
still catch the queen.
Yep, he's been there and
Ngomong
he's here
apa
tonight,
tuh?
right? And standing in front of Blacks International, yeah, y'all lap it up. He's not making it easy for the M3 World Champions to actually come back
Ini
around.
aku puks.
Now, with that being said,
Aku puks.
let's talk about Blacks International.
Yes.
Alodia asked for Game 5. Here it is right now. And we're living in it.
Sakit
This is the
banget.
reality of the situation.
Tau nggak ini tuh sakit banget abis pull up tuh sakit banget tangan aku ininya. Apa sih ini bagian back scapula? Aduh.
I mean, technically we
Sakit
all
banget.
were. Intentional? Deep inside we all were. Deep inside, that's what we wanted.
But I think it's also a well-deserving one, right? You can see, Black
Let's
Lives
go
International,
to
they do have that particular strategy that they want to pull off. In fact, funneling every single minion in the mid lane as well in the early
Luar
game
biasa.
over to Y so that he
Aduh,
can hit critical threshold. But I think going to game
Besok
number
bangun tidur
5,
lebih endol. Aduh ini
I don't
anjir
know,
sakit
because
banget tau.
the
Aduh.
identity of Blacklist International between game number 1, game number 2.
Tadi set ketiga sebenarnya aku tuh udah nggak bisa narik tau. Dipaksa sama PT aku udah. Ayo bisa ayo. Ayo bisa nggak bisa teteh. Ayo. Satu udah nggak mau lagi terus tetap dipaksa sama teteh. Ayo bisa sebisa. Cuma bisa 3.
How they're able to radically just change up the strategy.
Halo,
and
ayam.
it paid off massively, right? So I think that given the current context, the current circumstances, I think it makes sense that Blacklist will try and
Mari
bring
kita
out
lihat.
yet again something unexpected.
Mari kita lihat
well,
ini game ke
something has to stick, right? And I'm pretty
5.
sure it's
Iya
one
kan?
of these heroes from our impact players from game 4, right? Oheb
Sakit
on the
banget.
Harith, was almost carrying what Blacklist could bring into the late game.
Tiap hari nge-gymnya jangan seminggu sekali.
Lihat
Aku
di damage-nya Farsha.
Farsha sakit banget gila. Ih.
Udah
Aku
sakit, ada
nge-gym
stunnya.
4 kali dalam seminggu. Iya sakit. Farsha tadi aku main partial. Push rank menang. Sakit banget gila.
Tadi nggak ada yang bisa ke Parsa game keberapa ya? Game kedua yang Pani di band.
Iya dia harus ada yang nge-tank. Makanya dari yang pas di ISF kan tuh si Cycle pakai ini terus kan? Apa siapa? Yuzong terus dia.
Karinya pun nggak bisa maju kalau nggak ada yang mengganggu Parsanya.
Now they might actually ban out the Fanny and the Ling.
I feel like it's just going back to basics. Like, I don't want to pull a pun right here, but like
you're in it. You're in too deep.
Okay, going back to the basics, right? We're just gonna go in
Daiji,
hard,
lu.
Ya.
Technically speaking, this is still the upper bracket.
Daiji kan nonton Empor.
Starting to look very scrappy, right, Leo?
Kan nonton Empor.
Ini aku lagi nonton.
Jaslyn lah.
Iya aku lagi streaming ya. Di YouTube STH Saka langsung dibuka guys. Venus kalau healer yang nggak ada pilihan terakhir Lolita. Bisa Lolita nih biar kayak Super Shark.
Emang boleh di stream Empor?
Boleh.
Remember in the previous
Kamu
game,
pernah ada
RRQ
gembah?
switched sides, and that
Ini
seems to
aku
be
lagi
very beneficial for them.
restream.
They will not have the same opportunity this time, so that might just be a big factor. All the way
Ini aku lagi
though,
nonton.
we do see a blue and a
Ben
carry, as well as a
Carry dan
1-1,
Blue,
and
Ben
Joy.
Joy
One
and
side wants to
1-1.
get rid of these prio
Pick
annoying
apa?
heroes, the other wants to get
Ben
rid of
apa?
all this
Ben apa lagi ya?
mobility, all this dive
Daiji
potential.
kiri atau kanan?
So much is open right here.
Aku siapa coba?
I think they can take. They want to
Daiji
take the
kanan.
lead because it's their first pick.
Kiri ha.
International to ban it away.
Predrin lah Ben, Predrin.
Oh ya bentar aku pindahin dulu guys kamera acu ke mid.
Again,
Nah
you can
gini.
ban out the Eve and then
Oh.
first pick the Kaja. You can also try to leave open possibly the Fanny. I'm not sure if that's worth first picking in this situation. The Grok seemed to play a
Hamla,
great
hamla.
role earlier, but no. They're
Sejak
going
kapan
this
berhenti
certain direction.
kali
They're gonna
duanya?
take out the Eve, and then they'll play with their box in their own way.
Yeah, I think Blacklist International doesn't want to see the Kaja right here.
Saya final nonton
I think
langsung
it's a
nggak?
no-brainer
Enggak.
right there. Vin is super comfortable.
Daiji MPL nonton sih
Also,
season
fleet
11.
time being built in early just now. That's hooks for days,
Season
but no.
11 MPL
Speaking about
nonton.
hooking, they take away the Franco instead. Kaja left open.
Apa? Kenapa?
Season 11 MPL.
Oh, nonton. Itu kapan?
Ya, 3 bulan 2 bulan 3 bulan 4 bulan lagi.
Ya aku nonton ah.
Kayak Kaja dapat
Nonton.
Apa aja pas playoff.
Part of their success is how
Ben Franco.
successful Vin was able to be able to pick off the members of Blacklist International. That suppression is very strong.
Yep, MVP from
Halo
Game
Teci, maaf
4
baru
was
gabung.
on this
Aman
Kaja,
aja.
and they
Selamat
ride the momentum,
bergabung.
ride the wave, take it all the way through the
Ayo
last game of the
vote.
series. For Blacklist though, what's left
Jangan
open
cheesing
is a
dan juga
lot
nggak seru.
on
Oke
the
nanti
board.
kita
There's
nonton
Barca,
yang serunya aja.
There's what else? Well, Glue got banned out.
Ada lagi pakai draft yang tadi lagi nih.
About his first two picks. What is Blacklist International going to go for? That's the ban that are going in. That's one checkbox marked. Now we're seeing a Farsa going in as well. Do you want to prioritize
Eci
it
fans
early?
kalian
Wow,
juga.
gonna go in.
Farsa
Feels like the
lagi.
replay of game 4.
Parsa lagi kah?
That's what they're doing here, and then they're gonna learn again. Best believe the change up, the switch up might happen as soon as here, this third pick for Blacklist, or in the second phase during the banning. For RRQ, though, how do they close up their first phase?
Kak nggak usah DC sama tuh orang sama siapa?
Damage because now even with the
Gak
divine
apa-apa, biar ada
judgment,
teman
you don't have any damage to
ngobrol.
follow up to try and secure that kill before the crowd control wears
Tuh orang
out.
tuh yang mana?
It's gonna be a tough situation as well.
Tuh orang
I think
banyak.
they need to try and lean into that aggression. That is their signature style that we haven't seen in a long time actually. And we've seen that even against Blacklist, it is a big problem. I think it works out.
Looks like the pick is gonna
Oke,
be damage
power
indeed,
lagi.
and they're not gonna let
Ujung Ling.
Blacklist ban out the link. They're not gonna wait. They are going to be the aggressors, the initiators. They pick up the Yuzhong and the Ling.
It's all about the positioning of Haji right there on that Farsa, right? Clay, sorry, not Clay, R7 on that Yuzhong.
Nice.
Stepping the Albert
Dapat linknya.
Telat lagi, Ci. Kali 2 lagi.
Iya, kenapa ya?
Kali 2 lagi.
Aku tuh udah 2 kali, udah. Oh, kenapa ya kena ke ini terus?
Iya, dia
Berhenti gitu. Si playback speednya.
Itu Eci
Ntar kalau udah mentok dia berhenti normal.
Apa?
Ngambil apaan? Aku punya itu.
Oleh-oleh dari Jakarta. Kenapa normal lagi?
Because again, they don't have to pull out something new. Instead of picking up the Estes in the slot, they go ahead and pick up the claw.
Oleh-oleh dari MPL.
Coach Bonchan here
Ini tuh
very
nanti
irritating, right? Just not giving us
kali
not
2 nya
giving
kan
us
berhenti
the
atau
confirmation
gimana?
on what he plans on doing, and that is
Kali
why
2
it's so
aja, ntar
difficult,
normal
right?
sendiri.
The elusive mind of Coach Bonchan.
Udah.
Ntar kalau
nanti
misalnya
normal
lag
sendiri.
dia
Oh iya.
kali 2 lagi.
Know what he's up to, and yet somehow he finds success. And as you mentioned, with the Claude picked up right here, they have a chance to shift this draft into something more aggressive, or even tone it down and go for something a bit more reactive, right? Something that
Tadi
hides
perasaan
back
fan-fan
better.
aja sekarang
Yeah,
rada
so what's
gimana ya?
missing for RQ Hoshi
Rame
that
banget ya di
Blacklist
stats
can
ya.
clamp down on are mid laners or gold laners, and here's a hero that's both. They take out the Lunox.
I mean, you saw that for Blacklist, the fact that there was the Lunox can be so
Valentina
flexible and so
masuk
safe is definitely something they do not want to have, because Haji relies on being able to go for those level 2 roams, those early game pickoffs to try and get the ball rolling. But quick bans right here, Fredrin as well as the Harith, they really know what they don't want to see.
They don't want this flexible picks coming in from the side of RQ, right? And another thing I also find interesting, RQ Hoshi, once the ban from the Fredrin comes out, that's a little bit personal. Wise was able to use the Fredrin almost like 3 games in a row, and it works pretty well. And there you go, the Lolita.
Kenapa ya kayaknya masih telat di streaming aku?
It's not even a choice of Baratas anymore, right? They know that that's the only choice left, and I think Coach Arcadia, Coach Achel, they're accepting
Coba
this.
di
That,
Mobile
hey, he might pick up the Baratas, so just ban out one of Venus's best heroes, take out the
Coba
Lolita.
ya.
Coba di TikTok teh. Biasanya lebih ke TikTok.
But I got a feeling that there may be a Digi coming out. A Digi time journey would be very good because, first of all, you allow the Barats to basically use the Daytona's welcome to swallow someone up, and then after that, you also deny the CC coming out from the Farsa so that she can stay in the Feather Asteroid just a little bit longer.
Well, point is, I think for RRQ, they need some kind of DPS.
Streaming
There's no way
delay-nya
they
di
tend to
mana
take
ya?
down a late game Barrage with a Ling and a Yuzong, right?
Yeah,
That's
not
a
like
bit of a tough endeavor. So some kind of DPS, either physical or magical, needs to be secured here. Otherwise, they're prone to just falling to the same issue, right? Having a thick front line for Blacklist, and they cannot penetrate. Oh, whoa.
Okay.
That's the Kadira, man.
That's the Shred, and that's the Kadita, and that is Estes once again for the side. Oh my goodness, Blacklist banning away the Lunox makes sense right now. And RRQ, I feel like this is a good drop against Blacklist as well.
Yep, again, expect that Aegis on Home Venus to pop within the first 30 seconds. Because again, RRQ has to be super aggressive.
Tadi perasaan belum.
And then from there, we'll
Tadi
see
perasaan nggak delay,
how
kenapa
much
sekarang
the
delay
gears
lagi?
have turned for Coach Bonchan and if they can change their fate because RRQ Hoshi are riding on momentum.
I've seen that Blacklist can struggle against 2 pick-off dive heroes, but now with potentially 3 heroes, right, that can be used to engage the fight, is that going to be even more dangerous for Blacklist, or is it just too much from RRQ and they end up lacking something else in their composition?
Arashi, Bakmas Limta, listen, it's actually 4, right? You count the Kaja too.
You're right.
So Kaja, Ling, Yudong, and Kadira. So Blacklist, when it comes to engagement, they're in trouble.
Yep, everybody can dive, but ladies and gentlemen, on to the land of Dawn we go.
Game 5 here in this best of 5 in the upper bracket. We'll throw it over to our Bahasa counterparts. But for y'all watching all over the world, welcome. This is RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International, the last game
Detik
in
keberapa,
this,
guys?
to be honest, grand finals worthy series.
And off the bat, you already see adjustments being made. Blacklist understands the danger, and they have 2 purifies on their main carries on top of the Aegis. Already a very good solution. Will that be enough, knowing that there are 4 sources of crowd control for RRQ?
Another thing that I was saying, may have taken a lot of damage, but here comes Clay at the same time. Not enough damage from the side of RRQ to kind of shut down the push. Blacklist International once again, oh my goodness, popping for Aegis way too early.
Now, talking about stats, right? Barats is the highest win rate with 100% in 5 games. So Blacklist has this major stat riding off of this game.
I mean, it's a very strong hero in the right situations, and right now, it does seem like later on, when it comes to that macro gameplay as well, they're going to be able to clear waves very fast with this composition. So I think Blacklist is onto something right here. It's on the shoulders of RRQ to try and surprise them yet again. At this point, you have to wonder, have they done too much already?
Edward dashing all the way out just in safety right here. Albert will get scouted out by Oh My Venus right here. 30 seconds on the clock. It's a race to level 4.
Down bottom, you see that Wise has given Skylar a little visit, helping out Oheb.
Wow.
And again, this is an average Claude. So every bit of basic attacks that Claude can get on anybody actually will help Oheb propel straight into that first 2 core items.
Well, we're still in the early game and we can talk about the picks. We have to note that Clay can play a lot of aggressive heroes, but he is more well known for playing the mages. You have to wonder if that becomes a factor as the turtle is spawning, and it looks like the play is being initiated by RRQ, but Blacklist ain't so far behind, trying to contest the control.
Contesting the control is the name of the game right here, but Clay does have the level 4 as well. It's gonna be
dapat.
Wise get denied by the ultimate.
Ya nggak bisa. Nice. First blood.
Gas.
Can only use it now.
Oh, that was just off timing for Blacklist. All of the tools that RRQ needed just fell on their lap, and they capitalized on a good situation, turned it great. Took the turtle, took some kills along the way.
That was a bold move by Blacklist International.
Yudong.
Contest such an early fight against such a dangerous composition coming in from RRQ.
Now, looking at the bottom lane, the island of the gold laners, at least in that disaster of an engagement for Blacklist, Oheb, you can still rely on him. You can still at least expect for him to do something, right? But when is that going to happen? How can you expect him to do that without the assistance of Haji, without the assistance of Oh My Venus? Because, again, with Albert skyrocketing into the lead this early, 3 minutes in, even Oheb, I feel like might not be too safe.
This is the dangerous part.
Terkandidat ada di STC. Ayo kita lihat kandidat. Wah.
They have more lane control, lane pressure, but Green is getting jumped on.
Fedez are going in the same time. Looking at it now. Oheb will be the one that finishes the job. He's going to be one kill, given over to side of Blacklist. Oh My Venus right here, just healing up Haji, and they're back to fighting shape again.
The road to recovery starts now. What do the items look like here for Blacklist?
Oheb landing down the damage, but would not be able to be enough. But that could be the precursor, and here comes the actual main damage, and here comes the main party. The flicker will be used, but Skyway will be able to get on without. But Blacklist, they're wasting a lot of time in the bottom lane.
Gotta be maximum range, right? Tactical repositioning plus the flicker. That's gotta go on TikTok someday.
That was smooth coming in from Skylar. He just slides out of that very dangerous situation. But right now, you can see that Clay is struggling, man. He wants to get these pickups, but with the Purifies, it's just a bit too difficult. They need to time this. They have to count the cooldown and ensure that they go in for the right target once the Purifies are down.
This Feather Airstrike's a little bit too early, right, guys?
Yeah, suspect.
Thank you,
and
giftnya. Udin
to time it up, but this might be because they see that Albert is still going for his purple, and this allows Wise to do the same for his orange, and then they reset. So far, this is good because the pull so far. Low turtle resets.
So resets.
Okay, set up turtle, guys.
Mana nih? There's going to be a lot of 1v1 kill potential, but Haji has the Clock of Destiny already scaling towards that mid.
Jaga-jaga ditarik ya, Wise-nya. Nice. Ayo, jamming terus. Lihat mid-nya.
International couldn't solve.
Just as quickly, I could have sworn the Barats would have survived, but no.
Oh no.
They have lethal intent. Oheb is in trouble.
Mamam siya, Wise.
BMI already pulled out. Vin doesn't really have the advantage for now. That could be a side relief, but Clay doesn't have the ultimate, so that is still okay. This time around, they may have actually almost extended just a little bit too much. Better airstrike zoning out the members of our RQ as well. Blacklist International, the big problem right now is that counter ultimate.
It's just so difficult. There's a lot of sources of front control, and they can deal with that with the Purify. But if R7 or Albert just jumps on you, that's damage, not front control. You have to go worry about.
Wesker shot, Skylar walks away with one dot.
Mampus lu. Ngomongnya ya. Gak boleh itu aku pindah ke turtle bawah. Oke. Gak boleh kamu ngomong kayak gitu.
Tapi disebut the queen dia.
Iya memang. Sorry Euphoria. Itu bukan tapi LGBTQ.
There's no for love, right? Maybe a little, but it's more of because RQ Hoshi are feeling it. They won game 4, they have momentum on their side, and they have a relatively significant.
Lancar betul, sakit banget guys.
Oh my goodness, just right in time. The ambulance right now is all about Vin, whether he can catch the right targets.
Oof. Man, Din Hunter Sword has been completed for OHAP. He has a steel leg plates as well, so for now, he has some measure of defense against the physical damage, but that's only until Albert scales and gets his hands on him. At that point, the escape is going to be very difficult, and the fact that Skylar is on that Beatrix means that RRQ can slowly but surely siege down these turrets.
How safely and how
sebentar lagi muncul guys.
Cleanly RQ Hoshi pressured that bottom lane, and that's permanent damage. Oheb now can't farm us safely down there, and all the more this opens up this last turtle for RQ Hoshi.
Rebutannya sini, setupnya sini guys.
Problem is, Vin does have the ultimate as well. Why is he to step out? He needs to try to eat that ultimate. There you go, Vin.
Tertarik lagi guys.
Not shy, but Wise will be able to heal up just in time. He's trying to look for the victor, but Retribution. Blacklist International take away the turtle.
Tadi ketarik kurang jauh guys.
R7 barely gets away with his life, but who'd have thought that Blacklist would have taken that turtle?
Ya, yang didapatkan oleh Blacklist guys.
At least now Wise is more
Oh,
confident.
itu pindah lagi jadi Lord.
Yeah, the biggest problem right here
jadi
is that
turtle masih turtle ya?
International
Kok kebalik? Kenapa badan aku kebalik?
Nothing's gonna happen for now, but let me continue my point. Wise needs to eat the ultimate of Vin. No one else on the side of Blacklist could do anything at all.
I think earlier, Wise was actually dragged by the Divine Judgment.
Yes,
but
correct.
unfortunately, the Breath of the Ocean from Clay does not land. And now, with Wise having the Radiant Armor, he is going to be a bit tanky until Clay has a bit more penetration to nuke him down. This might be the mid-game that Blacklist is looking for.
Yep, 8 minutes in, they shrank that gold lead, approaching 3 now, it's just barely 1. Oh,
Blazing Duet doesn't really stick. But there you go, Blacklist International managed to clear out the top side wave. What is going on around the map? It is the Fed Ash right going in. The West Coast shot will not be able to connect. It's a little bit too far. Blacklist International takes up top side.
That's clean zoning from Haji right here, knowing that he has a lot of damage in his arsenal. The lightning target is not complete just yet, but even then, that needs to be respected by Skylar. He has the Wind of Nature at this point. But, you know, there's still that magic damage threat coming in from Oh My Venus and Haji. That is the main thing he has to be aware of in these big fights.
And now, again, with the past minute or so being all about regaining real estate for Blacks International, they can find better engages. This 1,000 gold lead for Arkeoshi, yes, it's significant, yes, it means something, but Blacklist can put up a better fight because, again, of the aforementioned.
Tarik.
It's a good idea coming up from Vin, but it's going to be Wise. Get the knock on the door, wait.
Ada My Venusnya datang guys, nggak bisa itu.
Let's lost that roam. R7 a little bit too low. Clay coming in, trying to put some damage, but Blacklist International.
Tarik tapi nggak bisa di combo.
No caution to the wind, and it resulted in Vin being taken down.
Jadi Lord guys, jadi Lord.
Making a beeline straight for the Lord, and watch that green dot. Dennis Welcome still online.
They waste no time at all, man. RRQ, they might try and contest here, but it might be too difficult. Unfortunately, Blacklist will be able to secure that Lord and RRQ. They overestimate their damage, despite the Wise just building
iya, susah udah terlalu tebel ya kan, mau ditarik gimana pasti langsung disamper tuh sama My Venus. Kataku juga ini tuh warnya harus dipisah tuh, dipisahin itu Raja sama Ratunya.
Mending tarik Venusnya nggak sih?
Tarik Venusnya juga dia yang ult, tapi dia harus jauh sih. Tapi emang cuma bisa dia.
Looking at the items here, 10 minutes in, Arash, talk to us.
Harusnya Venusnya ditarik terus Yuzongnya zoning.
As well, he is getting tankier and tankier, and so far, if you look at the items from RRQ, penetration is not in sight just yet. This might be a mistake. Here we go, Blacklist just sieging, taking away structures with the help of the Lord.
Zoning away. That's the name of the game from the side of Blacklist International. But hold on a second, it's a 1v1. Metroid going in for the side of L1. Alpha will be duking it off. The damage of the blaze going in.
Nice one.
Turret. It is a trade.
And all the time that Agent Zero bought for Blacklist, RQ Hoshi are now reeling. They're looking at a map
Tadi
that's
udah
red,
sekali kayak
wondering
gitu dua
where
kali
it all went
jangan
wrong.
diulangi
The
guys,
Blacklist
tolong
take
Vin,
full lead.
jangan
Oh no,
ditarik
Vin, think about it, but he misses
guysnya.
there now. Here comes the punishment coming up from Blacklist International. Better Ashrag will be able to zone RQ away. Blacklist International stabilized for now.
Oh, they're going to steal this purple away from Albert, who hasn't even respawned yet. We're looking at a Lord in a minute and a half. Arashi,
Ngapainnya
what's
begitu?
going on? What can we expect in the next minute and a half? Because this Lord, this next one is going to be significant.
We can expect RRQ to try and get a pickup yet again, but of course Blacklist, they adapt. You cannot expect the same thing to work again and again, and right now, they have the solutions. A strong front line, they can tank most of the damage, sustain to back them up, and even if you want to go for the squishier members, like we mentioned, the Purify is there. So I think RRQ, they have to try and ration their crowd control. They cannot use it all at the same time, because if they do that, then it's easier for Blacklist to identify when they need to commit most of their resources. If they can spread it out a bit more, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and it goes back to that dirty, that messy fight that RRQ usually finds success in.
Bentar lagi muncul lagi guys.
Has Haji and Noah
Ayo
used
semangat.
Purify?
Jangan
Second
blunder, jangan
question,
blunder.
why isn't Vin catching all my Venus?
I feel like, again, he was trying to do that with the flicker. Unfortunately, he was just barely out of range. Maybe the pressure is getting to him, you never know. But Albert, once again, is going on a duel with Agent Zero. They traded 1-for-1 earlier, but man, it's still beneficial for Edward in this situation, because Albert is level 15.
Arashi tried to answer it, but I was going to say, Jays, I don't have the answer. Blacklist does. At this point, they're in the driver's seat. They're camping here in this river bush, and I'm not sure if RQ knows.
Man, RQ does have the map control, brush control in
Dan
fact,
ditarik
but
dulu
it
guysnya
needs to
itu
be
sama
an
finish di
ultimate
belakang.
coming up on R7. You need to sacrifice that. It's going to be Albert missing that purple buff once again. It's going to be a replay of game number 3.
Oh, this Ling is thirsty. This Ling is hungry. He needs that purple. He needs that perp.
It's unreal, man. Wise is able to steal so many resources, so many purples, but now this is the deciding moment. If RQ can fight around, this might be the opportunity they're looking for. But otherwise, Blacklist has a chance to completely use this neutral objective and force RRQ into an unfavorable fight.
Oh my god. Do they know? Do they know? All right, that's it. They revealed it. That's it. Yep, RQ Hoshi. So they're just trying their best to get a reset here. But can they find it? Lord, less than half health. Oh, here comes Vin.
Here comes Vin as well. It's going to be the equal swap up with a connect. Clay goes into Petrify, but it's going to be knock up coming up as well. RQ, the damage coming up. RQ doesn't really click. It's going to be not in the way. And Wise pick up Clay. And Albert still standing in the back.
Tarik dulu guys.
Walks on in. He reveals the assassin. It's
Waduh,
going to be anything at all. It's going to be all my business desperately trying to heal Wise, but Blacklist International, they traded for Clay.
The MPLID Grand Finals MVP fell, and for no reason at all.
Lihat sakit banget.
It is going to be the suppression on top of that one. The punishment. Now it's becoming re-engaged by Albert trying to look for something over here, but OM is creating so much trouble. And there's the way to late to activate at the same time. Albert going in, trying to play with the blades, but he gets zoned out.
Udah reset lagi Lordnya, reset.
Oh, they baited out so much, but they instead traded out, and it's gonna cost them. But at least Blacklist walks away with the Lord Skylar. Skylar
Tidak bisa, guys.
And malicious intentions, but Blacklist says no. 2K ahead, Luminous Lord on their side. What does this mean for RQ Hoshi?
It means that they're stuck on the defensive and they cannot go for those big flanks. I was about to say that Blacklist are just so patient. They play that fight so slow, and RRQ just weren't able to adjust. But afterwards, RRQ were able to actually get something in exchange for that Lord. That's a small victory, but as we mentioned, having the Lord on top of a very solid front-to-back composition means that now you can force RRQ to go to locations that you want them to be, instead of RRQ being elusive, hiding in the bushes, surprising them with side flanks.
Yeah, now it's come to the point wherein even bush control isn't as
Ayo,
important
bisa dong.
because you still have to think about those purifies. Now Chase, Haji has his off of cooldown. Venus has an Aegis. Oheb is waiting about 15 seconds from here. So this Lord push might actually be lethal. They could take an inhibitor, or better yet, they might even threaten a finish.
RQ does have 2 Petrifies left. It's all about RQ, how they play this out. The Panda Ezra will be able to zoning out. That's the Lord defended by RQ. Blacklist International focus on the mid lane instead. Nibiru's passion, wave clearing, that's all what RRQ can do for now. Locked in base.
Luckily, Clay has solid wave clear. And again, you're still looking at Skylar, despite the nerfs on Beatrix in the recent patch, they're doing okay. Arashi, what does the items look like? Oh, because the Agent Zero.
Oh my goodness,
misses out.
Misses the
Flicker
flicker
apa itu?
ultimate, allows Edward to slip on away.
That is very unfortunate. At this point in time, that flicker is a very valuable tool. And Blacklist know that, tries to go for a big play. And the other problem here is Albert, but he's alone right now.
He's alone right here, Edward. But needs to get on the way. There's a big dinosaur coming for your body as well. But it's going to be Blacklist International. Manages to zone out the members inside RQ. Bottom lane is already gone.
Luckily, his body was ready. Baby Alien knows exactly what's going on. And he did not have to fall. I believe it's come to the point wherein RQ knows they're playing with fire, knows that they have bombs in their fists and they're waiting to land that big haymaker. Question is, how do they find that angle?
It's such a difficult situation because Blacklist have all their attention focused onto Vin, and it seems like RRQ, they're only relying on Vin to be the first initiate, whereas they actually have a lot of other tools they can use. They can go with Clay on the Kadira, they can go with R7 with a big flank and petrify, but they're just not exploring that option, and it's making them seem just a bit too one-dimensional. And against a team like Blacklist, that just means that you are going to be so I don't know, readable, so obvious, and you can see that several times here, Vin has flickered twice and has not landed a pickoff.
Something tells me that's more a matter of conservation. The fact that Clay and R7 aren't being used as much to try to get a kill and get vision is because they're saving them, right? They're saving them, but so far, not like this. This is a
no blunder, saya
defensive black dragon form. Haji activated the airstrike already right off early. Blacklist International know that Albert's all the way up top. Edward has full vision right here, but Blacklist International slowly collapsing once again. A purple buff gets denied away by Blacklist International.
Oh no, the baby alien's not gonna get his num-nums. This is a hard engage. This is tough. When you're playing a Ling this way, I mean, I've heard this from stories. I don't play Ling myself, but when it's like this,
membuktikan hero nyaman mengalahkan hero meta asli.
Oh, it's miserable.
Yep, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International setting up for this Lord Dance. It's about how has Lord Pit.
Dia biru dia disisain kecil mulu dari tadi ya.
Doesn't connect onto anything right now. Oh, I'm going into place into it. It's going to be Ohab is healing members of Blacklist International all the way to the top 4. Ohab will be punishing Vin.
A Lord that's evolved
Nempel banget Blacklist
Vin.
mainnya.
The Ensign has been overloaded. Yes, he had momentum. Yes, he got MVP game 4. But not against a lineup like this, not against Blacklist, who has figured out exactly what's going on.
RRQ need to adapt, man. They have to try and do things differently. Blacklist has a read on how they want to operate. And now with 15 seconds left on Vin, the Lord is coming in. And high ground favors Blacklist International. Better airstrike has been used.
Oh my god, this is a very tough airstrike to defend while Alvin forced to use the Temple of the Blades just to get on there. Here comes the Bandit's Rage to try to clear off the members of the side of Blacklist International. Even orbiting the Nibiru expansion as well. The Lord will get chonged down, but Blacklist International, they do a lot of damage. They crack open the mid lane. That's permanent damage.
That is a main artery taken away from RRQ Hoshi. Albert will not be
Gak
able
ada
to explore the
respect-respectnya nih
map
RRQ,
as
nggak
freely
di-ban-ban
as he
Espesnya,
once
udah
has in
di-pick
this
terus
19
tuh
minute bout.
Espesnya.
Now top lane inhibitor is going to be next up on the
There we
docket.
go. Ohab petrified, but he was going to get purified. The counter battle spell. Here we go. R7 all the way at the back line, trying to look for, but oh, maybe this desperately trying to heal. But look at where Albert's going. He's looking for the angle, but will not be able to commit. Blacklist International, they stay a long time.
Gak bisa follow orang masih orang jauh guys. Habis time warnya tolong.
Because they have to use it at the same time. They are trying to group together for the blessings of the Moon Goddess, and that is something that RRQ can take advantage of. But they need to just plan it out really, really well. And without that vision, without the control, it's just so difficult right now. And Albert has full inventory slots at this point, so he won't be scaling any longer. At this point, it's all about how fast Blacklist can catch up to the 5k gold, can use that 5k gold lead, because RRQ soon, both teams are going to be full inventory slots.
Yep, we're about a minute away from this Lord. And again, this is a Lord that scales every minute from now on, 20. Plus, the fact that we are looking at TikTok timers. When someone falls, best believe that is lethal. If a member of yours gets picked off, again, like Vin for the past 15, 18 minutes of this game, then
ayo
no
strateginya
one comes back from that. So RRQ has to be
Bang.
extra careful.
Pindah dulu ke Lord bawah.
No flicker committed by Vin,
Nah.
that's good. But this is where RRQ has realized that R7 needs to face check every single rush. The best part about Oh My Venus on this Estes, right? Your second skill allow for that vision, right? So that you don't really need to commit. You saw it already being used in the I think it was the second or first Lord Dance, right? And it's really come to really good success.
Now, we're about 15 seconds away from this Lord. You see Blacks International playing for purple buff domination. Bombs away from Skylar, and this could be Albert's last chance. Oh, he's so hungry. He wants it. Can he get it?
Tujuannya cuma kontes biru Albert mulu.
The pressure coming up from will be there, but purple buff will still be successfully secured by
Oheb, I think.
Oheb.
Yep, as long as it's not on Albert, Blacklist is happy. No num-nums for the baby alien. It's
Dapat
so
nggak?
hard to play Ling this way. I can't stress that enough.
Albertnya?
Now Haji has a holy crystal. That's a lot of damage. One bolt from the Fed airstrike is able to chunk Skylar down to lower than half HP. But look at that snipe coming in. Unfortunately, with an Estes in the composition, Blacklist will be having no issues at all. But look at that play.
Menarik siapa?
The Vin needs to try to play with the trucker going in. Here comes
Udah, bubarin.
Don't fear for the defenses as well as BMI will be allowing Oheb to
Nice, nice.
Gitu.
Ah, itu.
Iya, guys.
Yo. Nah. Udah mulai biru pulang.
Nice. Albert will be able to get out with the single dot so hell. Right
Wah, seru banget.
Gila immortal semua anjir.
Itu harus dibubarin kayak gitu. Harus dipisah warnya. Sama
Hoshi pulls out one from deep
Jangan lupa
within
yang
the
mau lepas.
Sun Raja still in this battle.
It looks so good for them, and then it looks awful, and then it looks so good again, and at the end of everything, it's a 3-4-3 equal trade. But of course, let's take a look at that instant replay by TikTok. Look at that. Initiative Purifies has been used, and this is the opportunity. Look at Skylar just free hitting in the back. Unfortunately, he's unable to secure that kill, and Albert, he was stuck on the wall here trying to just kite away from damage, and Edward is able to cut him down, and now Blacklist once again are the ones pressuring for this Lord. They have mobility advantage.
Right now, the Lord dance, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what Blacklist is really good at. Right, RQ right now, they have to try to figure this out.
Banget tuh Farshanya.
All of a sudden, they do have the Lord. It is all up to how RRQ plays with it. Albert is that lane, could be able to fly all the way to the Lord pit very quickly. But I think RRQ that lost the topside turret, but now it's going to be a rush. A bad rush to the Lord. Albert on the wall right here. They need to try to do something to trench.
Dapat. Nice.
Yes. Nice.
Tapi pulang jangan kayak tadi, Jo. Pulang.
Ayo. Masih ada ulti ya?
It is going to be a replay of the previous game, number 3 once again. Even though RRQ was able to take down the Lord right now, it's going to be Blacklist International. They do have a lot of control. They do have a lot of damage, but they don't know welcome right into the top of the Barrage. And now he will be punished.
Mati tuh Wise. Aduh.
Sedikit lagi guys. Ini lagi deh.
Setong lagi.
Happening in the side of RRQ.
Ya ada mitnya.
They need to do it. They need to do it.
Ya ampun. Minion satu mini. Ente. Masih ada lower.
Masih bisa ini.
Tennis indoor Sinayan can't believe it. Neither could
Aduh, bukan dong. Jangkre.
Down into the lower bracket.
Somber day in Tennis Indoor Sanayan. The audience is definitely disappointed, but of course, there is a victor and there is a loser in these tournaments. And unfortunately for RRQ, today, Blacklist International is the better team. Congratulations for moving on to the upper bracket.
The M3 World Champions feel it. The agents in the stadium are the same. And boy, if you watch the last 5 minutes, you saw exactly
Cik mau lanjut main.
Thank you.
Semangat Palonya.
By Albert. That was immaculate, but at the end of the day, messy as it was, Blacklist knew the way around the woods.
It's just so crazy, right, ladies and gents? RRQ, this is not over for them. You better be sure they will come.
Ente. Meta tokai cocok. Gua off dulu ya guys ya, ntar kita lanjut. Offin dulu ini live-nya, oke. Nah, ntar kita lanjut kok, nggak lama, jam-jam. Gue istirahat 15 menit lah, bye.